Chapter 251 Absorbing Soul Rings, 5th Soul Skill, 2 Life Flower Shadow. 1/4. Under his feet, the headless corpse of the phantom demon leopard was still bleeding. As the phantom demon leopard died, a large number of black light spots continued to escape from the corpse of the phantom demon leopard, and finally condensed a prototype of a soul ring above the corpse of the phantom demon leopard. Sir, I remember that your martial soul should be a plant-type martial soul. There will be no problem absorbing the soul ring of this phantom demon leopard, right? Looking at the phantom demon leopard under Bai Ji's feet, Meng Shu was still a little hesitant. It's okay. Plant-type martial souls can also absorb the soul rings of animal-type soul beasts, as long as the body can withstand it. Bai Ji shook his head and waited for the soul ring to condense into shape. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Meng Shu's lips moved, but he still didn't continue. Thinking of what Bai Ji had done all along, since he said he could do it, he must be absolutely sure. Gradually, as time went by, the soul power light spots that escaped from the body of the phantom demon leopard finally condensed into a complete black soul ring above the body of the phantom demon leopard. Young master, I will go to protect you. Seeing the soul ring condense into shape, Meng Shu said while holding the dragon staff and sitting not far from Bai Ji, leaving the space within 5 meters of the phantom demon leopard's body to Bai Ji, so that Bai Ji could absorb the soul ring with peace of mind. Seeing Meng Shu retreat to the side, Bai Ji also slowly retreated to a certain distance from the body of the phantom demon leopard, and then sat cross-legged. Extending his right hand to summon the martial soul Moyun Teng, Bai Ji used his soul power to pull the black soul ring above the body of the phantom demon leopard. With the pull of Bai Ji's soul power, the black soul ring flew towards Bai Ji after a slight shake. After arriving above the Moyun Vine martial spirit in Bai Ji's right hand, the black spirit ring instantly shrank and covered the Moyun Vine. Instantly, a violent spirit power suddenly surged into Bai Ji's body. However, although the phantom demon leopard's cultivation was much stronger than the 10,000 years thundering hell prison vine that Bai Ji had absorbed before, in terms of the violent degree of spirit power, the phantom demon leopard was much stronger than the phantom demon leopard. The soul power of the shadow demon leopard is far inferior to the extreme thunder attribute soul power released by the thundering hell vine. And because Bai Ji has practiced the heaven-changing and earth-strike great method to a point very close to the 5th level, the resentment in the phantom demon leopard's soul ring can't do anything to Bai Ji. Although the phantom demon leopard's cultivation level is more than 20,000 years, and its strength is close to the soul saint realm among human soul masters, the wisdom and spirit of soul beasts are far inferior to humans. The phantom demon leopard was not very good when he was alive, and the remnant after death would naturally not be much stronger. After all, the phantom demon leopard is not a spiritual soul beast. While operating the dragon elephant Pruchna art, Bai Ji absorbed the power released from the phantom demon leopard's soul ring, and said to the system in his mind, "System, engrave the 2 life flower shadow into the soul ring." The system has received it and is starting to engrave and transform. The cold voice of the system sounded. While Bai Ji was absorbing the power of the phantom demon leopard's 10,000-year soul ring, the system was also gradually engraving the 2 life flower shadow skill into the phantom demon leopard's soul ring. Ding! The engraving transformation has been completed. Finally, with a familiar mechanical sound, the 2 life flower shadow skill was finally successfully engraved into the phantom demon leopard's soul ring, and at this time Bai Ji was still absorbing the power released by the phantom demon leopard's soul ring. Time passed by bit, and the sky soon became bright again. As the Moyun Tang martial spirit finally completely absorbed the phantom demon leopard's soul ring, Bai Ji slowly opened his eyes. However, feeling the information of the soul skill transmitted from the 5th soul ring, Bai Ji frowned a little. The 5th soul skill is naturally the 2 life flower shadow, but the effect makes Bai Ji a little dissatisfied. According to the information given by the system before, the real phantom strength differentiated by the 2 life flower shadow is related to the age of the soul ring and his cultivation. The soul ring of the phantom demon leopard is at the 20,000 year level. Bai Ji originally thought that the phantom clone that was differentiated should have about 80% of his strength. After all, the soul rings he absorbed have exceeded the limit that he can absorb at this level by more than double. But he didn't expect that the phantom clone that the 2 life flower shadow could differentiate could only reach 60% of his strength. The invisibility effect remained unchanged. Although it was only 20% less, it still made Bai Ji a little depressed. "Sir, how is it, did it succeed?" Seeing that Bai Ji had woken up, Meng Shu couldn't help but get up and walked over and asked. "It succeeded. The soul skill obtained is somewhat similar to the talent of the phantom demon leopard. It can differentiate a real phantom with some of my strength. As Bai Ge spoke, he stretched out his right hand to summon the Moyun vine. As the fifth black soul ring bloomed with light, a phantom suddenly condensed from Bai Ge's side, and at the same time, Bai Ge's figure disappeared silently in front of Meng Shu. This is... Seeing Bai Ge suddenly disappear, Meng Shu was a little surprised. This soul skill can not only differentiate a real phantom with some of my strength, but also make me invisible. If I cooperate with some soul masters who can create an environment like smoke, I will take the opportunity to differentiate a phantom clone when they release the smoke and enter the invisible state. Almost no one will know that the guy who suddenly appears and looks exactly like me is a phantom. Bai Ge chuckled and removed the two-life flower shadow. With the removal of the two-life flower shadow, the phantom clone around Bai Ge suddenly dissipated, and Bai Ge also withdrew from the invisible state and reappeared in front of Meng Shu. To be honest, this soul skill is quite good. If used well, it can play a huge role. However, this soul skill is not particularly matched with my other soul skills. Next time if I absorb a soul ring, I need a soul skill that can produce a strong single attack or a controlled powerful output soul skill. Bai Ge said as he walked to Meng Shu's side. Let's go, Senior Meng Shu. Looking at the sky, the sun was about to rise, and Bai Ge said to Meng Shu. However, although he was going to set off, Bai Ge did not plan to return to Tiandu Imperial City, but to go to the Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire. The Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire is located in the core area of the Sunset Forest. If there is no powerful soul master to lead, Bai Ge alone, unless he rides the Kixi Blue Bird, cannot reach the Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire. This time Bai Ge went to the Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire for two main purposes. One is to use the extremely hot Yang Chuan of the Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire to refine a large number of top-grade elixirs to prepare for the opening of the Dan Pavilion in the near future. Although Bai Ge felt that no one would buy too many top-grade elixirs, after all, Bai Ge priced the top-grade elixirs at 1 million gold soul coins per bottle, but for safety, Bai Ge decided to refine about 1,000 bottles. As for other mid-grade and low-grade elixirs, the 48 preparatory alchemists who have been initially trained in the Dan Pavilion can already start refining in the Dan Pavilion. And as the name of the Dan Pavilion became known, many soul masters have come from far and wide to join the Dan Pavilion, and new preparatory alchemists are already being trained. As for the second purpose, Bai Ge planned to use the two-element ice and fire. The coxcomb and phoenix sunflower that had not been picked in his eyes was used as the main medicine to refine a furnace of spiritual grade cleansing marrow pills. The 10 little maids at home are all martial soul mutant soul masters, and their soul power has not exceeded level 4, so their cultivation speed is very slow. Although Bai Ge has been fully supplying pills to the 10 little maids, the cultivation of the 10 little maids has only increased by 2 or 3 levels in more than 2 months. Among the 10 maids, the strongest Hollow has only level 7 soul power. If she wants to become a soul master, it will probably take more than a year. Bai Ge can't wait that long. So Bai Ge is going to refine a furnace of spiritual grade cleansing marrow pills for the little maids, and then refine the spiritual grade breath retaining pills that are prepared for Xiao Wu. The spiritual grade breath retaining pill is made with the acacia heartbroken red that has recognized Xiao Wu as its master. It is countless times stronger than the ordinary breath retaining pill. As long as Xiao Wu takes it, there is no need to worry about being discovered by the titled Douluo. Chapter 252, Go to Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire, and the spiritual grade cleansing marrow pill is complete. 2/4. Leading Meng Shu, Bai Ge walked for half a day. Near noon, he finally arrived at the foot of the mountain where Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire was located. Because of the special nature of Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire, the mountain where Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire was located was always surrounded by mist, and it was easy to find from a distance. However, it was easy to find, but facing the poison array set up by Poison Douluo Douluo, unless led by Douluo himself, almost no one could guarantee that they could enter the mountain intact. Most people didn't know what was hidden in the mountain, so they naturally wouldn't risk being poisoned or even dying for the unknown benefits. But for Bai Ge, the danger of the poison array did not exist. Bringing Meng Shu to the foot of the mountain where the Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire is located, Bai Ge turned his head and looked at the mountain shrouded in clouds in the distance. Senior Meng Shu, you go back first. I will stay here for a month. Please ask for leave from Shrek Academy for me, and then tell Rong Rong and Yuren by the way, so that they don't have to worry about me. Well, I know, but sir, this is the core area of Sunset Forest. When should I come to pick you up? Meng Shu said after a moment of silence. 1 month later. After thinking about it, Bai Ji said. Okay, then take care of yourself, sir, I will leave first. After seeing Meng Shu off, Bai Ji walked alone towards the mountain where the yin-yang eye of ice and fire is located. Along the way, the poison array set up by Douluo was of no use to Bai Ji. Bai Ji ignored all the poisonous fog, poisonous powder and poisonous smoke and walked straight to the mountain. Arriving at the foot of the mountain, in front of him was a steep cliff with an almost vertical slope. Bai Ji directly spread his mental power and teleported with the help of the dimensional castle. He flashed in the air and then came to the mountainside. Continuing up from the mountainside, Bai Ji finally came to a valley. Entering the valley, after passing a cave on the side, a place shrouded in white fog appeared in front of Bai Ji. In the vast white fog, a yin-yang tai chi-shaped spring with ice blue and red was so obvious. This was the location of the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. Around the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, a large number of spiritual medicines still grew. In addition to some immortal products that Bai Ji had not yet picked, there were also a large number of other precious medicines, such as fist-sized cinnabar lotus, thick-rooted snow silkworm, purple ganoderma with umbrella cap as big as a basin, and some medicinal herbs that Bai Ji could not name. Each of them grew very large. Except for some special medicinal herbs whose medicinal properties were not determined by their size, the size of a fist was the smallest for other medicinal herbs. Looking at the yin-yang eye of ice and fire in front of him, Bai Ji slowly stepped into the thick white fog and finally came to the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. Feeling the high temperature and extreme cold, Bai Ji found an open space where no medicinal herbs grew and took out a huge alchemy furnace. Moyun Vine, come out. Looking at the cliffs on both sides of the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, Bai Ji summoned 2 thick Moyun vines. Under Bai Ji's control, the 2 thick Moyun vines snaked through the ears of the alchemy furnace like spirit snakes, slowly lifted the alchemy furnace, and moved it to the sky above the extremely hot Yang Chuan. After taking out a batch of top-grade medicinal materials for refining chi-boosting pills from the space ring, Bai Ji summoned a Moyun vine again to lift the lid of the alchemy furnace, then threw the medicinal materials into the alchemy furnace in an orderly manner, and finally added a jade bottle of rootless water. After covering the furnace lid, Bai Ji controlled the Moyun vine to move the alchemy furnace back to a position that was neither too high nor too low from the extremely hot Yang Chuan, which could not only allow the alchemy furnace to be heated evenly, but also prevent the high temperature from melting the alchemy furnace. In this way, Bai Ji began to refine pills in the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. Half a month passed in a flash. During this half-month, Bai Ji was basically refining pills every day, but because he was refining pills with the help of the extremely hot Yang Chuan, it didn't actually require much effort from Bai Ji. While refining pills, Bai Ji was also taking time to practice. In half a month, with the help of the sheng that had not been fully refined before, Bai Ji successfully broke through the 53rd level of the elixir's medicinal power. Because Bai Ji can refine 9 furnaces of elixirs every day, and Bai Ji can produce about 36 pills from each furnace, and each bottle of 12 pills is almost 3 bottles, so after half a month, Bai Ji has refined more than 400 bottles of top-grade elixirs. Bai Ji's pricing for top-grade elixirs is 1 million gold soul coins per bottle, so if these more than 400 bottles of top-grade elixirs are sold, Bai Ji can get 400 million gold soul coins, which can be said to be a huge profit. You must know that because of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, as long as there are medicinal materials, Bai Ji can refine these elixirs with almost no effort, and the price of medicinal materials needed to refine a furnace of top-grade elixirs is less than 1 million gold soul coins, but Bai Ji can triple it by refining elixirs. This triple is not a few, dozens or hundreds of gold soul coins, but 1 million gold soul coins, and the profit can be imagined. In the past half-month, Bai Ji refined 2 kinds of high-grade elixirs, 200 bottles of each, one is Qi-boosting elixir, and the other is Yang Yuan elixir. Qi-boosting elixir is used to restore soul power, while Yang Yuan elixir can speed up soul power cultivation. In the next half-month, Bai Ji is preparing to refine another 200 bottles of high-grade bone strengthening elixir and 200 bottles of high-grade body strengthening elixir. However, now, after practicing refining elixir for half a month, Bai Ji, who feels that it is almost done, is going to start refining Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower and Acacia Heartbroken Red into spiritual grade marrow cleansing elixir and spiritual grade breath retaining elixir. After taking the spiritual grade marrow cleansing elixir refined by Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower, the qualifications of the user can be greatly improved, and the cultivation speed of the 10 little maids at home can be greatly improved. As for the spiritual grade breath-retaining elixir, since Acacia Heartbroken Red itself can conceal Xiaowu's breath in front of the titled Douluo, the breath-retaining elixir made with Acacia Heartbroken Red as the main ingredient must have a stronger effect of concealing the breath, and it should not be a big problem to conceal the identity in front of the titled Douluo. Pick the immortal product Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower from not far away. The whole body of the Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower is red, and the grass stems are evenly covered with fiery red round diamond-shaped grass leaves. Only the grass leaves at the top are different. They are not round diamond-shaped, but like coxcombs. Through the fiery red coxcombs, you can clearly see that the veins of the whole body of the Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower are actually golden. Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower is an immortal product with pure yang attributes. Women with yin attributes should not be able to take it. However, if enough yin attribute medicinal materials can be added to eliminate the pure yang of the Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower, only the effect of the Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower that makes people reborn can be retained, and finally a spiritual product marrow cleansing pill that anyone can take can be refined. Controlling the Moyun Tang to open the furnace cover, Bai Ge first threw the Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower into the alchemy furnace, and then successively put in a variety of extreme yin and cold attribute medicinal materials, such as snow clam grass, ice crystal flower, snow ying bai linguo, etc., and finally added rootless water. Time passed by minute. Because he was refining a spiritual medicine, Bai Ge did not dare to be careless even with the extremely hot Yang Chuan. 6 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Because Bai Ge used the extremely hot Yang Chuan to refine the spiritual medicine, the temperature and heating of the furnace were very uniform, and there was no need to turn the furnace or control the fire. Therefore, the spiritual medicine that took several days or even nearly a week to refine was completed in less than a day. Sensing that the medicinal properties of the liquid in the furnace had changed, Bai Ge immediately injected his internal force into the furnace, and then controlled the liquid to condense the pill while controlling the Moyun vine to slowly pull up the furnace. As the furnace slowly rose, the high temperature heat that could be affected by the extremely hot Yang Chuan also dropped sharply. Gradually, the liquid inside finally condensed into a pill under Bai Ge's control. The spiritual medicine was done. He continued to control the Moyun vine and slowly hoisted the alchemy furnace to an open space not far from him. He put the alchemy furnace down and opened the lid. As a burst of smoke came out, 11 red pills with a faint golden color appeared in Bai Ge's eyes. Using his inner strength to pull out the 11 spiritual-grade marrow washing pills in the furnace, Bai Ge took out an exquisite small jade bottle from the space ring, and then slowly put the 11 pills into the small jade bottle. In the past, Bai Ge used a small porcelain bottle, but the small porcelain bottle was barely okay for low-grade and medium-grade pills, but it was not so suitable for high-grade pills, and even if we don't talk about the loss of spiritual energy, the level of style alone was not high enough. Since the pills are sold, the pills are graded, so the bottles for the pills must also be graded, so that the style can be shown. So Bai Ge finally decided to use ordinary small porcelain bottles to hold low-grade elixirs, ordinary jade bottles to hold medium-grade elixirs, and as for high-grade elixirs, he would use jade bottles carved from top-grade warm jade worth 1,000 gold coins. This way, it would be more impressive. Chapter 253 Refining the Spiritual Grade Breath Resting Pill, Return. 3/4. After refining the spiritual grade cleansing marrow pill, Bai Ge returned to the dimensional castle and had a good sleep. After waking up again, he cooked some food in the dimensional castle. After eating, Bai Ge meditated for a while again, adjusted his state, and then returned to the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. This time, Bai Ge wanted to continue to refine the Acacia Heartbroken Red into a pill. After taking out the top-grade medicinal materials needed to refine the spiritual grade breath-resting pill, Bai Ge took out the Acacia Heartbroken Red from the space ring. The Acacia Heartbroken Red is a very ordinary flower. Its shape is similar to that of a peony. It is pure white and about the size of a palm. However, on the pure white petals, there are a few blood-red petals. It was shocking. Because Bai Ge had let Xiaowu recognize the Acacia Heartbroken Red as its master before, the Wuju stone under the Acacia Heartbroken Red had already retreated, as if it had also sensed its own fate. The petals of the Acacia Heartbroken Red moved without wind, and the bloodstains on it seemed to flow. Looking at the Acacia Heartbroken Red in his hand, which seemed to have spirituality, Bai Ge also sighed. Although I don't want to refine you, in order to avoid accidents, it is better for you to become a spiritual product, the breath-resisting pill. He summoned the Moyun vine again, letting the Moyun vine grow out from the cliffs not far from the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, and controlled the thick moyun vine to pass through the ears of the alchemy furnace like a spirit snake, lifted the alchemy furnace and moved it to a position above the extremely hot yang chuan that was neither high nor low from the extremely hot yang chuan, and then controlled another moyun vine to open the lid of the alchemy furnace, and Bai Ji through the acacia. Heartbroken red in. After the heartbroken acacia red, there were the mist shadow flower, golden silk ink lotus, green pearl grass, spiritual ginseng fruit and other medicinal materials and rootless water. After putting all the medicinal materials needed to refine the spiritual product breath-resisting pill into the alchemy furnace, Bai Ji controlled the moyun tang again to cover the furnace lid. Time passed by nearly 10 hours. Perhaps because the heartbroken acacia red was of a higher rank among the immortal products, it took longer to refine the heartbroken acacia red than the coxcomb phoenix sunflower. And perhaps because it had already recognized the master, Bai Ji found that it seemed that it could not be refined into multiple pills for the spiritual product breath-resisting pill refined by the heartbroken acacia red, because the medicinal power of the heartbroken acacia red was always mixed and integrated after being integrated into the pill liquid, and it could not be separated at all. Time passed by another 2 hours, and the medicinal properties of the pill liquid in the pill furnace were finally changed. Sensing the situation in the pill furnace, Bai Ji stood up and injected his internal force into the pill furnace. While controlling the pill liquid to condense the pill, he controlled the moyun tang to lift the alchemy furnace. As the alchemy furnace got farther and farther away from the extremely hot yang chuan, the temperature inside the furnace began to drop, and finally, a milky white pill with blood veins gradually condensed into shape. Success! Lifting the alchemy furnace, Bai Ji lowered it after moving it to an open space not far away, opened the furnace cover, and looked at the milky white pill with blood veins in the furnace. He couldn't help but feel excited. Taking out a delicate small jade bottle, Bai Ji used his inner force to pull out the spiritual product breath-resisting pill from the furnace, and then put it into the small jade bottle. After doing everything, Bai Ji let out a long breath, then put away the small jade bottle, and returned to the other dimensional castle with him again. This time, the alchemy lasted almost a whole day. Although he could still bear it physically, Bai Ji couldn't stand it mentally. He took out some water from the other dimensional castle, heated it with his inner force, took a good bath, and slept on the big bed. The next day, Bai Ji continued to refine pills, but after refining the spiritual grade cleansing marrow pill and the spiritual grade breath retaining pill, the remaining 200 bottles of bone strengthening pill and 200 bottles of body strengthening pill were too simple. It took half a month for Bai Ji to finally refine more than 400 bottles of top grade pills. Now Bai Ji has refined 800 bottles of top-grade pills. Although there is a gap from the expected 1000 bottles of pills, it is almost enough. The top-grade pills are naturally rarer. Rare means difficult to refine. As the saying goes, things are precious because they are rare. Too many are not precious. After living in the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire for a month, Bai Ji couldn't stand it anymore, so he also looked for someone to talk to. After putting away everything including the alchemy furnace in the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, Bai Ji picked some top-grade medicinal materials and planted some seeds of the necessary medicinal materials, and then went down the mountain. It was morning now. Bai Ji waited for a while at the foot of the mountain, and then Meng Shu came. Following Meng Shu, they left the sunset forest. When they returned to the back mountain where Dan Pavilion was located, it was already noon. When they were about to arrive at the castle, Meng Shu turned to the reception building, while Bai Ji went straight to the castle. Finally back. Looking at the familiar castle in front of him, Bai Ji felt relieved. Master, welcome back. In front of the castle gate, 10 maids bowed respectfully to Bai Ji. On the side, Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuan threw themselves into Bai Ji's arms. Zhu Zuqing hugged her arms and walked over with an unnatural look. Although she had already confirmed her relationship with Bai Ji, she was still not able to do something as bold as Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuan. Bai Ji, where have you been? You've been gone for a month and didn't tell us. Do you know how much we miss you? In his arms, Ning Rongrong whispered with a choked voice. Tell us in advance next time. Meng Yuan also raised her head and looked at Bai Ji with slightly red eyes. Welcome back. Zhu Zuqing looked at Bai Ji and said softly with an unnatural expression. But seeing Zhu Zuqing's performance, Bai Ji smiled. After letting go of Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuan, Bai Ji hugged Zhu Zuqing directly. Do you miss me? Putting his head close to Zhu Zuqing's ear, Bai Ji blew gently and whispered in Zhu Zuqing's ear. Let me go. Zhu Zuqing's face turned red when Bai Ji hugged her in public. What are you afraid of? We are all family. After letting go of Zhu Zuqing, Bai Ji directly reached out and took all 3 girls into his arms, and walked towards the castle with 10 little maids. Where is Lingling? Bai Ji asked curiously when he found that Ye Lingling was not in the castle, but he had asked Su Motion and Ye Shihe to send Ye Lingling here before. Lingling is learning alchemy in Dan Pavilion. Ning Rongrong answered Bai Ji with a smile. In Dan Pavilion. Bai Ji touched his chin, walked into the living room, and sat on the sofa. By the way, Lingling should have transferred to our Shrek Academy now, right? Bai Ji asked as if he had thought of something. Yes, she has transferred. Meng Yuren nodded. What do they say? I stole the corner of Tiandu Royal Academy and directly pried over their tactical core. Without Ye Lingling, I don't know how many top teams Tiandu Royal Academy can enter this time. Bai Ji couldn't help but feel a little amused. You don't know, when we took Lingling to Shrek Academy to go through the admission procedures, Dean Flanders and others were stunned when they heard the news. Meng Yuren also laughed. But they knew it was you who did it. Although we have a grudge against Prince Swexing, we don't have much hatred with Tiandu Royal Academy. But you did this, Tiandu Royal Academy must be furious. Ning Rongrong added. If you are not envied, you are a mediocre person. After Lingling's martial soul evolved into the 9-spirit begonia, it has the ability to heal, restore soul power, restore physical strength and restore mental power. If we don't take Lingling here, will we go to Tiandu Royal Academy? Bai Ji waved his hand and said. Now we have 2 top auxiliary soul masters, Rongrong and Lingling, and we can be said to be perfect in terms of assistance. If you think about it carefully, you will probably understand how powerful it is. If we offend Tiandu Royal Academy, we will offend it. We don't have to be afraid of them. What we should think about now is winning the championship in the elite exchange competition of soul masters in the whole continent. Bai Ji said seriously. By the way, Bai Ji, what did you do this time? Did you go to make pills? Ning Rongrong couldn't help asking. Yes, isn't our Dan Pavilion going to open soon? Qi Yan and his friends can only refine low-grade and medium-grade pills, but they can't refine high-grade pills. In the end, I have to come. One of the reasons I went there is to refine some high-grade pills. Bai Ji explained. What about the other reason? Meng Yuren couldn't help asking. It's for Ling Mao and the others. Their martial spirits actually have great potential, but their qualifications are too poor. This time I used a fairy product to refine a furnace of spiritual grade marrow cleansing pills for them, which can improve their qualifications. However, I only refined 11 pills in this furnace, 10 for Ling Mao and the others, and the last one for Zhu Qing. Bai Ji looked at Zhu Qing. Me? Zhu Qing was stunned when she heard Bai Ji talking about herself. Yes, Rongrong and Yuren have already eaten a fairy product, and their martial souls have evolved. I don't have a fairy product that can make your martial soul evolve, so I can only improve your qualifications. Bai Ji smiled and said. That's not good, you should give it to Rongrong. But Zhu Zuqing felt a little embarrassed when she heard Bai Ji's words. She originally felt that she was a latecomer, and now Bai Ji gave her the only remaining spiritual pill, which Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuren didn't have, which made her feel very ashamed. Zuqing, just agree, we have all taken a fairy product, and the medicinal power of the fairy product has improved our qualifications. Now I feel that my cultivation has improved a lot, and this spiritual product marrow cleansing pill that can improve qualifications naturally belongs to you. Ning Rongrong persuaded with a smile. Yes, yes, our qualifications have been improved once by the fairy product, and our martial souls have also evolved. You should agree to accept this spiritual product marrow cleansing pill. Meng Yuren also echoed the persuasion. Rongrong, Yuren. Listening to Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuren's words, Zhu Zuqing felt very touched, and a warm feeling surged from the bottom of her heart. This kind of warmth from the bottom of her heart is something she has never felt in her family. Is this a real family? Chapter 254 Powerful Spiritual Grade Cleansing Marrow Pill, Zhu Zuqing is embarrassed. 4/4. Master, what do you want to talk to us about? Calling the 10 little maids out of the meditation room and letting them come to the hall, in the hall, looking at Bai Ji, Lingmu asked with some confusion. It's okay, but Lingmu, you have been with me for a few months, right? Looking at the 10 little maids in maid costumes in front of him, Bai Ji said with some emotion. It's been 2 months and 18 days. On the side, the cold-hearted Cai Lin spoke. It's been more than 2 months. Bai Ji murmured. What are your cultivation levels now? Looking at the 10 little maids in front of him, Bai Ji asked. I'm already level 8. Hollow raised her hand. Hollow's talent was originally the highest among the 10 little maids, and her personality was also very strong. Compared with the other little maids, Hollow was one of the most hard-working people in cultivation, so in these 2 months, Hollow's cultivation level was also the highest, directly from level 5 soul power to level 8 soul power. I'm level 7. Cai Lin also said. I'm level 6. I'm also level 6. Ari and Shizuka also raised their hands. I'm level 4. The cat-eared maid Liulai raised her hand somewhat weakly. Among the 10 little maids, compared with Lingmu and other 5 body martial soul maids whose average innate soul power was less than 2 levels, Liulai's innate soul power was level 3, which was considered good. But compared to Hollow, Liulai's personality is too introverted, and she doesn't like to practice. So even though Beg has been providing them with pills for practice for more than 2 months, it's a bit embarrassing that Liulai only improved 1 level compared to Hollow, who improved 3 levels. I'm level 3. Lingmu whispered a little sadly. I'm level 3. I'm level 4. I'm level 4. I'm also level 4. The other 4 main body martial soul maids, Linglong, Sayori, Robin, and Miai, also said in succession. Compared to Lingmu and Linglong, whose main body martial souls are organ martial souls, Robin, Miai, and Sayori, whose martial souls are limbs and torso martial souls, have better talents. But compared to Linglong, who has a gentle personality and doesn't fight or compete, Lingmu's personality is also gentle, but Lingmu is very strong in her bones. This may be because of her living environment since childhood, which made her subconsciously want to prove that she is no worse than anyone else, but after discovering that she is the worst in cultivation, Lingmu can't help but feel a little sad. I'm sorry, Master, I disappoint you. Found that Bai Ji had been looking at her, Ling Mao couldn't help but said with slightly red eyes. It's nothing, Ling Mao, I see your efforts. You are no worse than anyone else in terms of efforts. It's just that your martial soul is too limited. It's not your fault. You don't have to be sad. Bai Ji comforted. I left for a month this time, and a big part of the reason is to find a way to improve your qualifications. Is there a way to improve our qualifications? Hearing Bai Ji's words, Ling Mao couldn't help but raise his head. Yes. Bai Ji nodded and took out the small jade bottle with 11 spiritual grade marrow cleansing pills from the space ring. Holding the small jade bottle, looking at the 10 little maids in front of him, Bai Ji said, this contains the spiritual grade cleansing marrow pill I refined. After you take it, it should be able to greatly improve your qualifications, at least equivalent to your 3rd level innate soul power. Although the main effect of the spiritual grade cleansing marrow pill is to improve qualifications, the powerful medicinal power it contains should still be able to improve your soul power by 1 to 2 levels. After hearing Bai Ji's words, the little maids couldn't help but open their mouths wide. Thank you, Master. Cai Lin was the first to bow and thank him. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. The other maids also bowed deeply to Bai Ji to express their gratitude. No one knows the value of strength better than them who have been slaves. If they had strong strength, they would not have been destroyed by the Tiandu auction house, and finally they would not have been captured and almost become someone else's plaything. Here. After distributing the spiritual cleansing pill to the 10 maids, there was only 1 spiritual cleansing pill left in the jade bottle. Bai Ji turned his head and looked at Zhu Zuqing. Zuqing, this is yours. Poured the last spiritual cleansing pill, which was red with golden lines, out of the jade bottle. Bai Ji held the spiritual cleansing pill with his inner strength and handed it to Zhu Zuqing. Thank you. Zhu Zuqing took the pill and said softly. You can refine it here. Bai Ji said, sweeping his eyes from the 10 little maids to Zhu Zuqing. Hearing Bai Ji's words, the 10 little maids sat cross-legged on the ground obediently, then put the spiritual cleansing pill in their hands into their mouths and swallowed it. In an instant, with a flash of brilliant light, 10 different martial spirits emerged from the bodies of the 10 little maids. Zuqing, you should take it too. Seeing that Zhu Zuqing hadn't made any move, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but speak. Yes. Hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Zhu Zuqing also nodded gently, slowly put the spiritual grade cleansing marrow pill in her hand into her mouth, then swallowed it, and sat cross-legged on the ground. As the power of the spiritual grade cleansing marrow pill began to take effect, the skin of Zhu Zuqing and the 10 little maids became a layer of light red could not help but appear, and at the same time, a large amount of black impurities were also discharged from the surface of the skin. Compared with the immortal product that improves the qualifications of the user by expanding the container, the marrow cleansing pill focuses more on expanding the available space of the container itself. This method will inevitably discharge some impurities that occupy useless space. So as the spiritual product marrow cleansing pill cleans the tendons and marrow of the 10 maids and Zhu Zhu, a large amount of waste and impurities in the body are discharged from the body. After a while, the 10 maids and Zhu Zuqing were covered with a layer of black dirt, and the whole person looked almost like a non-African. Time passed in a flash for nearly 3 hours. The spiritual product marrow cleansing pill has an extremely powerful effect on cleaning the tendons and marrow, but it takes a long time. As time went by, the odor in the hall became stronger and stronger. Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuran finally couldn't stand it anymore and left the castle to go for a walk outside, while Bai Ji quietly waited for the girls with the breath-holding secret method in the 9-yen manual, waiting for the effect of the marrow cleansing pill to end. A few more hours passed, and it was already dusk. Accompanied by waves of violent soul power fluctuations, the girls finally woke up one after another. I broke through level 5. I broke through level 6. I broke through level 8. Surprised voices continued to ring. I broke through level 10. A calm voice with suppressed excitement suddenly broke the excitement of the other 9 little maids. It was Hollow. After taking the spiritual grade cleansing marrow pill, in addition to improving her qualifications, the powerful medicinal power of the spiritual grade cleansing marrow pill also allowed Hollow to break through from level 8 to level 10 in one fell swoop, entering the realm of a preparatory soul master. Wait, do you smell anything? A somewhat puzzled voice asked. It seems to be some smell, coming from us. After coming back to their senses from the excitement, the girls suddenly found that they were covered with a layer of black dirt all over their bodies, and an unspeakable odor continued to emanate from the dirt, which frightened the girls so much that they were immediately shocked. These are the impurities discharged from your body after washing your tendons and marrow. Go take a bath. Bai Ji sat up from the sofa and said with a smile. Hearing Bai Ji's words, the 10 little maids immediately got up from the ground, ran back to their rooms one by one, picked up the clothes they wanted to change and ran to the bathroom. There are small independent bathrooms and large public bathrooms in the castle, all of which have enough hot water, so although 10 little maids ran into the bathroom at once, it was not a big problem. After the 10 little maids left, Zhu Zuqing also stood up a little unnaturally, covering her face with her hands, and gently moved towards the corridor behind the hall. Seeing that Zhu Zuqing, who was always cold, could still look so cute like now, Bai Ji couldn't help but feel very interesting in his heart. Zuqing, do you want to change clothes? Seeing that Zhu Zuqing was about to leave the hall, Bai Ji suddenly asked. I do. Zhu Zuqing's voice sounded coldly mixed with shame and anger. After realizing that she had been discovered, Zhu Zuqing immediately covered her face with her hands, rushed into the corridor in shame and anger, and ran towards the bathroom, which made Bai Ji laugh. Chapter 255, Giving Longing Dew, Spirit Eyes Evolved, 1/4. After the girls finished bathing, it was already dark. Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuran took the Bluebird Ziobai to stroll around the Tiandu Imperial City, and returned to the castle after dark. Not long after, Ye Lingling also came back. After bathing, several maids took out several incense burners and lit incense in the hall. After more than half an hour, when Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuran came back, the odor in the living room had almost dissipated, and Ye Lingling did not notice anything unusual. 10 maids prepared dinner. After dinner, Bai Ji did not return to the room immediately, but found Spirit Eyes. Master, do you have anything to tell me? In the quiet room, Ling Mao asked expectantly. Don't worry, it's not a bad thing. Bai Ji smiled slightly. You know, among all of them, I am not optimistic about Hollow, but you. Me. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Ling Mao couldn't help but open his mouth. Do you know what the advantages of the body spirit and other spirits are? Bai Ji asked. I don't know. Ling Mao shook his head in confusion. Although the body spirit can't bring a strong physical fitness enhancement to the soul master like the beast spirit, nor can it be used as a weapon like the weapon spirit, the body spirit also has its own unique features, that is, it can be used by the soul master more easily, and it can make you more comfortable with the control of soul power. But this is not the most powerful part of the body spirit. The body spirit, the most powerful part is that there is a wonderful connection between them and your body. When the body parts corresponding to your martial soul are strengthened, your martial soul may also grow, and even finally usher in a second awakening, or it can be said that the martial soul evolves. After the martial soul evolves, the quality of your original martial soul will be greatly improved, and you may even have some special abilities. The difficulty of the transformation of the original martial soul depends on the importance of the original martial soul. For example, May and Robin, their martial souls are arms and legs. Although they are important, they are not so indispensable to the body. So although they may be higher than you in terms of innate soul power, they are not as good as you in terms of potential. As for you, Linglong and Sayori, your martial souls, in terms of potential, Linglong should actually have the highest potential. After all, people can still live without eyes, and can barely survive with a disabled body, but what about the heart? If the heart is gone, the person will die. So Linglong has the greatest potential among the 5 of you. But unfortunately, the heart spirit can only be used as a control or auxiliary, and it is difficult to train it as an attacking spirit master. In my opinion, Linglong's personality is more suitable for assistance, so I decided to develop Linglong into an auxiliary spirit master, and I plan to train Sayori into a defensive spirit master. As for you, although your spirit, the 7-colored spirit eye, may not look as good as Sayori on the surface, your spirit eye is a spiritual spirit, so in fact, your body spirit has a brain in addition to the eyes, but compared to the brain, the image of your spirit is only the eyes. And the eyes may only be useless as an auxiliary spirit master in your eyes. After all, there are still too few spiritual spirit masters now, and there are no famous spiritual spirit masters. But in fact, if you can develop into a spiritual spirit master, your development potential is immeasurable. Now your spirit may not have attack power, and the spiritual attribute is not shown, but if your spirit ushered in a transformation and stimulated your spiritual attribute, your spirit eye spirit can fully show extremely powerful combat power. Because your spiritual power is too weak at the beginning, you can't be an attack type soul master, but only a control type soul master. But when you grow up and your spiritual power becomes stronger, although you are a control type soul master, your attack system will not be lacking. Once, I heard about a person who has a spirit eye martial soul like you. His name is Huo Yuhao. His innate soul power is the same as yours. He also carries a blood feud, but he did not give up. In the end, through hard work, cheating, he became a god. I hope you can also grow up with a spirit eye martial soul. Not to mention becoming a god, but I hope you can also become a titled Douluo. This is my hope for you. Looking at Lingmu, Bai Ji said earnestly. Master. After listening to Bai Ji's words, Lingmu was so moved that she sobbed softly. She never thought that Beg actually had such great expectations for her. Okay, don't cry. Seeing the little maid so moved, Bai Ji was also a little amused. His words were not meant to comfort or encourage, but were true. He took out the immortal product Wangchuan Kaishula from the space ring. This is a green herb with no flowers. There are only 3 snow-white curled leaves on the top of the herb. In the leaves, there are several crystal-clear water droplets like pearls. This is... Seeing the Wangchuan Kaishulu in Bai Ji's hand, Lingmu wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and asked curiously. This is the immortal product Wangchuan Kaishulu. The main medicine used in the spiritual product Ziswitten that I refined for you before is also such an immortal product. Bai Ji smiled slightly and explained. Master, are you going to give it to me? It's too precious. Hearing that Bai Ji seemed to want to give her the hope dew, Ling Mao was touched but also a little ashamed, so she couldn't help but refuse. Take it, this is what I prepared specially for you. The hope dew is not a fairy product that can be used to improve strength. Its function is specifically for the eyes. Taking it may make your Ling Mao martial soul evolve and stimulate the spiritual attributes of your martial soul. Bai Ji touched the little maid's head and smiled. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Ling Mao hesitated for a moment, but still took the hope dew. The way to take the hope dew is not to eat this fairy product, but to take the spiritual liquid beads in the white grass leaves of this fairy product. Looking at Ling Mao, Bai Ji reminded. Well. Hearing Bai Ji's reminder, Ling Mao nodded, raised the hope dew in his hand, and poured the spiritual liquid beads in the snow-white grass leaves into his mouth. After drinking the spiritual liquid beads, the hope dew withered and turned into ashes, and Ling Mao hurriedly sat cross-legged on the ground and began to refine the medicinal power of the hope dew. As a burst of 7-color light flashed, a pair of 7-color eyes emerged from Ling Mao's body. As Ling Mao refined the medicinal power of the Hope Dew, the seven-color eye martial spirit kept blooming with dazzling seven-color light. Looking at Ling Mao, Bai Ji also felt a little emotional. He originally intended to use this Wangchuan Kaya Shui Du for himself, but after breaking through the fourth level of the changing heaven and earth art and nurturing spiritual power, Bai Ji found that he no longer needed to take the Wangchuan Kaya Shui Du. Because the reason why Bai Ji planned to take the Wangchuan Kaya Shui Du before was to try to use the Wangchuan Kaya Shui Du to break through the subtlety of the purple extreme demon pupil and enter the GZI, and master the spiritual power in advance. But after breaking through the fourth level of the changing heaven and earth art, Bai Ji had already nurtured spiritual power, and Bai Ji also found that spiritual power could actually enhance the purple extreme demon pupil and promote the practice of the purple extreme demon pupil. Even if he practiced slowly, he could also break through the GZI with the help of the changing heaven and earth art. It was too wasteful to take it now, so it would be better to take it when breaking through the vast realm in the future. But after meeting Lingmu, he learned that Lingmu's martial soul was actually the same Lingmu martial soul as Huogua and Do-er, so Bai Ji had the idea of cultivating Lingmu. Because if the spirit soul of Lingmu can grow up, it is really terrifying. In various movies, TV shows, and animations, pupil skills have always been one of the most powerful magical powers. After considering for a while, Bai Ji finally gave the Hope Dew to Lingmu, hoping that the little maid would not let this fairy product down. Although the little maid's spirit is also Lingmu, compared with Huogua, Lingmu does not have so many cheats, and only Bai Ji can rely on half of the cheat, so Bai Ji does not need Lingmu to be as powerful as Huogua, and being able to become a titled Douluo is enough. As time went by, Lingmu's transformation was finally completed. After taking back the spirit, Lingmu suddenly opened his eyes, and a seven-color light flashed through Lingmu's eyes. Chapter 256 Spiritual Product Breath Retaining Pill, Breath Blockage. 2/4. What's going on? Seeing the little maid open her eyes, Bai Ji couldn't help but ask with concern. My martial soul seems to have evolved. Now I seem to have awakened some very special power. Even if I close my eyes, I can see the surroundings, although it is black and white. Lingmu said excitedly. Congratulations, this is what I call spiritual power. Beg smiled. Your martial soul has evolved. With the spiritual cleansing pill I gave you before, your future cultivation speed should not be inferior to that of soul masters with innate soul power at level 7 or 8. Thank you, Master. It is really our honor to meet you. After hearing Beg's words, Lingmu suddenly choked up. What's wrong? Beg was a little panicked. Nothing, Lingmu is just very moved. If we hadn't met the Master, we would have become playthings of the nobles, raised in the palace as vases, and lived a life like slaves. But because of the Master, we can not only move freely, but also become soul masters. This is something we dare not even think about. Thank you very much, Master. Lingmu blinked her red seven-color eyes and smiled gently. You are my maids, I am your master, I must treat you well, so that I can exploit you. Bai Ji smiled and said. Okay, it's getting late, you go back and rest. Yes, Master, you should rest early too. Ling Mao nodded and said. Yes. Seeing Ling Mao leave the quiet room, Bai Ji also returned to the room. Maybe because he had said all his thoughts last time, this time, Zhu Zuqing did not come to attack at night. So he slept until dawn. The next day, he brought Ning Rongrong, Meng Yuran, Zhu Zuqing and Ye Lingling to Shrek Academy. Seeing that Bai Ji actually brought 4 beauties in, there was another wave of envious and jealous eyes in the classroom. And seeing that Zhu Zuqing was actually with Bai Ji, Daimyo Bai's eyes were a little complicated, but he returned to normal after a while. After class, Bai Ji stopped Tang San and Xiao Wu. I have something to tell Xiao Wu. Let Tang San wait on the side. Bai Ji took Xiao Wu aside. Bai Ji, what do you want? Xiao Wu asked in a strange way. Here is for you. Bai Ji took out a jade bottle from his space ring and handed it to Xiao Wu. What is this? Xiao Wu asked in confusion. The one inside is the breath-retaining pill, which I made with the immortal great acacia heartbroken red that I asked you to pick. After taking it, no titled Douluo will be able to discover your true identity in the future. Bai Ji said. Really? Xiao Wu was a little unbelievable. There is a probability of more than 70% being useful. Take it and take it early. There are about 2 months before the Elite Exchange Tournament of Soul Masters of the Continental Academy will begin. In the preliminaries, the Spirit Hall should not send out powerful soul masters, but the finals will be held on the territory of the Spirit Hall. At that time, the Pope of the Spirit Hall will come to watch the game. If your identity is discovered, it will be dangerous. Bai Ge warned. Yeah, I understand. After listening to Bai Ge's, Xiao Wu's expression became serious. After handing the spiritual grade breath-resisting pill to Xiao Wu, Bai Ge took Ning Rongrong and the other two girls and left Shrek Academy. Now he has refined hundreds of bottles of top-grade pills, and the reserves of mid-grade and low-grade pills have also been stored a lot, nearly 100,000 bottles, and it is time to start promoting the name of the pill pavilion. Xiao Wu, what did Bai Ge want to talk to you about just now? Seeing Bai Ge leave, Tang San asked with some confusion. Nothing, just some things related to dancing, nothing important. Xiao Wu smiled as if nothing happened. Oh. Although he felt that Xiao Wu was hiding something, since Xiao Wu didn't want to answer, Tang San would not ask, but just wrote it down. After lunch, the two returned to the dormitory area of Shrek Academy, but Xiao Wu did not practice with Tang San this time, but returned to the dormitory on the pretext of being a little tired. After Ning Rongrong, Meng Yuran and Zhu Zuqing all went to Bai Ge's place, Xiao Wu was the only one living in the dormitory now. Sitting slowly on the bed, Xiao Wu took out the small jade bottle that Bai Ge had given her before, and poured out the spiritual product Yingxi Dan in the jade bottle. Looking at the white pill with a trace of red lines in her hand, Xiao Wu couldn't help but think of the past. She was not actually a human, but a 100,000-year-old soft bone rabbit living in the core area of the Xingda Great Forest. She lived with her mother, the Azure Bull Python Daming and the Titan Giant Ape Erming. Although her life was not as colorful as it is now in the human world, it was also plain and warm. But one day, a sudden bad news suddenly fell on her head. That day, she was still playing in the core area as usual, but suddenly heard a huge noise coming from the core area. When she arrived, there was only her mother and the corpse of a 10,000-year-old holy magic ape in front of her. Not far from her mother's body, a woman dressed elegantly was absorbing her mother's soul ring under the protection of several humans. Seeing the scene in front of her, Xiao Wu's blood froze all over her body. She stepped back a few steps blankly and accidentally broke a branch. Her movement alarmed the humans not far away, but because they wanted to protect the woman from absorbing the soul ring, the humans did not dare to chase her, so she successfully escaped. But since then, she has made up her mind to go to the human world. Although she didn't know the soul master who killed her mother, the soul master who could kill her mother should at least be a titled Douluo among humans. The rarity of titled Douluo among humans is the same as the rarity of 100,000-year soul beasts to ordinary soul beasts. As long as she lives in the human world, one day she will be able to find the murderer who killed her mother, but even if the 100,000-year soul beast transforms into a human, it is not absolutely safe, because before breaking through level 60, it is easy for the titled Douluo to discover its identity. If this spiritual product breath-resisting pill is really as magical as Bai Ge said, then she will no longer have to worry about being discovered by humans. Looking at the snow-white spiritual pill with a trace of blood in her hand, Xiao Wu took a deep breath and slowly put it into her mouth. An amazing spiritual energy suddenly burst out from her body, and along with the spiritual energy, there was also a special power flowing through her body. Xiao Wu began to slowly refine the energy brought by the pill, and at the same time, a small pink soft bone rabbit also emerged from Xiao Wu's body. As the pill was refined, the pink soft bone rabbit burst into a snow-white jade light, and in the snow-white light, there was a trace of blood-red light that kept flowing on the soft bone rabbit's martial spirit. Gradually, Xiao Wu's momentum became weaker and weaker. Finally, as the medicinal power of the pill was refined, Xiao Wu slowly opened her eyes. My breath! Although her strength had only broken through to level 40, Xiao Wu was surprised to find that her breath had not leaked at all. The faint blood-colored energy seemed to form a tough energy film in her body, completely locking the breath of her soul beast in her body. Thank you, Bai Ge. Thinking that she would no longer have to worry about being discovered, Xiao Wu could not help but say this silently in her heart. Chapter 257, Dan Pavilion opens, Shui Qinghe's request for help, 3/4. The next day, after a day, Dan Pavilion was ready for opening. The glass counters on the second, third and fourth floors of Dan Pavilion were already filled with different kinds of elixirs, and incense and other things were placed in the quiet room. In the warehouse, hundreds of thousands of bottles of elixir reserves were also ready. Because Bai Ji was currently only planning to target some forces in Tiandu Imperial City, hundreds of thousands of bottles of low and medium-grade elixirs were enough, and if not enough, he could refine more. Although Bai Ji did not refine many high-grade elixirs were also top luxury goods to some extent. The more valuable something is, the less it is, the more precious it is. The next day, Bai Ji sent out the invitation letter. Bai Ji did not send invitations to many forces. In addition to Xue Qinghe, who had been promised before, there were also Blue Lightning Tyrant Clan, Four Elements Academy, Tiandu Royal Academy, Shui Family, Huo Family, and other forces. As for the Spirit Hall, Bai Ji also sent an invitation letter, but only to the Spirit Hall of Tiandu Imperial City. Almost as if the invitations were sent out in the morning, all the major forces sent people in the afternoon. However, the Dan Pavilion has just started, and the reserves of elixirs are limited. In order to maintain its status and to promote the reputation of the elixirs, Bai Ji chose to limit the purchase, and each force can only buy a maximum of 1,000 bottles of each elixir. However, despite this, the forces that came in droves still quickly swept away most of the elixir reserves of the Dan Pavilion. Bai Ji could only ask Shi Yan and other alchemists to continue to speed up the refining. And just in the evening, a familiar figure came to the Dan Pavilion. Your Highness! Seeing the figure that suddenly came, Bai Ji was a little surprised. What, Your Highness? Just call me Brother Xue. Xue Qinghe, who walked into the Dan Pavilion, still smiled gently. Okay, Brother Xue. Bai Ji didn't pay too much attention. Why did Brother Xue suddenly think of coming to me? After inviting Xue Qinghe to a reception room, Bai Ji picked up the teapot on the coffee table and brewed a cup of tea for Xue Qinghe, and then brewed a cup of tea for himself. Then he sat opposite Xue Qinghe and slowly picked up the tea. Bai Ji asked. I have been in the fiefdom before. It was only after my subordinates informed me that I knew your Dan Pavilion had opened, so I came to see it specially. Xue Qinghe slowly took a sip of tea and smiled. Brother Xue, haven't you asked anyone to buy the elixir yet? Bai Ji frowned. I have asked someone to buy it. This time I came to ask you a question. Xue Qinghe shook his head and said softly. Question, what question? Bai Ji asked with some doubts. I have started to recruit soul mentors, and have also started to implement what you said before in my fiefdom to train civilians and select talents from civilians, but I found that no civilians seem to be willing to go to the academy I set up, and the nobles in my fiefdom are also making trouble for me when they know that I want to bypass them to select talents. I can understand that the nobles exclude me, but why are the civilians unwilling to go to my school? I have chosen to teach them knowledge for free. Xue Qinghe was very puzzled. Free. But hearing what Xue Qinghe said, Bai Ji smiled. Brother Xue, although you have exempted their education expenses, you have not solved their future. Bai Ji shook his head and said. Future. You let them receive education, and then what? Did you say how you would arrange for them after they graduate? No. For so many years, the atmosphere in our Douluo continent has been that everything is inferior except for the soul master. As long as you become a soul master, you basically don't have to worry about your life. Although not every civilian can become a soul master, their descendants theoretically have the possibility of becoming soul masters, so all civilians have always developed an idea, that is, give birth. On the day when the child awakens the martial spirit at the age of 6, if the martial spirit cannot be awakened, ordinary civilians will begin to train the child into a labor force. When the child is 13 or 14 years old, they will begin to arrange marriages for the child, and then wait for the next generation to see if he can become a soul master. This is already the consensus of almost all civilians. Brother Xue, if you want civilians to send their children to your academy, you must first give them hope. If they let the child go to your academy, how will you arrange the child in the future? Only when they understand that following you is beneficial, will they follow you. Otherwise, you just say that you will educate their children for free, but in the future, they will have no place to use their skills after education. It is better for them to go home to farm and continue to train the next generation. Maybe they can become a soul master. Bai Ji smiled lightly. Then what should I do? Xue Qinghe asked seriously. Your Highness, you should have an industry, right? Bai Ji asked. Yes, there are shops, restaurants, and hotels. Xue Qinghe nodded. Then it is easy to solve this problem. Bai Ji smiled. As long as you publicize that your industry will only recruit students who graduate from this academy as employees, then those civilians will naturally send their children to the academy. In the academy, you only need to grade the classes and add a service management course and a cooking training course. For some students who study well, you can transfer them to different classes according to their talents and train them with special teachers. As for some students who study poorly, you can train them to become waiters and chefs in your hotels and restaurants in the future. Anyway, those civilians send their children here for this. You just meet their requirements and give them hope. That's all. Hope? I know. He nodded thoughtfully. But what should I do with those nobles? I used to rely on them to govern the territory. If they find out that I train civilians, they will definitely not agree. Now I can't do without them to govern the territory. What should I do? He asked again. Are they soul masters? Bai Ji asked. No, they are just ordinary little nobles. He shook his head. Then what are you afraid of? You are the prince. If they are big nobles, I can understand that you are afraid of me. They are just some small nobles. If anyone makes trouble, you can just bring people to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. I guess they will behave themselves after cleaning up a few guys. Bai Ji waved his hand and said. Is that so? Am I still too kind? Hearing Bai Ji's words, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Although he learned a lot of strategies for governing the country, he learned more about how to govern the empire together with the nobles and soul masters. In the Tiandu Empire, the power of soul masters is deeply rooted, while the nobles and soul masters can be said to be interdependent. However, the Tiandu royal family does not have absolute military force to suppress the extraordinary forces of the country, and the current situation has been formed over time. But what he wants to do in the future is not to govern the world together with the nobles and soul masters. The existence of the nobles cannot be said to be unreasonable, but as Bai Ji said before, it is too dull. Civilians must participate in the competition, so that new vitality can be brought to the country. Bai Ji, thank you for your doubts. After thinking about the problem, he stood up and saluted Bai Ji. You're welcome. It's my honor to help His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Bai Ji returned the salute. After thanking, he left. Looking at He's back, Bai Ji felt a little nervous and a little expectant. He didn't know what kind of changes his actions would bring to this continent. Chapter 258 Getting on the Right Track, 2 months of development. 4/4. After Dan Pavilion officially opened to the public, with the passage of time, the development of Dan Pavilion gradually got on the right track. The three families, the Douluo family of the Bailan family, the Ye family of the Juxin Haitang family, and the Longxi family, have already had a deep foundation after years of development. With the help of the three families, the development of Dan Pavilion does not require Bai Ji to do everything himself, as long as he grasps the general direction. However, as time goes by, the day of the All-Continental Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Tournament is getting closer and closer. When there is more than a month before the start of the All-Continental Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Tournament, the Master finally started preparations to conduct special training for everyone. The content of the special training is very simple, mainly combat training, then tactical arrangements, and finally cooperating with Bai Ji's medicinal diet and elixir training. Because of Bai Ji's influence, the original Shrek 7 Devils team has now become the Shrek team, from the original 7 people to the current 10 people. In addition to Bai Ji, there are also Meng Yuran and Ye Lingling. Although Ye Lingling joined the Shrek Academy the latest, the 9-Heart Haitang martial soul evolved into the 9-Spirit Haitang. In addition to the healing ability of the 9-Heart Begonia, the 9-Spirit Begonia also has the effects of soul recovery, physical recovery, and mental recovery. It can be said that it perfectly makes up for the defect that Ning Rongrong's 9-Treasure Glazed Tower only has the ability to increase but not the ability to recover. The Master will naturally not let go of Ye Lingling, a perfect auxiliary player, but after Ye Lingling came, Oscar has been somewhat benched. The reason is very simple. Although Oscar is now a 42nd level Soul Master, among Oscar's 4 soul skills, the Recovery Sausage, the Detoxification Sausage, the Flying Mushroom Sausage and the Excited Pink Sausage, the Recovery Sausage plays a major role in the battle. However, the Recovery Sausage is at a disadvantage compared to Ye Lingling's 9-Spirit Begonia. If Ye Lingling's martial soul is still the 9-Heart Begonia, Oscar can still compete with the 9-Heart Begonia with the Flying Mushroom Sausage and the Excited Pink Sausage. However, Yelingling's martial soul, 9 heart begonia, has evolved into 9 spirit begonia. In addition to the enhanced healing ability, it also has the effects of soul recovery, physical recovery, and mental recovery. This can bring much more help to everyone on the battlefield than Oscar. In a battle, 2 auxiliary soul masters are already the limit, so after Yelingling joined, Oscar's importance and role were undoubtedly greatly reduced. For Yelingling's joining, Oscar was a little depressed after discovering that his role was replaced, but he was not a petty person. So Oscar was more happy than depressed about Yelingling's joining. After all, with Yelingling's joining, the Shrek team was undoubtedly more powerful. And although Yelingling made Oscar no longer so indispensable in the team, it did not mean that Oscar had no chance to play. In fact, Oscar's flying mushroom sausage and excited pink sausage could also be used as the core of tactics if used well. Because of Bai Ge's influence, almost everyone in the Shrek team has broken through level 40, and their soul power is 2 or 3 levels higher than in the original work. Among them, Bai Ge is already a level 54 Soul King, Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuran are both level 44 Soul Sect, Zhu Zuqing is level 43, and Yelingling is level 41. Tang San and Xiaowu are level 44 Soul Sect and level 43 Soul Sect respectively. Unlike the previous one, Xiaowu had already taken the Heartbroken Love Red this time, although it was the Heartbroken Love Red that had been refined into a pill. According to the grade of the Heartbroken Love Red, if Xiaowu took it, she should have been able to improve her cultivation by at least 10 levels, but because the Heartbroken Love Red had been refined into a spiritual grade breath-resisting pill by Bai Ge, most of the medicinal power of the Heartbroken Love Red turned into a tough energy membrane that blocked the soul beast aura in Xiaowu's body, making it impossible for any strong man of any level to distinguish Xiaowu's true identity, so the remaining medicinal power only improved Xiaowu's cultivation by 2 levels. Daimyo Bai did not take the soul-boosting pill immediately when Bai Ge gave it to him, but put it away. More than a month ago, Daimyo Bai broke through the 40th level through his own practice. After hunting the 4th soul ring, Daimyo Bai took the soul-boosting pill and his cultivation level directly broke through from the 41st level to the 45th level. As for Oscar and Ma Hongjun, after taking the Shengling pill, one of them raised his cultivation to level 39 and the other to level 37. After nearly 4 months of unremitting practice, one of them raised his cultivation to level 42 and the other to level 41. Because the Advanced Soul Master Academies participating in the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Competition are basically the well-known Advanced Soul Master Academies of the 2 empires on the continent. Although they know that Bai Ge has broken through the level 50 Soul King, and everyone in Shrek has basically reached the Soul Sect realm. According to the situation of the previous several All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange competitions, the current Shrek team is not the first, but it should at least be ranked in the top 3. However, in order to prevent his own strength from being seen through at once, the master still recruited 2 soul masters from the original Blue Tyrant Academy as substitutes. The 2 substitutes recruited by the master are Tai Long, who is an old acquaintance of everyone. When Tai Long was recruited, Tai Long had reached the 38th level of Soul Master. Although he was not as good as everyone else, he was still a good player in the Advanced Soul Master Academy. The other substitute was an auxiliary Soul Master named Zhang Zhu. According to the information collected by the Master, the Shrek team basically has no opponents in the Tiandu Empire, so in the preliminaries, it is best not to play for Bai Ge, Ning Rongrong, Yelingling and Daimyo Bai, and even if they play, at most only 2 can play. Tai Long and Zhang Zhu will play in the preliminaries, as will Tang San. Tang San is still the tactical core, and Zhang Zhu replaces Ning Rongrong. Meng Yuran, Zhu Zuqing, Xiaowu, Ma Hongjun and Oscar will play according to the situation. During the special training time of more than 1 month, in addition to the complete success of the teams running in and tactical experiments, with the help of Bai Ge's medicinal diet and pills, everyone's strength has also improved to a certain extent. Of course, not everyone's strength has improved to a certain extent. For example, Bai Ge, Ning Rongrong, Meng Yuran and Zhu Zuqing have not improved and are still at the original level. However, Yelingling's soul power has increased by 1 level, from level 41 to level 42. Tang San and Xiaowu's cultivation levels have not changed, because they broke through not long ago. As for Daimyo Bai, because Daimyo Bai broke through to level 45 after taking the Shengling pill not long ago, the medicinal power in his body has not been fully digested. With the high-intensity combat training for more than a month, plus the assistance of the medicinal pills. In this more than 1 month, Daimyo Bai's strength has improved to a certain extent, and his soul power has increased from level 45 to level 46. Ma Hongjun and Oscar are the same. Their strength has also increased by one level, one from level 42 to level 43, and the other from level 41 to level 42. As substitutes, Tai Long and Zhang Zhu have also made some progress in strength. Tai Long broke through to level 39, and Zhang Zhu broke through to level 36. After the special training, there were only 3 days left before the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Competition. During these 3 days, the Master decided to take 2 days off, and on the last day he explained the rules of the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Competition and matters that need to be paid attention to. Chapter 259 Competition Rules and Matters Needing Attention, Shadow-Winged Snake. 1/4. The 2-day vacation ended quickly. During the 2 days of vacation, because the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Competition was about to be held, a large number of nobles from various cities in the Tiandu Empire and various cities in nearby kingdoms also rushed to the Tiandu Imperial City, waiting to watch the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Competition, a grand event held only once every 10 years. Because there was only 1 day left before the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Competition, according to the Master's previous request, in the evening, everyone returned to Shrek Academy and came to a meeting room in the reception building of Shrek Academy, waiting for the Master's arrival. And after everyone arrived, not long after, the Master also came over. "Are you all here?" Looking at everyone, after finding that everyone had arrived, the Master nodded and sat down with satisfaction. "Well, tomorrow the All-Continental Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Competition will officially begin. Next, I will tell you some of the All-Continental Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Competition. Rules and precautions. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me. First, let me talk about the origin of the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Competition. The All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Competition is also known as the All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Academy Competition or the Pan-Continent Advanced Soul Master Academy Competition. It is the largest scale martial arts competition in the Soul Master world, initiated and hosted by our Tiandu Empire and Xingluo Empire, and assisted by the Wuhan Hall. Since it is a competition, there must be rules, and there are several rules in the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Competition that you must abide by. The first is the age requirement for participating students. This actually does not need to be studied too much, because basically no academy will cheat on this matter, but as one of the most important requirements of the competition, I will still talk about it. For the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Competition, the age of the participating Soul Master Academy students cannot exceed 25 years old, and in order to unify the fairness of the battle, the official team members of each academy team are required to be 7. In other words, even if a team has more substitutes, at most 7 people can play in the game. Of course, you can also choose to play fewer players, but definitely not more. The second is the essence of the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Competition. Since the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Competition has exchange in its name, it must be based on friendly competition, and it is necessary to avoid injuring opponents as much as possible, and death is not allowed. Once an opponent is killed, the Academy will not only bear the corresponding losses, but will also be expelled from the Soul Master competition and will not be allowed to participate 3 times. So by Ge, your ice, fire, thunder, and explosion must not be used lightly. As he spoke, the Master looked at Bai Ge. Bai Ge's ice, fire, thunder, and explosion possessed the 3 energies of extreme ice, fire and thunder at the same time, and was incredibly powerful. With Bai Ge's current Soul King level strength, Soul Masters below Soul King would almost certainly die once they were hit by ice, fire, thunder, and explosion, and Soul Masters of the same level would also die if they were not defensive Soul Masters and were in the state of martial soul possession. If they did not enter the state of martial soul possession, only Soul Masters who were 2 major realms higher than Bai Ge could barely withstand it with soul power alone, but it would not be easy, because in addition to its amazing power, ice, fire, thunder, and explosion also had 3 negative effects: freezing, burning and paralysis. I understand, teacher. Hearing the Master's words, Bai Ge also nodded. He also knew the power of his ice, fire, thunder, and explosion soul skills. Ice, fire, thunder, and explosion are extremely rare and uncontrollable soul skills. There is no cooling, and the power is amazing. Bai Ge did not intend to use it in the Elite Exchange competition of the All-Continent Soul Master Academy. Otherwise, not to mention the opponent, I am afraid that only a few teammates will survive in a game. The 2 rules I just mentioned are the most basic and the most rigid rules. Then there are some other rules that you also need to pay attention to. Although you will not be expelled if you violate these rules, once you violate them, you will be directly judged as losing the game. The first is that during the game, you cannot use any external objects. If you want to use them, you can only use the food made on the spot by the food type soul masters on the field. That is to say, whether it is Bai Ji's elixir or Xiao San's hidden weapon, you cannot use it. Then wrong, you can't bring your shadow-winged snake to the field, because if you are found, you may also be judged as violating the rules. The master looked at Ning Rong. After nearly 3 months, the phantom-winged snake that Bai Ji had given to Ning Rong had been hatched. The hatched phantom-winged snake looked somewhat similar to Douluo's 9-section jade, both of which were extremely small snakes. However, unlike the 9-section jade, the color of the phantom-winged snake was black, like black jade, but its eyes were similar to those of the 9-section jade, but not red, but scarlet. Not far from the head of the phantom-winged snake, there were 3 pairs of cicada wings of different sizes, almost invisible, but these 3 pairs of cicada wings were thin, but extremely tough, and the body of the phantom-winged snake was the same, stronger than fine steel. In addition to the above characteristics, the phantom-winged snake also has amazing speed and extremely strong poison. With the cicada wings on its body, the phantom-winged snake can also change direction in the air. When attacking, the enemy can only see a black shadow flashing by, and then be bitten, which is why the word shadow is included in the name of the phantom-winged snake. After hatching the phantom-winged snake, Ning Rong also gave it a name, called Xiao He. When the phantom-winged snake was hatched, Ning Rong was a little scared, but after getting familiar with the phantom-winged snake, Ning Rong fell in love with the phantom-winged snake. Not only did she put the phantom-winged snake into her sleeve, but she also let the phantom-winged snake coil around her wrist like a bracelet and wore it all day. Although the phantom-winged snake is a snake, the phantom-winged snake is actually very cute, just like the 9-section jade, and for auxiliary soul masters, the phantom-winged snake is indeed a very good bodyguard, so it is normal for Ning Rong to like the phantom-winged snake after getting familiar with it. Ah, can't I take Xiao He with me? Hearing the master's words, Ning Rong was a little surprised, but after thinking about it, Ning Rong also nodded and said, "Okay, master, I know. Okay, the last thing I want to tell you is the competition system of the competition." As he spoke, the master took out a piece of paper and placed it on the conference table. On the paper was a rough outline of the Douluo continent. Power distribution map. This is our Tiandu Empire, and this is our Tiandu Imperial City, this is the Xingluo Empire, and this is the capital of the Xingluo Empire, Xingluo City. Chapter 260 Complex Competition System, the competition begins. 2/4. In our 2 empires, there are about 200 high-level Soul Master Academies in total. Each academy has 1 place to participate in the competition, and each of the 2 empires has an official high-level Soul Master Academy, such as the Tiandu Royal Academy in our Tiandu Empire and the Xingluo Royal Academy in the Xingluo Empire. Because they are run by the royal family, these 2 academies have 2 places to participate in the competition. In order to save the face of the royal family, in the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Competition, the main team of the Royal Academy will directly advance to the preliminaries and enter the finals, while the vice team will participate in the preliminaries with us. The preliminaries will be divided into different areas. In our Tiandu Empire, all high-level Soul Master Academies that do not belong to other kingdoms and principalities will participate in the preliminaries in our Tiandu city area, and other kingdoms and principalities will also participate in the preliminaries in their capitals. Because our Tiandu Empire has a total of 4 kingdoms and 1 principality, our Tiandu Empire has a total of 6 preliminaries areas, and these 6 preliminaries areas will compete for 15 places to participate in the competition. However, because there are many high-level Soul Master Academies in Tiandu Imperial City, there are 5 places for Tiandu Imperial City to qualify. In other words, as long as we enter the top 5 in the Tiandu City division, we can enter the next stage, the finals. However, before the finals, the Soul Master Academies that qualify for the finals will have to go through a round of promotion matches. Unlike the preliminaries are conducted in a similar way to group battle souls, while the promotion matches are conducted in a similar way to single-player battle souls. If the preliminaries are to see the overall strength of a Soul Master Academy, then the promotion matches are to see the potential of a Soul Master, which is convenient for the two empires and the Wuhan Hall to recruit talents. The preliminaries adopt a points system. You will play against all the other Soul Master Academy teams drawn by lot except yourself. In the end, the academies represented by the top 5 Soul Master teams with the highest points will get the places to participate in the finals. This is to avoid the influence caused by the restraint of martial soul attributes. As for why, I will explain to you later. Anyway, you just need to know that the points system competition is for the fairness of the event. The promotion match adopts a defense system. Each Soul Master team sends out 7 Soul Masters to attack each other. The side whose champion is left on the field will win. The promotion match does not eliminate teams, but only determines the order of appearance in the finals. It may sound that the promotion match is unnecessary, but it is related to the privilege of a bye in the finals. The master said, but did not explain in detail. After the promotion match, it is the finals. There are 33 teams in the finals. In addition to the 30 teams that qualified from the two empires preliminaries, there are also the main teams of the 2 royal academies and the team of the Spirit Hall. These 33 teams will play in the knockout round. In the first round of the knockout round, the Spirit Hall team and the 2 royal academies will have a bye and enter the second round directly. The other teams will be eliminated in the first round to determine the 15 teams that enter the seeding match. Including the teams that have a bye in the first round, there are 18 teams that advance to the second round. This time, the 2 teams that ranked first in the promotion match of the 2 empires will have a bye and enter the next round directly, and the remaining 16 teams will be eliminated in the second round to determine the 8 teams that participate in the third round. In this way, there are 10 teams that enter the preliminaries and finals. This time, the second place in the promotion match of the 2 empires will have a bye, and the remaining 8 teams will compete to determine the 4 teams that enter the next stage. Because there are only 6 teams left after the third round, the third round of the competition is also called the top 6. After the top 6, only 6 teams remained. These 6 teams will enter the fourth round of elimination to determine the top 3. However, for the sake of fairness, the ranking of the top 3 teams needs to be determined through both individual elimination and team battles. Among them, the individual elimination match will be held first. The individual elimination match adopts a free-for-all elimination system. The 3 teams will each send 7 players to take turns to play. The team that remains on the field will enter the finals. The remaining 2 teams will fight in a team battle, and the winner will also enter the summary match. The last 2 teams will fight in a team battle to determine the final champion. After quickly explaining the competition system of the entire competition, the master also felt a little thirsty. He drank the tea in front of him in one breath. The master looked at everyone and asked, "Is there anything else you don't understand? If so, please say it, and I will explain it to you again." "No more, I understand everything." Everyone shook their heads. Although the competition system of the Continental Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Competition is very complicated, it is still a competition after all. As long as you work hard to win every game, there is no need to understand the competition system so clearly. Okay, I have finished what I want to say. Do you remember all the rules I mentioned before? After finishing what I was going to say, the master asked again. I've remembered it all. Everyone nodded again. That's good. The master nodded. But then, as if he remembered something, the master added, by the way, in the preliminaries, Bai Ge is not sure, but Rong and Lingling cannot play. You are the trump cards of our Shrek team, and you must hide them well. As for Mu Bai, try not to play, but you can play depending on the situation. The same goes for others, but Tailong and Jiangzhu will definitely play in every game in the preliminaries. You can discuss and decide on the other players, but it's best to hide your weaknesses. Because the master had revealed some rumors when rehearsing tactics before, everyone was not too surprised by the master's request. After all, according to what the master said, in the team of the Heaven Do Empire Soul Master Academy, they basically have no opponents. Their opponents are in the promotion games, in the finals, and in the finals. If they use all their strength in the preliminaries, wouldn't it be a bit too funny? The next day, the Tiandu Imperial City Division qualifiers of the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Tournament officially kicked off. Because it was a continent-level Soul Master competition, this competition not only attracted the attention of the Soul Master world, but also attracted all those who had the spare energy to pay attention to this news. From princes and nobles to wealthy civilians, almost everyone who could watch the competition came to Tiandu Imperial City. Due to the influx of a large number of wealthy people, all the hotels, and shops in Tiandu Imperial City could make a lot of money during this period. On the days of the competition, Tiandu Imperial City would become much more lively and prosperous than usual, so this was also a grand festival for all the residents of Tiandu Imperial City. The Tiandu Imperial City Division qualifiers of the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Tournament was held in the Tiandu Grand Soul Fighting Arena in Tiandu Imperial City. As early as more than a month ago, the tickets for the opening ceremony of the competition had been sold out, and the Tiandu Grand Soul Fighting Arena had already made preparations in advance. Not only did it stop all soul fighting competitions, but it also renovated the interior of the soul fighting arena to accommodate more spectators. On this day, in the early morning, before the sun rose, all the audience who had grabbed tickets had already arrived in front of the Tiandu Great Soul Fighting Arena in advance. The audience did not want to enter the viewing venue in advance, but to watch all the young soul masters participating in the competition up close. The soul masters who can participate in the elite exchange competition of the Soul Master Academy of the whole continent are all the top of the major advanced soul master academies. In Douluo continent, soul masters are a special class above all classes, and soul masters who can participate in the elite exchange competition of the Soul Master Academy of the whole continent are the privileged class among the privileged classes. As long as the future does not fall, whether you join a soul master force or choose to become an aristocrat, you can achieve achievements that ordinary people look up to. The audience watched the young soul masters participating in the competition up close. Some of them wanted to witness the rise of a possible big man in the future, and some were young girls who wanted to marry the young soul master they liked, although few succeeded. Others were some nobles who wanted to pick up leaks and wanted to see if they could take the opportunity to recruit a few potential soul masters back to their fiefdoms. Chapter 261 Entering the Arena, God-Level Lottery Task 3/4. In the early morning, before the sun rose, the entire Tiandu Great Soul Fighting Arena was already crowded with people. As the teams from various advanced Soul Master Academies began to enter the arena, the atmosphere gradually became more heated. The arrival of each Soul Master team would attract cheers from the nearby onlookers. Wow, there are so many people! When they were about to arrive near the Tiandu Great Soul Fighting Arena, Xiao Wu was a little amazed at the sea of people not far away. It's okay. It's always like this when the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Competition is held. Meng Yuran said with some pride. Among the many students, only she and Ye Lingling watched the last All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Competition. Seeing everyone's amazed expressions, only she was calm and unsurprised, which made Meng Yuran a little complacent. Hey, Boss Dai, I heard that there seem to be many beautiful girls in Tiandu Imperial City who will choose soul masters as boyfriends here. Do you think I have a chance to be chosen? Rubbing his hands, Ma Hongjun said with some excitement. Come on, there are so many soul masters participating in the competition. With your appearance, I guess the girls would be blind to choose you. On the side, before Dai Mubai answered, Oscar had already hit Ma Hongjun, making Ma Hongjun a little embarrassed and angry. Xiao Ao, don't look down on me like that. After all, I am a talented soul master with a promising future. It's their loss to only pay attention to my appearance and not my inner self. Inner self? I'm not saying, Fatty, no matter how good your inner self is, if your outer self is not good, who will pay attention to your inner self? Oscar laughed. You. While Oscar and Ma Hongjun were playing around, Bai Ge couldn't help but shake his head feeling lucky. Original work in the film, when Shrek Academy took the field, everyone was wearing a shit green uniform with a weird Shrek pattern on it, which made everyone feel ashamed. But this time, because of his intervention, after the establishment of Dan Pavilion, Bai Ge solved the funding problem of Shrek Academy. When discussing the uniforms, Bai Ge directly took out a beautiful piece of clothing as the uniform, which avoided the impending bad luck. Otherwise, with Flanders' aesthetics, who knows what weird uniforms he would design. The uniform designed by Bai Ge is silver in color with blue lightning-shaped patterns, which is a commemoration of Lanba Academy. As for the emblem of the Academy, Bai Ge did not design it to look like the original green Shrek, but designed it to look like a golden slime with trumpet-shaped ears. Anyway, the record of Shrek in ancient books is just a monster with green skin and trumpet-shaped ears, but it does not say what it looks like. Instead of choosing an ugly green monster as a badge, wouldn't it be better to use a golden slime with trumpet ears as a badge? Wearing exquisite and handsome team uniforms, Oscar and Ma Hongjun walked in front with their heads held high, and the two of them searched for beautiful young ladies in the crowd around them with high spirits. But compared with Oscar, who was handsome and attracted the attention of many girls, Ma Hongzhen was almost ignored, which made Ma Hongzhen speechless and tears flow first. I knew it would be like this, why did I still walk with this bitch-faced guy, I was so stupid, really. Walking in the special passage specially provided for the contestants of the participating colleges, on both sides of the passage were the city defense troops who were on guard and maintaining order, and suddenly a voice came from not far away. Master, come on. Hearing the voice, Bai Ji turned his head and saw 10 little maids following Meng Shu, Chao Tianxiang and Marlena to watch. Seeing Bai Ji enter, the 10 little maids couldn't help but shout happily. Bai Ji smiled and waved at the maids' call. Seeing that Bai Ji actually had so many beautiful maids, the audience on the side was jealous. Oh my god, which Soul Master Academy is this guy from? He is too corrupt. He actually accepted so many maids. It's too hateful, envy. He is so corrupt, his strength must not be very good. A jealous audience member A said with envy and hatred. Brother, you are right. The noble students in the Advanced Soul Master Academy are all gilded, and their strength is weak. This guy is probably just here to make up the numbers. On the side, another audience member B who was also jealous also nodded in agreement and echoed. I say, you guys over there, what do you know? I'm afraid you will be scared to death by telling you about my master's strength. Sisters, let's cheer for the master together. Hearing the jealous words of the audience around her, Hollow, who has amazing hearing, was a little unhappy. After greeting the sisters around her, Hollow took out a silver flag from her storage soul guide. On the silver flag, there was a golden dragon-like embroidery. Master, come on. Master, come on. The other maids also took out their own flags, and then waved flags and cheered for Bai Ji. Oh my god, what's going on? But when he heard the voice and saw the actions of the maids, Bai Ji couldn't help but be a little stunned. Bai Ji was naturally very happy that the maids cheered for him, but what the hell was waving flags and cheering? It was too shameful. I say, Bai Ji, where did you get this maid? She is so well trained. If I can have a maid like this as my girlfriend, I would be willing to die. On the side, hearing the movement, Ma Hongzhen came to Bai Ji and said with some envy. Fatty, don't try to hit on my maid, or watch out for your third leg. Hearing Ma Hongzhen's words, Bai Ji couldn't help but glance at Ma Hongzhen, with a meaningful look in his eyes. Just talking after being said by Bai Ji, Ma Hongzhen suddenly felt his body tighten. After explaining quickly, Ma Hongzhen hurriedly ran to Oscar's side. When he came to Oscar's side, Ma Hongzhen breathed a sigh of relief. He was going to break his third leg, which was really terrifying. He entered the Tianda Great Soul Fighting Arena from the special passage. There were no more people outside in the Great Soul Fighting Arena. Now the Soul Fighting Arena has not officially allowed the audience to enter, so it is basically staff and participating Soul Master teams. Because they did not wear the eye-catching shit green team uniforms as in the original book, and although the team uniforms designed by Bai Ji were very exquisite and handsome, the team uniforms designed by other colleges were not bad, so the Shrek team was not so eye-catching among the participating Soul Master teams. After entering the fighting arena, Bai Ji and his team came to an area for contestants to rest, while the master took the information of the Shrek team to the registration office to register. Once the information of the contestants is registered at the registration office, unless there is a special situation, no more additions or substitutions will be allowed. The Lake team has a total of 12 members, and since there are no more than 14, it is within the scope allowed by the rules. After registering the information, you can enter the waiting area and wait for the upcoming opening ceremony. With the completion of the registration, after Shrek Academy officially signed up for the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Competition, the system that had not appeared in Bai Ji's mind for a long time finally issued a task again. However, this time the task is not a task with a fixed reward, but a phased task with different rewards depending on the completion of the task. First win, 1 bronze level lottery opportunity. First place in the preliminaries, 1 gold level lottery opportunity. First place in the promotion game, 1 gold level lottery opportunity. And winning the championship in the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Competition, the reward is a God level lottery opportunity. God level lottery opportunity? Bai Ji was a little stunned when he learned that winning the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Competition was another God level lottery task. After the novice task, this was the second time the system issued a task that rewarded a god-level lottery opportunity. However, compared to the King of Food, the difficulty of completing this god-level mission is much lower, but it is more commemorative. Although he had already made up his mind to win the championship, when he knew that the final reward of this mission was a chance to draw a god-level lottery, Bai Ji was undoubtedly more determined to win the championship. The elite exchange competition of Soul Master colleges across the continent? He will definitely be the champion of this competition. Chapter 262 Ning Fengzi's speech, which team do you favor? 4/4. After registering the information, everyone entered the waiting area under the guidance of the staff. In the waiting area, there were many other teams from other Soul Master colleges, but because the team of Tiandu Royal College, that is, the Royal Do team that Bai Ji and his friends were familiar with, did not need to participate in the preliminaries and could directly enter the finals, they did not see the Royal Do team in the waiting area. Another team that Bai Ji was more familiar with, that is, the Teng Shui group of Tian Shui College, might be because they were going to perform a dance soon, so they did not see the Teng Shui group in the waiting area. However, thinking of the dance that Teng Shuchuan might perform soon, Beg couldn't help but feel a little amused. After waiting in the waiting area for more than 10 minutes, the staff finally came to the waiting area and began to guide all the Soul Master teams to enter. As a large soul fighting arena located in Tiandu Imperial City, Tiandu's Soul Fighting Arena is far more luxurious than Soto Soul Fighting Arena in terms of decoration and internal space. If you can look down from the sky, the layout of the venue is actually somewhat similar to a stadium, but it is fully enclosed. The entire venue is in a ring shape, with the competition venue in the middle of the ring and the audience seats around it. However, in the competition venue, in addition to the venue for each Soul Master team to enter, there is also a high platform that looks like a circular soul fighting platform. The overall color is light blue, and on the high platform, there are countless soul guides that shine like neon lights, which are very gorgeous. Not far from the high platform, there is a higher platform, but this platform is not round, but square, and the area is also larger. This is the rostrum. Several super heavyweights including Emperor Shuiye sat on the rostrum, and behind the rostrum was the remodeled VIP area, where heavyweights such as the patriarchs of various sects or the patriarchs of large families sat, and of course there were also some nobles of relatively high status. When the teams of various Soul Master academies entered the venue, the host standing on the round stage was commenting on the teams of various Soul Master academies that entered the venue. Okay, now all our participating Soul Master teams have entered the venue. Now, please let our great Emperor Shuiye announce the start. After seeing all the Soul Master teams enter the venue, the host spoke loudly while directing the scene, directing the light of the movable lighting soul guide above the venue to the rostrum behind. And as the host said, the contestants and the audience seats at the venue could not help but turn their eyes to the rostrum. As the light of the lighting soul guide shone on the rostrum, the figures sitting on the rostrum suddenly appeared clearly in front of everyone. Sitting in the middle of the rostrum, in the highest ranking seat, was an old man wearing a crown. The old man had an old face, but he was very dignified, and he looked awe-inspiring. This was naturally the current emperor of the Tiandu Empire, Emperor Shuiye. On the left side of Emperor Shuiye, sat an old man who was even older than Emperor Shuiye. The old man was wearing a bright red robe and a golden crown, but it was a platinum crown. The old man's name was Saras, and he was a platinum bishop in the Spirit Hall, second only to the Pope. As for the person sitting on the right side of Emperor Shuiye, Bai Ji was very familiar with him. He was Bai Ji's cheap father-in-law, and Ning Fengzi, the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, the top force on the continent second only to the Spirit Hall. Hearing the host's words, Emperor Shuiye, who was sitting in the middle of the rostrum, stood up. After taking out a sound-amplifying soul guide from his storage soul guide, Emperor Shuiye slowly put the soul guide to his mouth, opened his mouth, and said loudly, "The preliminary competition of the Tiandu City Division of the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Competition is about to begin. I hope that all Soul Masters participating in this competition can give full play to their strength and get a good result. You are all the pride of the Empire. For the glory of the Empire, please show your style." The old but majestic voice of Emperor Shuiye sounded in the competition venue. Hearing the words of Emperor Shuiye, thunderous applause suddenly rang out in the venue. After speaking, Emperor Shuiye slowly sat down, and on the round stage, the host picked up his loudspeaker soul guide again and said loudly, "Next, please invite the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, Mr. Ning Fengzi, to give a speech for this competition. With a thunderous applause, Ning Fengzi stood up from the seat on the right side of Emperor Shuiyat. Unlike Emperor Shuiyat, Ning Fengzi did not take out any loudspeaker soul guide, but directly used his deep soul power to spread the sound to the entire venue. I am very happy to be invited as a guest of this competition. As the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, I have witnessed the growth of too many soul masters. I hope you can win glory for the Empire and your own academy. The Empire needs talents like you. Thank you. Ning Fengzi smiled and said some encouraging words as a speech, then turned around and sat down again. But after Ning Fengzi sat down, the host did not prepare to announce the next content, but looked at Ning Fengzi and asked, Master Ning, you are a powerful auxiliary spirit master. On behalf of the audience watching this game, I would like to ask you, which team do you think is the best among the 28 teams participating in our Tiandu City Division qualifiers? In addition to the Tiandu Royal Academy Team 1 that entered the finals as a seed team, I do have another team that I am very optimistic about. I think they not only have the ability to pass the qualifiers, but are also the favorites to compete for the championship in this All-Continent Spirit Master Academy Elite Exchange competition. As for which team it is, I will keep it a secret for now, but I believe that the champion of this competition must belong to the Empire. Ning Fengzi stood up again and answered the host's question with a smile, and then sat down again. However, compared to the confused faces of many audiences below the stage, who were speculating about the team that Ning Fengzi was optimistic about, on the rostrum, whether it was the Platinum Bishop Salus of the Spirit Hall, the Emperor Shuiyat, or the leaders of some sects and the patriarchs of some large families in the VIP seats in the back, they all had some speculations in their hearts. Because Bai Jie established the Dan Pavilion and subdued Douluo and Mengshu, this made the Dan Pavilion enter the eyes of various major forces for a time, and Bai Jie also entered the eyes of various major forces. As a force with two titled Douluo, although the Dan Pavilion was only just established, even the Spirit Hall did not dare to underestimate the Dan Pavilion, especially after the pills were sold. In the Spirit Hall, many senior executives actually coveted the pills of the Dan Pavilion, but because Mengshu was in charge of the Dan Pavilion, and there was Douluo in the Tiandu Imperial City. In addition, because the herb pill and the spirit pill were not known to the public, Pope Bibi Dong was unwilling to take action for the sake of the master, so the Spirit Hall did not move the pill pavilion in the end. However, this was only for now, and no one could predict the future. Because of their curiosity about Bai Jie, many forces collected information about Bai Jie, although because Bai Jie did not show his strength much, they could not get a good idea of Bai Jie's strength. However, after knowing that Shrek Academy had defeated a team of the Royal Fighting Team of the Tiandu Royal Academy in the Soto Grand Fighting Arena, everyone naturally had a guess about the team that Ning Fengzi was optimistic about, that is, the Shrek team. Whether it was the dazzling record of defeating the first team of the Tiandu Royal Academy, or Ning Fengzi's own daughter and son-in-law were both in the Shrek team, this made it possible that the team Ning Fengzi was optimistic about was the Shrek team. Chapter 263 My Tian Shui Girls Group Can Dance Any Dance. 1/4. As for the Shrek team, except for some big forces in Tiandu Imperial City, most civilians, small nobles and small families still don't know about it, so the audience around them immediately started to talk about Ning Fengzi's suspense. As for the team that Ning Fengzi is optimistic about, most of the audience still thinks that it is a team from some old-fashioned high-level Soul Master Academies in Tiandu Imperial City, such as Shenfeng Academy, Lidaing Academy, Xiangjia Academy, or Shiwo Academy. There are more guesses, and Tian Shui Academy is a little bit behind. It's a pity that we can't get the team that Master Ning is optimistic about from his mouth. Before the draw for the preliminaries, we still follow the convention and welcome the Tang Shui group from Tian Shui Academy to bring us a beautiful dance. It is worth mentioning that I heard that the dance brought by our Tang Shui group this time is something most of us have never seen. The host showed a mysterious smile and then raised the loudspeaker soul guide in his hand. Now, welcome our sugar water group to enter. As the host shouted, the colorful neon lights in the venue suddenly focused on one at the entrance of the passage. A group of beautiful girls wearing ice blue cheongsams embroidered with cloud patterns and the emblem of Tian Shui College walked out of the passage. Tang Shouchuan, it's Tang Shouchuan. Waves of excited screams continued to sound from the audience seats around. Miss Shui Binger, I love you forever. Come on Miss Shui Yuer. Come on Tang Shouchuan. Princess Swu is so high. Long live Tang Shouchuan. Excited Douluo star chasers kept shouting and cheering in the audience seats, and the atmosphere on the scene instantly became extremely hot. With the arrival of Tang Shouchuan, the atmosphere on the scene suddenly became more enthusiastic than when Emperor Shuya announced the start of the opening ceremony, which made a group of nobles watching in the VIP seats a little ashamed. After Emperor Shuya announced the start, all the participating Soul Master Academy teams came to their respective exclusive lounges under the guidance of the staff. Outside the exclusive lounge is a circular corridor. There are 4 such circular corridors, which divide the audience seats in layers. This is a place specially provided for contestants to watch the game. Because each circle of corridors corresponds to 8 exclusive lounges, and there are 32 exclusive training rooms in the 4 circles of corridors, which has exceeded the number of participating Soul Master Academies. There are 28 participating Soul Master Academies, so 4 exclusive lounges are redundant, and these redundant lounges are not wasted, but are booked out as VIP boxes. At this moment, all participating Soul Master Academy teams and the accompanying personnel who accompany the teams to prepare for the game have also walked out of the exclusive lounge and came to the circular corridor outside to watch the game. There are quite a lot of entourage members of the Shrek team. In addition to the leader, Master, Lu Erlong, Zhao Wuji, and Flanders are also here. On Bai Ji's side, in addition to Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang, 10 little maids also came to watch the game. Although Dan Pavilion is a little busy, according to the little maids, the master's first time must be won no matter what. As the Tang Shui group entered the venue from the contestant channel, not only the audience at the venue, but also many young Soul Masters from the Soul Master teams participating in the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Competition could not help but show their admiration for the beautiful girls of the Tang Shui group. Men always like versatile girls, and the girls of Tian Shui Academy are not only versatile, but also have excellent talents, strength, and looks. In Tiandu Imperial City, the Tang Shui group is not only famous in the civilian circle, but also in the Soul Master Academy circle. Do you remember the wonderful dance that a group of girls brought us at the opening ceremony of a hotel in our Tiandu Imperial City 3 months ago? I still remember that dance clearly. It was called Paradise, and the dance that our Tang Shui group brought us this time was the same new dance, called Peach Blossom Love Song, Everyone Welcome. The host held the loudspeaker soul guide and said loudly the lines that made Bai Ji want to laugh but dare not laugh. Let the Tian Shui girls group dance the house dance at the opening ceremony of the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Competition. Among the time travelers, is this a good operation? Oh my god, is this the Tang Shui group? They are all beauties. On the side, seeing the beauties of the Tang Shui group, Ma Hongjun still entered the stage of losing his mind when seeing beauties as usual, and began to drool. But Oscar and Dai Mubai on the side noticed what the host said. As for the Pure Land of Bliss mentioned by the host, there are probably few people in Tiandu Imperial City who know more than the 2 of them. Isn't this what Bai Ji came up with? The dance that the Tang Shui group wants to dance is related to the Pure Land of Bliss. Doesn't this mean that the Tang Shui group is likely to have met Bai Ji? Originally, I felt a little familiar with the clothes that the Tang Shui group wore, because one of the 10 kinds of clothing that Bai Ji originally ordered was a cheongsam, but the cheongsam that Bai Ji designed for the tailor shop to make was not ice blue, but a multicolor style similar to a kimono. However, because Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuran had worn it in Shrek Academy, they remembered it. Thinking of this, Dai Mubai and Oscar couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Why can they only go to brothels to find beauties, while Bai Ji always has beauties delivered to his door? This is so unfair. On the other side, under the viewing platform of the circular corridor, the girls of the Tang Shui group, led by Shui Binger, have come from the contestant channel to a place not far from the round stage where the host is. At this time, the host has already left the round stage and gave the stage to the upcoming Tang Shui group. Wearing ice blue cheongsams, showing off their sexy and tall figures, the girls of the Tang Shui group twisted their slender waists and walked step by step through the stairs to the gorgeous stage. As the Tang Shui group stepped onto the stage, the spotlights on the stage suddenly dimmed. After a few breaths, the gorgeous spotlights lit up again, and the girls of the Tang Shui group had already stood in formation. Swu came to the side, took out a loudspeaker soul guide and held it in her hand, while the other girls, led by Shui Binger, also posed. The familiar music slowly played, and Swu gently put the loudspeaker soul guide to her lips. In an instant, the song that Bai Ji was so familiar with resounded throughout the venue through the loudspeaker soul guide. I saw you, so I saw you. The sweet flowers are fragrant. I want to talk to someone. Dream a per thousand degree I 1/2 _. As Swa's singing sounded, following the music, the girls of the Tang Shui group began to move their bodies and danced the dance called Daowen Love Song. Although Daowen Love Song is a home dance, it may not seem solemn in some occasions, but the elite exchange competition of soul masters in the continent is originally a youth event, and the spectators are basically young people. In addition, the girls of the Tang Shui group are all young girls, so Daowen Love Song can be said to be just right. So as the girls of the Tang Shui group began to dance Daowen Love Song, listening to the beautiful music coming from their ears, although I don't understand it, it's good to listen to it. Watching the graceful dance of the girls of the Tang Shui group on the stage, the whole venue was suddenly ignited. In an instant, the venue couldn't help but rang with thunderous cheers and shouts, and various screams were heard, and the atmosphere on the scene reached its peak in an instant. Although no one can understand the songs of Peach Blossom Love Song, it doesn't matter. The songs are just carriers. The dance, music, and the emotions conveyed are the most important. This is just like most Chinese people who don't understand English and Japanese at all like to listen to English and Japanese songs. They don't listen to the songs themselves, but the tune and the emotions contained in the songs. At this time, all the audience in the venue are the same. Looking at the stage, the girls of the Tang Shui group wearing ice blue cheongsams danced the famous home dance of their previous lives. While enjoying the pleasure of cultivation, Bai Ji couldn't help but have more ideas in his mind. Should Shui Binger take the Tang Shui group to tour around the mainland in the future? Anyway, since the Pure Land of Bliss and Peach Blossom Love Song have been danced, can we also arrange for something like Majestic, Love Cycle, or New Treasure Island? Anyway, my Tian Shui girls group can dance any dance. Oh. Chapter 264, Draw Lots, or Fight Against Tiandu Team 2. 2/4. Although the Peach Blossom Love Song of the Tang Shui group ignited the entire venue, the entire Peach Blossom Love Song lasted only less than 10 minutes. Happy times are always short, and it didn't take long for the Tang Shui group to finish dancing the Peach Blossom Love Song. After finishing the dance, under the leadership of Shui Binger, the Tang Shui group returned to the formation when they stepped onto the stage. After bowing to the rostrum and the audience respectively, under the leadership of Shui Binger, the Tang Shui group left the stage in an orderly manner. Thanks to the Tang Shui group for the wonderful dance. Now, we will enter the third part of today's opening ceremony. Please invite the Master of the Wuhan Temple of Tiandu City, the Platinum Bishop of the Wuhan Temple, Lord Saras, to draw lots for the first round of the preliminaries. After the draw, we will proceed to the fourth part, which is also the last part of this opening ceremony. The second team of our Tiandu Royal Academy will compete with their opponents in the first round of the draw. This is also the only game today. Now I would like to invite Bishop Saras. As the Tang Shui group left, the host stepped onto the round stage again. After bowing in the direction of the Tang Shui group's departure, the host announced the third part of the upcoming opening ceremony and turned his eyes to the Platinum Bishop Saras. After the host announced the fourth part, the spotlight in the venue was once again focused on the rostrum, but this time it was not focused on Emperor Shui Yet or Ning Fengzi, but on the Platinum Bishop Saras. Hearing the host's words, Saras stood up slowly with an expressionless face and walked towards the round stage. On the other side, a group of palace maids also came to the round stage with a large black box and pieces of plagues printed with the emblems of each participating Soul Master Academy. When they came to the host, a palace maid put the large black box on the ground, and the other maids threw the pieces of plagues printed with the emblems of each Soul Master Academy from their trays into the large black box. After putting the plagues printed with the emblems of each Soul Master Academy into the large black box, the host picked up the large box with one hand and put the loudspeaker Soul Guide to his mouth with the other hand. Everyone, look, here are the tokens printed with the emblems of our participating Soul Master Academies. Now I will randomly shake the tokens in the box, and then Bishop Saras will draw lots for us. After saying that, the host began to shake the black box in his hand vigorously. After shaking it for nearly 10 seconds, the host handed the black box in his hand to Saras. Please invite Bishop Saras to draw lots. Yes. Saras nodded lightly and slowly stretched out his hand. In an instant, a powerful soul force suddenly poured into the black box. Under the traction of Saratha's soul force, 28 tokens printed with the names of the participating Soul Master Academies were pulled out in pairs, and one by one they whistled and shot to the ground not far away. Seeing Sarath show such a skill, the audience in the surrounding audience seats couldn't help but exclaimed one after another. However, this skill is only powerful in the eyes of ordinary people, but in fact, anyone with the strength of a Soul Master can do it. When Sarath put 28 tokens were grouped in twos and shot into the ground with soul power. The host immediately guessed what Sarath meant. Turning quickly to a position not far from the token where the badge and the name of the academy printed on the token could be clearly seen, the host put the loudspeaker soul guide to his mouth again and said, "Bishop Sarath has drawn the lot. Now I will read the academies that will play in the first round of the preliminaries." The second game of the first round of the preliminaries, St. Oslin Academy vs Flame Glory Academy. The third game of the first round of the preliminaries, Kanghui Academy vs Slat Academy. The fourth game of the first round of the preliminaries, Sark Academy vs Blazing Fire Academy. The first game of the first round of the preliminaries, Shrek Academy vs Tiendu Royal Academy. In the audience seats, on the third floor circular corridor, Bai Ji's face suddenly became strange when he heard that Shrek Academy was actually playing against Tiendu Royal Academy. In the original novel, Shrek Academy also seemed to be playing against Tiendu Royal Academy, but the butterfly effect caused by his intervention had obviously changed the situation of the first round of the preliminaries. At least the opponents faced by other academies in the first round had basically changed, and only Shrek Academy still played against Tiendu Royal Academy. Is this fate? Bai Ji thought strangely in his heart. No way, such a coincidence. Hearing the host on the round stage read that Shrek Academy's opponent in the first round of the preliminaries was actually Tiendu Royal Academy, Tang San couldn't help but show a little surprise on his face. Great, it's Tiendu Royal Academy, the last account hasn't been settled yet. This time we have to take revenge, teach this Tiendu second team a lesson in public, let everyone in Tiendu Imperial City know how powerful our Shrek Academy is. On the side, Ma Hongjun couldn't help but rub his hands. Come on, fatty, you want to show off on the field so you can pick up girls? That's a good idea, but I'm afraid it's not your turn to play in the first round of the preliminaries. Hearing Ma Hongjun's words, Daimyo Bai couldn't help but touch his chin and said playfully. Hey, fatty, I didn't realize you have such evil intentions. But in this round of preliminaries, you're probably going to be on the bench. Hearing Daimyo Bai's words, Oscar, as Ma Hongjun's bad friend, also laughed. On the stage, behind Shrek Academy, the host continued to announce the opponents of the remaining Soul Master Academies. Until the host finished the announcement, Sarath suddenly stepped forward and stood in front of the stage. I drew lots without falsehood. I can swear on the honor of the Spirit Hall. Then I have another thing to announce. This time, as long as the Soul Master students who pass the preliminaries and enter the finals, the Spirit Hall will make an exception and allow them to directly join the Spirit Hall. Hearing Sarath's words, most of the audience around did not understand, but all the Soul Masters and some nobles who came to watch the game could not help but exclaimed. As the top power that is not inferior to the two empires, and even slightly superior to the two empires, the Spirit Hall can be said to be the top existence of the Spirit Hall, except for the Pope Palace, which symbolizes the highest authority, and the Douluo Palace, which symbolizes the highest military force. Even if you look at the entire continent, only the Tiendu Imperial City and the Xingluo Imperial City have the Spirit Hall. Being able to enter the Spirit Hall for cultivation is definitely the top in terms of honor and welfare. But compared to the excitement of other Soul Masters, Bai Ji and the people of Shrek seemed calm, because no one planned to join the Spirit Hall, so Sarath's words naturally had no appeal in the eyes of everyone. Let's go, let's discuss the lineup for the game later. After listening to the host read out the results of the preliminary draw, Bai Ji waved his hand. The draw has ended, and the two teams will have 30 minutes to prepare, and then the first round of the preliminary round of the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Competition will officially begin. Although the Shrek team is much stronger than in the original book because of Bai Ji's intervention, no matter which 7 people are put on the field, they can easily crush the Tiendu second team, but this strength should be more of a trump card, rather than revealing it all in the first game. Because there is a certain grudge with the Tiendu Royal Academy, although this grudge only comes from Prince Swexing, and Prince Swexing has lost the management of the Tiendu Royal Academy because of Bai Ji's revenge, but the previous humiliation is not so easy to erase. This time, they faced the second team of Tiendu Royal Academy, which was a great opportunity for revenge in everyone's eyes. Although Bai Ji had avenged Shrek Academy before, it was Bai Ji who did it alone. Although it was very satisfying, it was still not as satisfying as revenge by himself. If they could crush the second team of Tiendu in front of tens of thousands of spectators from all over the Tiendu Empire, they could not only take the opportunity to avenge Tiendu Royal Academy and then Prince Swexing, but also make Shrek Academy famous and themselves famous. Thinking of the various benefits of fame, everyone couldn't help but rub their hands. Chapter 265, and Platoon and Tactics, Saratha's Fear. 3/4. Master, can I play? In the lounge, after finding that everyone disagreed with him playing, Ma Hung-jun couldn't help but turn his expectant eyes to the master. I said, I will leave the arrangements of this competition to you, and it will be decided by Bai Ji and Xiao San. It's okay if you want to play, as long as more than half of the people agree. The master waved his hand and said. Because of Bai Ji's influence, in the current Shrek team, Ma Hung-jun is not as important as in the original book, and because of the evolution of the martial spirit, the master's personality has also improved a lot, so the master did not show so ruthless when Ma Hung-jun wanted to play. Bai Ji, Tang San, Dai Lao Dai, Xiao Ao please, I really want to play. Ma Hung-jun's expectant eyes swept to everyone, and everyone was a little helpless when they saw Ma Hung-jun like this. Okay, you go. With everyone's consent, Ma Hung-jun's chubby face suddenly showed a full smile. Everyone, rest assured, I will not let our Shrek Academy down this time. With me, I will take action and I guarantee that we can easily solve the Tiandu Team 2 and let everyone know how powerful our Shrek Academy is and how powerful I, Ma Hung-jun, am. Although I, Ma, don't look very good, I am still very powerful. After seeing my strength, that pretty lady he. Ma Hung-jun patted his chest and promised, but at the end, the silver pervert smile that Ma Hung-jun showed still exposed his original purpose, leaving everyone speechless. Okay, then this time our Shrek lineup is Ma Hung-jun, Tai Long, Zhang Zhu, Zhu Qing, Tang San, Xiao Wu and Oscar. After discussion, Bai Ji finally formulated the lineup for the battle, with Tai Long, Ma Hung-jun and Zhu Zuqing attacking, Tang San cooperating with Xiao Wu to protect Zhang Zhu and Oscar, and Zhang Zhu and Oscar responsible for providing gains. Tai Long's strength of level 39 Soul Master is in line with the development direction of Pure Power Soul Master. In terms of strength, it is not inferior to ordinary strong attack Soul Master. Ma Hung-jun's Phoenix Evil Fire is amazingly powerful. Coupled with the flying ability of Phoenix Wings, his combat power is also very terrifying. As for Zhu Zuqing, after accepting Zhu Zuqing, Bai Ji also taught Zhu Zuqing the 9 Yin Manual, Spiral 9 Shadows and 9 Yin Divine Claws. With Spiral 9 Shadows and 9 Yin Divine Claws, Zhu Zuqing can basically sweep most Soul Masters of the same realm in terms of combat power. With the 9 Yin Divine Claws, the Netherworld Stab and Netherworld 100 Claws are used. Basically, the martial soul of the defense system Soul Master of the same level cannot withstand it. Zhu Zuqing's own speed of the Agile Attack System Soul Master plus the blessing of the Spiral 9 Shadows, it is almost impossible for a Soul Master of the same realm to exceed Zhu Zuqing's speed. With absolute speed and absolute attack power, even if Tai Long and Ma Hung-jun were not sent, Bai Ji felt that Zhu Zuqing could sweep the second team of Tiandu alone, but in order to hide his weakness, 3 people were naturally sent, so that basically everyone could hide some strength. After deciding who would play, the rest of the time was naturally spent discussing tactics. 30 minutes passed quickly, and as the host's voice came from outside the lounge, the game was about to begin. Come on! In the lounge of Shrek Academy, everyone gave their encouragement to Tang San, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing and others who were about to play. Don't worry, it's nothing. Ma Hung-jun waved his hand arrogantly. Led by Tang San, the 7 people left the lounge from the back and went down the stairs to the player channel on the ground floor, while the players like Bai Ji who did not play and the accompanying personnel entered the circular corridor from the front and watched the battle on the fighting spirit stage on the circular corridor. About a minute after Bai Ji came to the circular corridor, the host seemed to have received the news that both teams were ready, and slowly raised the loudspeaker soul guide in his hand. Okay, our 2 teams are ready, and now we are ready to have the first match of our preliminaries, with the Shrek team of Shrek Academy fighting against the second team of Tiandu Royal Academy. After speaking, the host suddenly made a gesture, and with the gesture of the host, the originally huge circular stage suddenly made a crackling sound, and the entire circular stage actually cracked, divided into a square fighting spirit stage and 4 semicircular viewing platforms, and the host was standing on a semicircular viewing platform. Now, let's invite our 2 teams to the stage. First the Shrek team. Standing on a circular viewing platform, the host shouted and directed the spotlight to an entrance. Following the host's voice, under the leadership of Tang San, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, Zhang Zhu, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Tai Long walked into the venue in an orderly manner. Because they did not wear the eye-catching shit green uniforms as in the original book, the Shrek team did not suffer discrimination as in the original book. Although it was not well known because Shrek Academy participated in the elite exchange competition of Soul Master Academy in the continent for the first time, the 7 people looked so imposing, and each of them looked the same. For example, Tai Long's tall and strong figure still looks very intimidating, and although Tang San has an ordinary face, he has a steady temperament. Then Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Zhang Zhu are also beauties, only Ma Hongjun has it was embarrassing. It was okay to be fat, but when he came in, he kept waving his hands around, as if he was very famous. It was a bit embarrassing. But although everyone looked strong, because Shrek Academy was not famous, there was still no audience cheering and applauding around, but a voice suddenly broke the silence. It was hollow. "Come on Shrek team!" Seeing that no one was cheering for Shrek Academy, Hollow, a wolf-eared maid with a straightforward personality, took out the flag with the 5 big characters of Shrek Academy printed on it from the storage soul guide and began to wave the flag and shout, and the other 9 little maids followed quickly. Unlike Lingmu, although Lingmu was steady, he was a little thin-skinned, while Hollow was very thick-skinned, or she didn't care about being embarrassed at all. "Come on Shrek team!" Following the shouts of the 10 little maids, several voices came from the circular corridor above. Bai Ji looked up and saw that it was Shui Binger who was leading the sisters around her to cheer for the Shrek team. Seeing that the people from Tian Shui College actually cheered for Shrek College, although they didn't know what the hell was going on, under the guidance of the star halo of Tang Shui Group, the audience around them couldn't help but follow and shout. "Come on Shrek team! Come on Shrek College!" The shouts on the field suddenly became extremely enthusiastic, which formed a sharp contrast with the previous coldness. When seeing the Shrek team appear, Platinum Bishop Saras couldn't help but suddenly leaned into Ning Fengzi's ear and said, "Master Ning, this should be the team you are optimistic about, right?" "Haha, since Bishop Saras said it is, then it must be." Ning Fengzi smiled gently, but beside him, Sword Douluo Chenexin couldn't help but frowned. However, Saras didn't care much about Ning Fengzi's answer. He just turned his head and saw the figures of Dragon Lord Meng Shu and Snake Lady Chao Tianxiang in the circular corridor where Shrek College was located, and Saras couldn't help but frowned. Although the Spirit Hall has no intention of attacking Dan Pavilion for the time being, the sudden emergence of such a force with titled Douluo and great development potential on the continent is a potential threat to the Spirit Hall's plan. Chapter 266, The Arrogant Captain of the Tiandu's Second Team, the situation reversed. 4/4. Originally, the round stage where the host was located did not have stairs, but as the stage separated, when the host was taken to one side by the separated semicircular viewing platform, the 4 stairs on the 4 sides of the square fighting spirit stage also slowly stretched out, each pointing to a passageway. After entering the venue, the 7 members of the Shrek team followed the passageway all the way to the stairs, and finally boarded the fighting spirit stage. After seeing the Shrek team had already appeared, the host raised the loudspeaker soul guide in his hand again and said loudly, "Next, please welcome the second team of our Tiandu Royal Academy to the stage." Following the host's words, the spotlights in the venue were immediately focused on another passageway. With the sound of footsteps, a group of boys and girls wearing light gold uniforms with the word Tiandu embroidered on their chests walked into the venue with their chests held high. However, unlike the Shrek team, because of the status of the Tiandu Royal Academy in the Tiandu Empire, even if only the second team of the Tiandu Royal Academy appeared, there was still a warm shout and cheering at the scene, which was much louder than the previous shouts and cheers for the Shrek team, and it also came much faster. However, most of the bigwigs sitting in the VIP seats shook their heads at the Tiandu's second team who looked proud. If the team that played was Tiandu Royal Team 1, although Tiandu Royal Team 1 had lost to Shrek team, the players of Tiandu Royal Academy 1 were basically top martial spirits. If they knew shame and were brave, they might be able to avenge their previous shame. Unfortunately, only Tiandu Royal Academy 2 played. Shrek Team 2 was basically doomed to lose to the team that even Tiandu Royal Academy 1 could defeat. Shui Binger and Shui Wu also shared the same idea with the big guys in the VIP seats. Although they were not clear about the situation of Shrek Academy, let alone the record of Shrek Team, they knew that Ning Rongrong and Bai Ji were the daughter and son-in-law of Ning Fengzi, the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. A famous person like Ning Fengzi must be very cautious in the training of his offspring and the selection of his son-in-law, so Ning Rongrong and Bai Ji were absolutely amazing. However, in this competition, Bai Ji and Ning Rongrong did not play, which shows that Shrek team definitely did not use its full strength. As for the reason for not using their full strength, neither of them thought it was contempt for the opponent, because both Shui Binger and Shui Wu had met Bai Ji and Ning Rongrong. So there was only one reason, that is, the Shrek team had absolute confidence that they could easily defeat the opponent even if they did not use their full strength. However, the members of Tiandu Team 2 naturally did not know the thoughts of the big guys, Shui Binger and Shui Wu. Because they had never heard of the name of Shrek Academy, everyone in Tiandu Team 2 thought that Shrek Academy was just a weak soul master academy, and many people at the scene amid the cheers and encouragements from the audience, the members of Tiandu Team 2 were intoxicated to the point of losing themselves. Waving to the audience all the way, the members of Tiandu Team 2 came to the steps of the Fighting Spirit stage and finally stepped onto the Fighting Spirit stage. Ma Hongjun was so jealous of the treatment of Tiandu Team 2 after entering the stage. Their Shrek team had defeated Tiandu Royal Academy Team 1, but because they were not famous, even Tiandu Royal Academy Team 2 was more popular than them, which made Ma Hongjun, who inherited Flanders' good-faced personality, a little unbearable. Shrek Academy, where did you come from, a Spirit Master Academy? It's your bad luck to face our Tiandu Royal Academy in the first game. You'd better admit defeat yourself, so as not to be embarrassed later. After arriving at the Fighting Spirit stage, looking at Tang San, the captain of Tiandu Team 2 immediately mocked him complacently. In his words, he regarded his letting Shrek admit defeat as his tolerance, which made Tang San, who was always gentle, a little angry. Let us admit defeat? You better be careful, don't get your tongue bitten by the wind. Xiao Wu, who has a hot temper, immediately confronted Tang San, who was still able to hold back his anger. Hey, I didn't expect there were 2 more pretty girls, but unfortunately they are not from our school. Because Xiao Wu spoke, the captain of Tiandu Team 2 noticed Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuking beside her, but for a girl from such an unknown school, she must be a commoner, and even if she is beautiful, she is not worthy of his noble status, which made the captain of Tiandu Team 2 sigh. But after hearing the words of the captain of Tiandu Team 2, Zhu Zuking's face immediately turned cold. Okay, now both teams have entered the field, please salute. The next 1 minute is the preparation time for the martial spirit, and no fighting is allowed within this minute, and the game will officially start in 1 minute. On the viewing platform on the right side of the Fighting Spirit stage, the host has summoned his flying martial spirit, flapped his wings behind him and came to the sky next to the Fighting Spirit stage, looking at the Fighting Spirit stage and said loudly. The host's words interrupted the 2 teams of Shrek Academy and Tiandu Royal Academy, who were in a tense state. Looking at the host, the captain of Tiandu Team 2 smiled coldly, Shrek Academy? I hope you can hold on for 3 minutes. After that, under the leadership of the captain of Tiandu Team 2, the players of Tiandu Team 2 began to form a formation in an orderly manner, but Tang San was speechless about the confidence of the captain of Tiandu Team 2. I hope you can hold on for 1 minute. Shaking his head in his heart, Tang San also began to call on everyone to form a formation. Please salute the players of both sides. Following the voice of the host, the players of both sides saluted each other, and then it was time to prepare the martial spirits. After the salute, the captain of Tiandu Team 2 couldn't help but reveal a sneer at the corner of his mouth, slowly retreated to the back, and stood with the only female player in the team. The 2 were the Control Spirit Master and Auxiliary Spirit Master in the team. Everyone, let's possess the spirit. Following the shout of the captain of Tiandu Team 2, the members of Tiandu Team 2 entered the spirit possession state one after another. Except for the captain of Tiandu Team 2 and the Auxiliary Spirit Master, one of them has an insect-type spider spirit and the other has an auxiliary-type weapon spirit. The other 5 members have beast spirits, namely lion, tiger, bear, leopard, and wolf. As the spirits were possessed, 3 spirit rings slowly rose from the feet of the members of Tiandu Team 2. However, when the members of Tiandu Team 2 saw the spirit rings rising from their feet after the spirits of the opposite Shrek team were possessed or summoned, their hearts suddenly turned cold. Because in the Shrek team, except for Tailong and Jiangzhu, the rest of the people were all level 40 spirit masters, and the spirit ring configuration was all yellow, yellow, and purple, the most perfect spirit ring configuration. How is this possible? Seeing the strength of the opposite Shrek team, the auxiliary female spirit master next to the captain of Tiandu Team 2 immediately collapsed. It was impossible to win with such a huge gap. The audience and some nobles in the box also performed the same as the Tiandu Team 2. Although many audiences did not know the specific strength of the Soul Master, most people could judge the strength based on the number of soul rings. Seeing that 4 members of the Shrek team had 4 soul rings, and all members of the Tiandu team 2 had 3 soul rings, even a fool would know the result of the game. Oh! The strength of our Shrek team seems to be a little beyond our expectations. 4 soul lords and 2 soul masters. I am afraid that our Tiandu Royal Academy Team 2 will have a tough battle. Next to the fighting soul stage, the host explained with some surprise. Chapter 267. The battle ended quickly in less than half a minute. 1/4. Damn it, 5 soul masters and 2 soul lords, how could an academy with such powerful students be so unknown in Tiandu Imperial City? Could it be an academy from somewhere else? Looking at the strength of the Shrek team, the captain of Tiandu Team 2 couldn't help but clench his teeth. Thinking of the big talk he said before, the captain of Tiandu Team 2 couldn't help but feel his face burning, but even if it was a sure loss, as a member of the Tiandu Royal Academy team, they had to go all out. At least they couldn't be easily defeated by the opponent as soon as they fought, that would be too embarrassing. Don't panic, even if there are 5 soul masters, one of them is a control system, one is a food system, and the remaining 3 soul masters have a cat spirit, a rabbit spirit, and a chicken spirit. Your spirits are all beasts, don't be afraid, we still have hope of winning. Although he didn't know what to do, as the captain, he couldn't let the team members lose their composure, so the captain of Tiandu Team 2 still forced himself to cheer up and said to the 7 strong attack system spirit masters in front of him. However, for the captain's encouragement, the 5 team members simply didn't know how to complain. It's good that their spirits are beasts, but they are just ordinary beasts, but although the spirits of others are cats, rabbits, and chickens, they are all spirit beasts. However, the 5 team members were still clear about their captain's purpose. You guys who are pretending to be cool, let me, your fat uncle, deal with you. On the other side, after summoning the spirit possession, although the evil fire phoenix spirit possession combined with Ma Hongzhen's short and fat body was a bit funny, but with strength, Ma Hongzhen couldn't help but sneer and eager to try. Their offensive spirit masters don't seem to be anything special, so we won't adopt the standard plan, but adopt the first plan and solve them neatly. Behind him, seeing that the offensive spirit masters of Tiandu Team 2 were just ordinary beast spirits, Tang San calmly gave the order. Although before going on the court, according to the discussion with Bai Ji, it is best to adopt the standard stable victory formation when going on the court, but since the opponent is not threatening at all, there is no need to be so strict. In the case of all-round crushing of level and spirit, it is purely stupid not to crush neatly, and still want to play a stable victory with the opponent. The 1-minute spirit preparation time is over. The game begins. Following the host's voice, Zhu Zuqing and Xiao Wu rushed out first, followed by Tai Long and Ma Hongzhen, while Tang San stood quietly in place. As a spirit master, Zhu Zuqing's speed was amazing even without using Spiral 9 Shadows, and Xiao Wu's spirit was a rabbit that was good at speed, so although she was a strong attack spirit master, her speed was not slow. When the two rushed to the middle of the fighting spirit stage, the 5 beast spirit masters of Tiandu Team 2 had just arrived. Looking at the 5 beast spirit masters, Zhu Zuqing directly selected the spirit master of the wolf spirit, while Xiao Wu selected the spirit master of the leopard spirit. As for Tai Long and Ma Hongzhen who arrived later, Tai Long selected the spirit master of the bear spirit, but Ma Hongzhen suddenly turned his eyes and stopped when he was about to reach the fighting position in the middle of the fighting spirit stage. Although they didn't know what Ma Hongzhen was up to, after finding that no one was stopping them, the lion spirit master and the tiger spirit master could not help but rush straight towards the last Tang San, Oscar, and Jiangzhu. But just when the lion spirit master and the tiger spirit master came in front of him, Ma Hongzhen couldn't help but suddenly reveal a sinister smile on his face. Phoenix Rising, Phoenix Fire Line. As the second and first spirit rings around him suddenly bloomed with brilliance, Ma Hongzhen opened his mouth and spit out a purple-red pillar of fire. And because he was focused on the back row of the Shrek team, the purple-red pillar of fire directly hit the lion spirit master and the tiger spirit master without any defense. Ah! Because Ma Hongzhen's evil fire phoenix itself is a mutated martial soul, the phoenix evil fire produced by the mutation is extremely powerful, and Ma Hongzhen's soul power is far greater than that of the lion martial soul master and the tiger martial soul master, so when they were hit by the phoenix fire line in the state of the phoenix bathing in fire, the 2 upright soul masters could not help but scream. The terrifying phoenix evil fire almost instantly turned the 2 upright soul masters into roasted lions and roasted tigers. The purple-red fire column dissipated after a breath, revealing the two lion martial soul masters and tiger martial soul masters on the ground, who were already in tatters, and even the fur of the martial souls was burned black. At the same time that Ma Hongjun ended the battle, because of the overwhelming strength and martial soul, the others also solved their opponents neatly, and in the middle of the Shrek team, Tang San, who was standing in place, suddenly burst out two brilliant lights in his eyes. Earth Net, up! With Tang San's loud shout, countless invisible and camouflaged blue-silver grasses quickly emerged around the captain and auxiliary team members of Tiandu Team 2. Countless blue-silver grasses formed a huge net without knowing when. The source of the blue-silver net, or the support point of the net, was the several thick beams at the top of the venue, and the prey in the net was the captain and auxiliary female team members of Tiandu Team 2. What? The captain of Tiandu Team 2 was stunned when he found himself suddenly surrounded by countless strange blue-black vines. But before he could react, the earth net closed in. As the blue-silver grass at the top quickly tightened, the entire net instantly bound the captain and auxiliary spirit master of Tiandu Team 2 and quickly hung them in the air. And because of the poison of the blue-silver grass, even the thick-skinned Tailong could not bear it. Not to mention the captain and the female assistant spirit master of the Tiandu Team 2, who were poisoned and paralyzed within a short moment after being bound, and lost their combat effectiveness. This. Seeing what happened in the fighting arena, the host was shocked beyond words. Although a lot of things happened between the possession of the spirits of the two teams and the end of the battle, the total time was actually less than a minute, and it could even be said to be less than 30 seconds. In these 30 seconds, Tang San launched the earth net against the captain and the assistant spirit members of the Tiandu Team 2, while Zhu Zuqing, Xiao Wu, Tai Long, and Ma Hongjun quickly dealt with the 5 beast spirit masters of the Tiandu Team 2, and all this happened almost at the same time. At the back of the Shrek team, Jiangzhu almost only raised the spirit healing scepter, and Oscar was even more excessive, eating his own sausage. The Shrek team actually defeated the Tiandu Royal Academy Team 2 in less than half a minute, and it was an extremely clean and neat defeat, which shocked everyone. Although everyone thought that Team Tiandu 2 would lose when they saw that Team Shrek had 4 soul masters, how could it be solved in less than half a minute? Isn't the gap too big? Host, it's time to announce the result. Seeing that the host was still distracted, Tang San couldn't help but remind him. I announce that the first match of the first round of the preliminaries, Shrek Academy vs Tiandu Royal Academy, the winner is Shrek Academy. Hearing Tang San's words, the host announced the result of the game as if he had just woken up from a dream. In the audience, many audiences burst into thunderous cheers and applause, but on the rostrum and the VIP seats behind, the atmosphere was not so good. Chapter 268 Prince Swexing took the blame again, and Shrek became famous for the first time. 2/4. How is it possible that our Tiandu Royal Academy's second team would lose to a team from a Spirit Master Academy that we have never heard of? At the back of the VIP seats, a foreign noble who did not understand the situation muttered to himself in confusion. I say, brother, you may not know Shrek Academy, but you must have heard of Blue Tyrant Academy, right? In front of the confused foreign noble, a local noble could not help but laugh and turned his head. Blue Tyrant Academy? This seems to be a high-level Spirit Master Academy that entered the finals last time. After hearing the words of the local noble, the foreign noble thought for a while and said, yes, it's good that you know. Although this Shrek Academy is called Shrek Academy, the original Shrek Academy was actually Lan BA Academy. Lan BA Academy eliminated Tiandu Team 2 in the last session to enter the finals. After changing its name to Shrek Academy, this Shrek Academy has become even more amazing. The local noble said while pointing in the direction of the audience. Look at the middle of the third contestant's viewing platform. The group of people there are all from Shrek Academy. I saw the principal of Lan BA Academy in the last competition, so I shouldn't make a mistake. However, because the name of Lan BA Academy has been changed, I don't know if the principal is still the same, but do you know who the tall and thin old man at the end of the group is? The local noble asked mysteriously. Who? The foreign noble frowned. Dragon Snake Douluo, Mengshu. The local noble said word by word. Dragon Snake Douluo, it won't be the Dragon Snake Douluo who was promoted to titled Douluo not long ago. The foreign noble was a little shocked. Yes, that's right, it's that Dragon Snake Douluo. Dragon Snake Douluo joined a force called Dan Pavilion, and Dan Pavilion is in our Tiandu Imperial City. As far as I know, the Pavilion Master of Dan Pavilion is a teenager who is less than 15 years old. Although I don't know him, I heard that he is studying at Shrek Academy. With such a great man who can be said to be more outstanding than Master Ning as a student, do you think Shrek Academy will still be an unknown academy? The local noble smiled proudly. So that's it. Hearing the words of the local nobles, the foreign nobles suddenly realized that compared to the people in the Soul Master world, they, such pure nobles, are still too insensitive to the news of the Soul Master world. Then according to this, isn't it very likely that the team that Master Ning had been optimistic about before is this Shrek team? According to the information obtained, after thinking about it, the foreign nobles couldn't help but guess. That's right. Hearing the words of the foreign nobles, the local nobles couldn't help but reveal a look of a child who can be taught. Do you know that the leader of Dan Pavilion has another identity? What identity? The foreign noble asked. Son-in-law of sect Master Ning, now you know, right? The local noble said meaningfully. Oh. I know, thank you for clearing up my confusion. Behind the VIP seats, the conversation between the two local and foreign nobles was just a microcosm. Because Bai Ge established Dan Pavilion and promoted Meng Shu to titled Douluo, the butterfly effect created by Bai Ge has long made Shrek Academy no longer as obscure as in the original novel. Although most civilians may still not know about Shrek Academy, some powerful sects, families and nobles have more or less collected some information about Shrek Academy because of Bai Ge. As word spreads, Shrek Academy is destined to become famous earlier than in the original novel. As some nobles from Tiandu Imperial City spread the news about Shrek Academy to some nobles from other places, many nobles from other places also know about the feud between Tiandu Royal Academy and Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy, which was originally going to join Tiandu Royal Academy, was rejected, but now it has defeated the second team of Tiandu Royal Academy neatly, which shows that Tiandu Royal Academy is really a bit ignorant of people. Of course, because of Bai Ge's previous flyer incident, many people also know that the culprit is Prince Swexing, but Prince Swexing no longer cares about Tiandu Royal Academy, so the three teaching committee members of Tiandu Royal Academy are still embarrassed. Feeling the strange eyes from time to time around him, Meng Shenji couldn't help it after all. Prince Swexing, look at what you have done. This Shrek team should have been our Tiandu Royal Academy team, but because of you, they became enemies and made our Tiandu Royal Academy a laughing stock. Meng Shenji's voice suppressed anger rang out in the VIP seats. This Shrek Academy team is just 5 Soul Masters and 2 Soul Lords. Isn't our Tiandu Royal Academy's first team almost the same? They just bully the second team. Prince Swexing said stubbornly. Humph. What do you know? Let me tell you, of the 9 Shrek students we met, only 5 have appeared now, and the 2 most powerful ones have not yet appeared. And they also pried Lingling away. You should know how powerful the 9-heart begonia is. Now they are only using the deputy team lineup, but they can still easily defeat our Tiandu Royal Academy's second team. You can imagine how terrifying their true strength is. Meng Shenji snorted coldly. On the rostrum, hearing Meng Shenji's words, Emperor Shuiye couldn't help but frown and looked at Prince Swexing behind him. Before, because of Meng Shu, although he had punished Prince Swexing, the main reason was because of Meng Shu, the titled Douluo. However, although they failed to bring Bai Ge, who had the support of Dragon Snake Douluo Meng Shu, into their Tiandu Royal Academy, because Bai Ge was Ning Fengzi's son-in-law, to some extent, Bai Ge was also on their side of the Tiandu Empire, and so was Meng Shu, but there was Ning Fengzi in between, and they were not as close as directly joining the Tiandu Royal Academy. But listening to Meng Shenji's words, it seems that it is not just the boy named Bai Ge. The overall strength of the students of Shrek Academy is not inferior to their Tiandu Royal Academy, and even better. The opponent easily defeated their Tiandu Royal Academy's second team without using all their strength, so wouldn't it be a problem to defeat their Tiandu Royal Academy's first team with all their strength? Thinking of this, Emperor Shuiye's face also darkened. This Shuixing, it's time to take good care of it. On the other side, on the stage, because they easily defeated the second team of Tiandu Royal Academy, the members of the Shrek team on the field were warmly cheered by the audience. In this situation, the others behaved well, but Ma Hongjun was a little exaggerated. Not only did he sit in various showy positions, but he also blew kisses to many beautiful ladies in the audience. Although he showed his strength, Ma Hongjun was not sure whether he could win the favor of the beautiful ladies in the end. However, Ma Hongjun always dared to think and do, no matter whether it would succeed or not, he would do it first. Chapter 269 The opening ceremony ended. Goodbye Ning Fengzi, 3/4. After the battle, after putting down the captain of Tiandu Team 2 and the female auxiliary player, Tang San removed the earth net and removed the poison of the blue-silver grass for the two, and then led the Shrek team members down the fighting spirit stage and came to the entrance of the players. After passing the entrance, everyone had left the exclusive lounge of Shrek Academy and was waiting outside the entrance. Well done, we didn't lose face for Shrek Academy. Seeing Tang San and others walking all the way, Flanders laughed. That's for sure. We defeated the main team of Tiandu Royal Academy. It's too embarrassing that we can't even deal with the second team of Tiandu Royal Academy. Ma Hongjun laughed. Fatty, you've made such a big splash this time. How about it? Are you satisfied? Looking at Ma Hongjun, who looked smug, Dai Mubai said playfully. I can't help it. I don't have the charm like you, Boss Dai. I can only speak with strength. Ma Hongjun flattered. Well, the opening ceremony is almost over now, I guess the audience will leave soon. It will be difficult for so many people to leave at the same time. Let's go first. Seeing that everyone wanted to continue chatting, Bai Ji interrupted the topic and said. Yes, let's go quickly. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Xiao Wu also nodded in agreement. Thinking of the crowded scene in a while, she was a little nervous. After that, everyone went straight out of the Tiandu Great Soul Arena through the contestant channel, but just after leaving the Tiandu Great Soul Arena, two familiar figures blocked everyone's way not far away. Dad, Grandpa Bone. Seeing the two familiar figures, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but smile, and then quickly threw herself into Ning Fengzi's arms. Master Ning. Seeing Ning Fengzi, Master, Lu Erlong, Flanders and other people from Shrek Academy, as well as Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang, also saluted Ning Fengzi. Dragon Snake Douluo. Seeing Meng Shu, Ning Fengzi also nodded to Meng Shu. Dad, why are you here? Breaking away from Ning Fengzi's arms and looking at Ning Fengzi, Ning Rongrong asked curiously. Of course I miss you and want to see you, so I came naturally. Ning Fengzi rubbed Ning Rongrong's head and said lovingly. Dad, are you and Grandpa Bone busy? If not, why don't you go back to Shrek Academy with us? Hearing Ning Fengzi's words, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but blush and suggested. But Ning Fengzi shook his head at Ning Rongrong's words. No, I'm a member of the organizing committee of this competition, and I can't be with you students from the participating academies, otherwise if someone sees me, they may say that I'm partial. Well, then. Hearing Ning Fengzi's words, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Okay, you're a grown-up girl, and you're still pestering your dad like this. Does Bai Ji not care about you? Seeing his daughter's performance, Ning Fengzi said with a bit of amusement. No, it's just that Bai Ji is Bai Ji and Daddy is Daddy. Although I'm very happy to be with Bai Ji, I haven't seen you, Grandpa Bone and Grandpa Sword for so long. Sometimes I still miss you. Ning Rongrong stuck out her tongue. If you miss us, just go back to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect is not far from the Tiandu Imperial City. Do you still want Daddy to come all the way to see you? Ning Fengzi didn't know whether to laugh or cry when hearing Ning Rongrong's words. But Ning Rongrong blushed when hearing Ning Fengzi's words. Well, although she did miss her father Ning Fengzi, Grandpa Sword Chen Xin and Grandpa Bone Gurong sometimes, she was also very lazy and didn't want to go back to the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. Home was far less fun than the Heaven Do Imperial City. Okay, Rongrong, why don't you introduce your friends to Dad? No one knows a daughter better than her father. Seeing that his daughter blushed, Ning Fengzi changed the subject. Well, then I'll introduce them to Dad. Ning Rongrong nodded. Dad should know Bai Ji, Yuran, Lingling, and Tang San, so I won't introduce them to Dad. After scanning everyone, Ning Rongrong finally stopped at Xiao Wu. Dad, this Xiao Wu is Tang San's sister and my good friend. She is 13 years old, with the spirit of Softbone Rabbit in a level 43 soul sect. This is Dai Mubai, 17 years old, with the spirit of White Tiger in a level 46 soul sect. She is the second strongest among us after Bai Ji. This is Ma Hongjun, 13 years old, with the spirit of Evil Fire Phoenix in a level 42 soul sect. After listening to Ning Rongrong's introduction of everyone, Ning Fengzi's eyes could not help but flash with a brilliant light. Although the other members of the Shrek team are not as outstanding as Bai Ji, nor as capable as Bai Ji, but in the entire Douluo continent, all the members of the Shrek team, even Jiangzhu and Tailong, can be regarded as geniuses. And the other members of the original Shrek team are even top geniuses. You know, they were promoted to Soul Sect before they were 18 years old. Even with his status, they have never heard of it. These little guys can at least become Soul Douluo in the future. Little guys, you are all very good. I wonder if you have any idea to come to our 7 Treasures Glazed Sect after this competition. Looking at everyone, Ning Fengzi smiled gently. Can I too? Jiangzhu was a little moved. She was an auxiliary spirit master, and the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect has always been a holy place for auxiliary spirit masters on the continent. Naturally, she was yearning for the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect. But compared to most of the others, most of them were already spirit masters at the age of 12 or 13, and even the slightly older Daimyo Bai and Oscar were less than 17 years old, but they were already spirit masters. However, she was only a level 36 spirit master at the age of 19, which made Jiangzhu more or less unconfident. Of course, you are an auxiliary spirit master, which is exactly what our 7 Treasures Glazed Sect needs, and our 7 Treasures Glazed Sect will not reject any talent. Ning Fengzi smiled. Uncle. Gu. After saying that, Ning Fengzi suddenly turned around and looked at Gu Rong. Hearing Ning Fengzi's words, Gu Rong took out a stack of red tokens from the storage soul guide he carried with him. This was the pass of the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect. If you have any ideas in the future, you can come to our 7 Treasures Glazed Sect. The door of our 7 Treasures Glazed Sect is always open to you. Ning Fengzi smiled as he distributed the tokens one by one. I am very happy to meet you young talents today, but now the opening ceremony is almost over. You should go back to the academy. But Bai Ji, Uncle has something to talk to you. Let's go over and talk. Finally, Ning Fengzi suddenly looked at Bai Ji. Chapter 270 Goodbye Shweking He's gift. 4/4. Bai Ji was a little confused when he heard Ning Fengzi's words. Why did Ning Fengzi look for him? In the original novel, Ning Fengzi introduced Shweking He to Tang San before he looked for Tang San, but he had already met Xue Luying and Shweking He. What did Ning Fengzi want to do with him? Let's go first. Uncle Ning and I will go to talk. Lingmu, you guys go back to Dan Pavilion first. Rong and the others will probably be back later. After Bai Ji finished speaking, everyone else left. Only Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang were still standing behind Bai Ji, and Ning Fengzi and Gu Douluo Gu Rong were standing next to him. When the elite exchange competition of the Soul Master Academy of the whole continent was held, Tiandu Imperial City was full of people. Bai Ji was now the leader of a sect, so he naturally couldn't be alone. Although Bai Ji felt that no one could kill him, he had to at least comfort the girls who cared about him. Uncle Ning, what do you want to talk to me about? After everyone left, Bai Ji asked curiously. It's King He. He just came back from his fiefdom and happened to meet me. He thought I was going to see Rong, so he asked me to take you there. Ning Fengzi smiled gently. Why did she ask me to do that? Bai Ji was a little puzzled. Following Ning Fengzi, he left the Tiandu Great Fighting Soul Arena and came to a tall tea house. This was a 3-story tea house with antique style and exquisite decoration, but there were not many people inside, only a few guests. After entering the tea house, in a private room on the 2nd floor of the tea house, Bai Ji saw the familiar voice. Your Highness. Seeing Shweking He, Bai Ji bowed slightly. Didn't I say that you can just call me Brother Shwet? Shweking He shook his head helplessly. Okay, let's go, teacher, you sit down too. After saying that, Shweking He also said respectfully to Ning Fengzi. Brother Shwet, did you ask Uncle Ning to find me here for something? Bai Ji asked after sitting down slowly and taking a sip of the green tea in front of him. I want to thank you in person. Your advice to me helped me a lot. Following your advice, I found some soul masters whose martial souls are rice. I found that through the resonance of rice martial souls, the rice yield in the farmland can indeed be increased several times. And through the research of some soul masters I summoned, I found that it is indeed possible to create some soul guides that can help smelting. If they are fully developed, the steel production of our Tiandu Empire will increase greatly, and more weapons can be cast. But unfortunately, there are still too few soul masters whose martial souls are crops that I have summoned, and the soul guides have not been fully developed. Otherwise, if I tell my father will definitely be very happy. Shweking He sighed. King He, you don't have to be sad. As long as the intention is there, I believe His Majesty will not turn a blind eye. Ning Fengzi smiled gently and comforted. But King He, you mean you want to use soul masters in production, and also develop new soul guides? After saying that, Ning Fengzi couldn't help but ask again with some surprise. There is basically no precedent for using soul masters in production on Douluo continent. Because there are few soul masters with martial spirits that can promote production, and as a soul master, even the lowest level soul master, can easily live a decent life, and no one will do such a shameful thing. As for developing new soul guides, it is not that there are no soul masters on Douluo continent now, but the status of soul masters is very low. The specific status refers to the ancient Chinese craftsmen on Earth, because soul guides require soul power, and soul power is only possessed by soul masters. This alone determines that soul guides will only serve soul masters. Due to this limitation, and the fact that soul masters have always been a transcendent class on Douluo continent, most soul masters' demand for soul guides is for entertainment soul guides, using soul guides to entertain themselves or facilitate their lives. During this process, countless soul guides came into being, such as sound amplification soul guides, lighting soul guides, bathing soul guides, etc., and each soul guide has also been finely derived into multiple categories, but no one has ever delved into soul guides for production or transportation. The reason is very simple, that is, as a soul master, how can I serving the common people? In Douluo continent, the status of soul masters is basically the same as that of nobles, or the two can be converted to each other to some extent, and the status of powerful soul masters is even higher than that of nobles. For details, please refer to the Wuhan Hall and the Two Empires. If the Xingluo Empire and the Tiandu Empire were not backed by powerful soul masters, the Wuhan Hall would not take the two empires seriously. The reason is very simple. If the titled Douluo enshrined in the Wuhan Hall is not blocked by the existence of the same level, it is completely possible to take the life of the emperor in the midst of thousands of troops. In this case, do you expect the Wuhan Hall to respect the imperial power? However, with the development of the times, once the combat soul guides come to the stage of history, the status of soul masters will still be transcendent, but the status of powerful soul masters will definitely decline. Because at that time, weak soul masters can already threaten powerful soul masters with the help of soul guides, and weak soul masters with a large number of powerful soul guides can even kill powerful soul masters who are several realms ahead of themselves. And only at this time will the imperial power be truly worthy of its name, because weak soul masters and powerful soul guides can be mass-produced by the imperial power. For Ning Fengzi, even though Ning Fengzi is a great man, the limitations of the times make Ning Fengzi's view of soul guides still remain in the direction of entertainment soul guides. Although Bai Ji did not mention combat soul guides to Xue Qinghe, since Xue Qinghe has asked someone to develop both smelting soul guides and transportation soul guides, no one knows whether Xue Qinghe will come up with an offensive soul guide that can directly intervene in the battle. I do have this idea, but the specific situation is a secret between Bai Ji and me. Xue Qinghe smiled and shook his head at Ning Fengzi's question. Secret? Hearing the words of his nephew and student, Ning Fengzi shook his head speechlessly. But since Xue Qinghe was unwilling to say it, Ning Fengzi would not ask. Anyway, in his opinion, these were just Xue Qinghe's little fights. Maybe they could help Xue Qinghe consolidate his inheritance rights, but if you want to really stabilize the Tiandu Empire, you still have to rely on powerful soul masters at the titled Douluo level. Xue Qinghe's acquaintance with Bai Ji was specially arranged by him, so that when Bai Ji grows up in the future, he will not forget to protect the Tiandu Empire in addition to the 7 treasures glazed sect. Brother Xue, you came to me just to say thank you. Bai Ji's eyes were a little suspicious. No, I want to give you a gift. Xue Qinghe smiled and took out a platinum token from his arms. The token was engraved with feather-like patterns around it, and in the middle was a golden word engraved with a flying dragon and phoenix. Handing the token to Bai Ji, Xue Qinghe said, "This is my prince's order. If you are in danger, this prince's order may save your life. I hope you can accept it." Chapter 271 Prince's Order, Xue Qinghe's Reminder. 1/4. King He, isn't this your prince's order? Ning Fengzi was a little surprised to see the token that Xue Qinghe handed to Bai Ji. For people of noble status like Xue Qinghe, they usually carry some private tokens that can prove their identity. If they meet some talents they like, they will give the tokens to them to show their appreciation for the talents. But that is just a private token. The private token only represents the private identity of the token owner. Xueqinghe's private token can be used in Xueqinghe's power, but it is not very useful in the official. How much effect it can play depends on whether the other party gives Xueqinghe face. But Xueqinghe's prince's order is different. The prince's order basically represents Xueqinghe's presence. It can also play a role in the official. Moreover, there is only one in the whole continent, which is the same as the Douluo order of the titled Douluo. Ning Fengzi never thought that Xueqinghe would actually give Bai Ji his own prince's order. Isn't this too much for Bai Ji? However, thinking that he had asked his wife Xue Luying to introduce Bai Ji to Xueqinghe a few months ago, the two should have met and may have been very familiar with each other. If during these months, disciple Xueqinghe has fully realized Bai Ji's potential, it is not surprising that disciple Xueqinghe, who values talents, will give extraordinary treatment to talents that he values very much. Thinking of this, Ning Fengzi's face gradually returned to calm. It is also a good result that disciple Xueqinghe can give the prince's order to his son-in-law Bai Ji. Prince's order. Hearing Ning Fengzi's words, Bai Ji's heart can't help but move. If it was before, Bai Ji might not know what the prince's order represents, but after contacting Douluo and becoming the head of Dan Pavilion, as Bai Ji himself became the head of a pavilion, Bai Ji also understood the difference between identity tokens and private tokens. For some people with high status and position on Douluo continent, whether they are great nobles or powerful soul masters, generally those with power will forge two tokens for themselves. One is the identity token symbolizing the official identity, and the other is the symbol of their private identity. Token of identity. There is only one identity token, which represents the identity of the owner of the token in his own power. For example, Xueqinghe's prince's order represents his own identity as a prince. If this order is presented, as long as Xueqinghe is in person, the effect of this token is amazing. The private token is different. The private token represents Xueqinghe as a person, not Xueqinghe's identity as a prince. Of course, because many people know the meaning of Xueqinghe's name, to some extent, Xueqinghe's private token also has some effects of the prince's order, but this effect is not officially recognized. For example, if you show the prince's order in front of an official, then the official will treat you as a prince. If you are a little disrespectful, the owner of the token, Xueqinghe, can use this to punish the official, even if Emperor Xueya has nothing to say. But if you only show Xueqinghe's private token, even if the official ignores it, Xueqinghe can only be angry, because this token only represents Xueqinghe as a person, not Xueqinghe's identity as a prince. However, Bai Ji was not concerned about the prince's order. The prince's order was not very useful to Bai Ji now, because Dan Pavilion had no idea how many forces had done business with. With Douluo and Mengshu, two titled Douluo, as a support, and elixirs as bargaining chips, not many big forces dared not give Bai Ji face, of course, except for the Spirit Hall. Bai Ji was concerned about why Xueqinghe gave Tang San a prince's order in the original work, which seemed to be just an ordinary private token. Why was it that he gave himself a prince's order? And was this token really just a prince's order? Thank you, Brother Xuet. While thinking in his heart, Bai Ji reached out to take the prince's order handed over by Xueqinghe, and then smiled at Xueqinghe and thanked him. You're welcome. I just hope that with my token, Bai Ji can have less trouble in the future. Xueqinghe smiled gently. Okay, Bai Ji, you still have a match the day after tomorrow, go back and prepare well, I hope to see your Shrek Academy in the promotion match. After saying goodbye to Xueqinghe and Ning Fengzi, Bai Ji walked towards Dan Pavilion alone. On the way, Bai Ji recalled the conversation with Xueqinghe while walking, and the more he thought about it, the more Bai Ji felt that Xueqinghe seemed to have something else to say. This time Xueqinghe definitely did not come simply to thank him, maybe, but that should be just incidental. Xueqinghe's two sentences made Bai Ji think deeply. One is that this token may save your life, but in the Tiandu Empire, Bai Ji thought that no one should be able to hurt him, with Douluo and Mengshu. Although Mengshu has left now, he should have gone to duel with Zhu Douluo, but Mengshu alone can guarantee that he can run rampant in the Tiandu Empire. On the surface, Xueqinghe seemed to be just worried about him, but Bai Ji felt that Xueqinghe was not a fool. This sentence was more like a hidden meaning, reminding him that he would be in danger in the future. But it was impossible for him to be in danger in the Tiandu Empire. The token might save his life. In the finals, could it be that the danger came from the Spirit Hall? Bai Ji couldn't help but move his heart. Suddenly he thought of this question. Thinking of the fact that the Spirit Hall had assassinated Tang San before the finals in the original work, Bai Ji couldn't help but smile. Qianrongxiu, it seems that you and the Spirit Hall are not completely of the same mind. Back to the Dan Pavilion, Ning Rongrong and the other 4 girls have returned, and the 10 little maids are also there. It was already noon, but because Bai Ji didn't come back, the little maids hadn't started cooking yet. Seeing Bai Ji coming back, several little maids immediately started to get busy in the kitchen. Bai Ji, what did my dad go to do with you? Ning Rongrong asked curiously. Nothing, just took me to see His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Bai Ji smiled and replied. Crown Prince, why is it him again? It seems that he cares too much about you. Ning Rongrong was a little strange. Care? That's not really, he just wants to win me over, but I'm not at a disadvantage. He gave me the Crown Prince's order. Sometimes the title of Crown Prince is also very useful. Bai Ji said with some shame. Give you the Crown Prince's order. Hearing Bai Ji's words, this time not only Ning Rongrong, but also Meng Yuran, Zhu Zuqing and Ye Lingling were a little surprised. They were not girls born in ordinary families, but were all legitimate daughters of famous families, so they naturally knew the importance of the Crown Prince's order. Bai Ji, does the Crown Prince of Tiandu Empire think so highly of you? He even gave you the Crown Prince's order. Meng Yuran was a little surprised. Okay, what are you surprised about? Eat and eat. Bai Ji's heart suddenly tightened. Chapter 272 The Clean Stream in Tiandu Academy, Yadun Academy. 2/4. After lunch, Ning Rongrong, Meng Yuran and Zhu Zuqing practiced in the castle, and the 10 maids did the same. After taking the spiritual cleansing pill, the 10 maids' qualifications have been greatly improved. Among them, except for Hollow who has a better talent and Lingmu who has taken the Wangchuan Kai Shui Du and has now hunted and absorbed the first soul ring and advanced to the Soul Master realm, the others have also begun to move forward. Level 10 is approaching. It is estimated that in a few months, before the end of the elite exchange competition of the Soul Master Academy of the continent, all 10 little maids will become Soul Masters. As for Bai Ji, he took Ye Lingling to the alchemy pavilion and taught Ye Lingling how to make pills. After more than 2 months of teaching, Ye Lingling lived up to Bai Ji's expectations and was now able to successfully refine medium-grade pills. If Ye Lingling could learn to refine high-grade pills, Bai Ji would be able to relax a lot. While refining pills, Bai Ji also gave Ye Lingling the Hu King New medical book, a bronze-level reward that he had recently drawn for the Shrek team's first victory. Although Ye Lingling was better than the Divine Doctor in treating external injuries because of her martial soul, the 9-spirit begonia, she had no experience in facing some diseases. If she could learn the medical skills recorded in Hu King New's medical book, Ye Lingling would become more comprehensive. After teaching Ye Lingling to refine pills for an afternoon, Bai Ji returned to the pill pavilion in the evening. After dinner, he also began his own practice. The next day, early morning, Bai Ji woke up and opened his eyes. Zhu Zuqing was still sleeping beside him. Since obtaining the Yin-Yang Yuxian Zhu Zuqing, who was most eager for strength, came more frequently than Ning Rongrong, Meng Yuran and Ye Lingling. Of course, in addition to the fact that the 3 women were not as eager for strength as Zhu Zuqing, another reason was that the 3 women gave in to Zhu Zuqing. After all, Zhu Zuqing was the only one among the 4 whose martial soul had not evolved. Even if she took the spiritual grade cleansing marrow pill, compared with the opportunity of martial soul evolution, the spiritual grade cleansing marrow was still a little worse, so the 3 women gave Zhu Zuqing more opportunities to improve her cultivation with the Yin-Yang Yuxian Zhu. In order not to alarm Zhu Zuqing, Bai Ji got up carefully, came to the outside of the castle to practice, and began to practice the purple extreme demon eye. After breaking through the Soul King realm, Bai Ji's heaven transforming and earth strike skill also broke through the 5th heaven. And with the breakthrough of heaven transforming and earth strike skill, even without the help of the autumn water dew, Bai Ji's purple extreme demon eye also successfully broke through the micro realm and entered the Jizi realm, and also derived the magical power of purple extreme divine light. And in one practice, Bai Ji also found that if he used the soul transforming skill to cast the purple extreme divine light, the power of the purple extreme divine light would be even more terrifying. After practicing, Bai Ji returned to the castle. While Bai Ji was practicing the purple extreme demon eye, the girls also got up one after another, and the 10 little maids had prepared breakfast. After breakfast, Bai Ji did not practice, but took the girls to the Heaven Do Great Soul Fighting Arena. Although there was no Shrek Academy competition today, for the grand event of the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Competition, Bai Ge still had to go and see it. On the one hand, Bai Ge wanted to understand the strength of the opponent, and on the other hand, Bai Ge also wanted to see if he could find some talents. After all, in addition to being a student of Shrek Academy, he is also the head of the Alchemy Pavilion. Behind him, Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang followed closely, and beside him, Ning Rongrong, Meng Yuan and Zhu Zuqing were also there, but Ye Lingling did not come, but was refining pills in the Alchemy Pavilion. Bai Ge only brought Lingmu and Kalin with him among the 10 maids this time, and the rest were helping in the Alchemy Pavilion. He walked into the exclusive practice room of Shrek Academy as usual. Although there was no competition of Shrek Academy today, this lounge still belonged to Shrek Academy. There was a VIP box, so Bai Ge would not squeeze the audience seats with others. There were 28 teams participating in the Tiandu Imperial City Division, and there were 14 games. Because Shrek Academy had already played a game with Tiandu Royal Academy at the opening ceremony yesterday, there were 13 games today. When Bai Ge came to the lounge, the first match of the morning had already ended. The two colleges were St. Oslan College and Flame Glory College, both of which were not well known. The second match was between Kanghui College and Slat College. Bai Ge had an impression of Kanghui College, but he had never heard of Slat College. However, the final result was not beyond Bai Ge's expectations, and Kanghui College won. The third match, which was the last match of the morning, was between Sarki College and Shiwo College. In the end, Shiwo College won easily, without any suspense. After the morning match, they returned to Dan Pavilion. After lunch, Bai Ge continued to take the girls to watch the afternoon match in the afternoon. The afternoon match was quite interesting. In the 4 matches, 3 well-known Soul Master colleges appeared, one was Shenfeng College, one was Tianshui College, and one was Xiangjia College. The Shenfeng Academy is one of the 5 elemental academies in Tiandu Imperial City. Its representative attribute is wind. The 5 elemental academies in Tiandu Imperial City have their own characteristics. The characteristic of Shenfeng Academy is that the Soul Masters recruited must all have wind attributes, and wind attributes can obtain the ability to fly by absorbing specific soul rings. Therefore, all members of the Shenfeng Academy team have the ability to fly, which can be said to be very disgusting, but for Shrek Academy, which has 2 control-type Soul Masters, if they want to in fact, the Divine Wind Academy is not difficult to deal with. And the Tianshui Academy is relatively familiar to Bai Ge. After all, Shui Binger once brought the team members to Dan Pavilion to learn dance for nearly a month. Although Bai Ge went to the Sunset Forest at that time and stayed in the Yin-Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire for a month, Bai Ge still learned a lot of news about the members of the Tianshui Academy Sugar Water team from Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuan. But whether you know it or not actually has little impact, because after recalling the plot, Bai Ge even knows the trump card of the Sugar Water team. Xiangjia Academy, which is also one of the 5 element academies in Tiandu Imperial City, represents the earth. The direction chosen by the academy is strength and defense, but choosing strength and defense, the disadvantage of Xiangjia Academy has also become very obvious, that is, speed and agility have become very poor. In the first round of the competition, as 3 of the traditional 5 element academies, Divine Wind, Tianshui and Xiangjia naturally advanced, but in addition to these 3 academies, there is another academy that also attracted Bai Ge's attention. The name of this academy is Yadun Academy. Yadun Academy is a Soul Master Academy that Bai Ge rarely sees in the competition. It takes a more balanced route. However, unlike Shrek, Yadun Academy's balance is only relative. Yadun Academy, the source of the 2 keywords Yadun, Bai Ge guessed the reason, that is, the 2 front rows of Yadun Academy, because Bai Ge does not know how to define the charging defensive Soul Masters, so he calls them the front row. The lineup of the Yadun Academy team is divided into 2 defenses, 4 strong attacks and 1 auxiliary. During the battle, the 2 defensive Soul Masters will charge with their shield martial spirits, and the 4 strong attack Soul Masters behind them are not strong attack Soul Masters of physical attack, but 4 extremely rare strong attack Soul Masters of spellcasting type, similar to Ma Hung Jun. 2 defensive shield spirit masters charged forward, using their shield spirits to block the opponent, while the 4 spellcasting and strong attack spirit masters in the back took the opportunity to launch an attack, and the auxiliary spirit masters in the back were responsible for assisting. Facing some opponents with low strength, the shield team can be said to be invincible. However, Bai Ge also saw the shortcomings of this tactic, that is, the strength of the two shield spirit masters was too low, and they were only soul masters. If they faced powerful soul masters of the soul ancestor level, once the two shield spirit masters were solved or entangled, the rear would basically be cold, and if the opponent was a single attribute soul master team with high burst like the Blazing Academy, the two defensive shield spirit masters could not withstand it. In short, although the Shield Academy has some characteristics among many soul master academies, the shortcomings of the team members' strength and tactics themselves still make the shield team fall into a disadvantage once they encounter a strong opponent, which is what BIGE can foresee. But what BIGE did not expect was that the second game of Shrek Academy happened to meet the Shield Academy. Chapter 273, Round 2, Opponent, Yudun Academy. 3/4. In the evening, because the qualifiers adopted a points system instead of an elimination system, although the first round of qualifiers had not yet ended, the list of opponents for the second round of qualifiers had already been drawn. Because of BIGE's influence, after knowing that the master was a teacher at Shrek Academy, Saras did not do a secret operation as in the original book, but drew lots normally, so Shrek Academy was not so unlucky that it would encounter a strong team in the second round. However, the team Shrek encountered in the second round was not a weak team, but a mid to upper level Soul Master Academy, Yudun Academy. Among the Soul Master Academies in Tiandu Imperial City, except for Tiandu Royal Academy, which is bound to enter the finals, in every session of the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Competition, among the 5 teams that enter the finals, at least 4 are from the 5 Elements Academy, and sometimes even 5 teams are from the 5 Elements Academy. In the eyes of the residents of Tiandu Imperial City, the 5 Elements Academy is a traditional top Soul Master Academy and is the top of the high-level Soul Master Academies in Tiandu Imperial City. There are many midstream and downstream ones, such as St. Oslan Academy, Flame Glory Academy, Slad Academy, etc. Between the middle and upper reaches, that is, the upper and middle reaches, there are only the original Blue Tyrant Academy and Yudun Academy. In the last session of the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Competition, Blue Tyrant Academy won the 8th place in the preliminaries, and the 6th place was Yudun Academy. So, Yudun Academy is not weak, but the strength of the 2 Soul Masters of this generation of Yudun Academy is a bit too weak, and they have not yet broken through the Soul Sect. Otherwise, Yudun Academy may be like the last session, and have the qualifications to compete for the finals. I've seen the games of the Yudun Academy. Their fighting style is very unique. 2 Soul Masters with Shield Spirits stand in the front to block the charge of the opponent's Soul Masters, while the 4 strong attack Soul Masters with long-range attacks hide in the back to attack, and the last one provides support for the auxiliary system. To be honest, this tactic is very solid, but the disadvantages are also obvious. If you encounter a team like the Divine Wind Academy, you can directly declare it a loss, and the same is true when encountering the other 4-5 Elements Academy teams. The 2 defensive Soul Masters of the Yudun Academy are only Soul Masters. Facing the bombardment of Soul skills of the same level, it is probably difficult to resist. If the 2 Shield Soul Masters fail, the Yudun team will basically lose. Although we can't bombard with single attribute Soul skills like the 5 Elements Academy, we can completely learn from the Divine Wind Academy and use speed to bypass the 2 front row Shield Soul Masters of the Yudun Academy and go straight to the front. Then attack the back row. But what I want to know is the 2 Shield Spirit Masters of the Yudun Academy. Teacher, do you know what their Shield Spirits are? After saying that, BIGE looked at the Master. The Shield Spirit of the Yudun Academy is a very peculiar Shield Spirit, called the Double Shield, or the Double Shield. A single Double Shield is not a particularly powerful spirit, but the powerful point of the Double Shield is that this spirit can be combined. On the side, Lu Erlong answered BIGE's question. Combination. Hearing Lu Erlong's words, everyone was a little surprised. Yes, it is a combination, not the kind of combination of spirit fusion skills, but a combination in the literal sense. The Double Absolute Shield is a very strange martial soul. This martial soul has 2 forms. Each Soul Master with the Double Absolute Shield martial soul will only have 1 form when awakening the Double Absolute Shield martial soul. But the scary thing is that the Soul Master with 1 form and the Soul Master with the 2 forms are born with the ability to merge. In the merged state, the strength of the Double Absolute Shield martial soul will reach the level second only to the Clear Sky Hammer martial soul, which can be called the strongest defense weapon martial soul. Moreover, in the state of martial soul fusion, the 2 Soul Masters with the Double Absolute Shield martial soul can share each other's soul power, which greatly increases the power of the soul skills used. But unfortunately, the soul power is consumed very quickly in this merged state, and the martial soul fusion is not like the martial soul fusion skill, which can produce powerful soul skills, but can only increase the power of the original soul skills, otherwise the double absolute shield martial soul may also become a unique one. Lu Erlong shook his head with a sigh. In this way, can't the two defense-type soul masters of the shield team be regarded as a special soul ancestor-level defense-type soul master? Dai Mubai couldn't help asking. You can see it that way, but their weakness is also obvious. Once the spirits merge, the two spirit masters with dual shield spirits cannot be separated too far, otherwise the spirit fusion will be dissolved. Lu Erlong explained. Almost, I already know how to deal with the shield team tomorrow. After listening to Lu Erlong's words, Bai Ji nodded slightly. What method? Everyone came over. Boss Bai, can I still play tomorrow? Ma Hongjun still asked with a shameless face. Facing the Shield Academy, it's useless for you to play, there will be a chance in the future. Glancing at Ma Hongjun, Bai Ji shook his head. Then who will play among us? Oscar scratched his head. It's the same as yesterday, the general lineup remains unchanged, but this time Ma Hongjun doesn't need to play. There are only two defensive spirit masters on the opposite side, so there is no place for Ma Hongjun. This time you are the core, and the Crimson Pearl Academy plays the auxiliary, cooperating with Tang San and Tai Long to hold back the two double shield spirit masters, and then Zhu Qing, Xiao Wu and Yi Ran will bypass the double shield spirit masters to attack the back row spirit masters on the opposite side. Bai Ji said. With me as the core. But Oscar was a little confused when he heard Bai Ji's words. Do you remember the tactics we discussed before? Seeing Oscar's confused expression, Bai Ji couldn't help but remind him. What are you talking about? Oscar's eyes lit up. Yes, the two soul masters with double shields on the opposite side are actually very difficult to deal with. When the double shields are combined, the range of the soul skill chi wall they cast is enough to expand to half the length of the stadium, so it is difficult to break through from the ground. But since we can't break through from the ground, then we can go through the sky. Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing and Yi Yi are all extremely fast soul masters. Once they break through to the back row, you should all be able to imagine the result. Bai Ji explained with a smile. After hearing Bai Ji's explanation, everyone suddenly realized that they had not watched today's game and had not understood what Oscar meant by the core. Now they heard Bai Ji say that the combination of the two ultimate shield soul masters' spirits could actually expand the defense range of the defensive spirit skills to half of the stadium, which indeed required a breakthrough from the sky. And to break through from the sky, Oscar's flying mushroom sausage was naturally needed. After all, not everyone was like Ma Hongjun, who had a spirit with the ability to fly. Chapter 274, Shield Team, the game begins. 4/4. In the morning, after breakfast, Bai Ji took Ning Rongrong, Meng Yuran, Zhu Zuqing, Ye Lingling and several little maids to the Tiandu Great Fighting Soul Arena. Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang still accompanied them. Near Dan Pavilion, they met up with the people from Shrek Academy, and finally everyone entered the Tiandu Great Fighting Soul Arena together. Entering the exclusive lounge through the player channel, I came to the circular corridor. From the circular corridor, the audience seats around were already full of people, all of whom were excitedly waiting for the start of the second round of preliminaries. Unlike the opening ceremony, during the opening ceremony, because only an exhibition match was held, in order to facilitate the opening ceremony, only a large fighting arena in the center was used at the competition venue. However, since the official start of the competition, that is, the second day, the Tiandu Great Fighting Arena was set up on the central fighting arena. 4 additional large-scale fighting arenas were added nearby, with 5 matches being held at the same time. In this way, more than a dozen matches can be held in one day. Otherwise, if all the matches are held on one fighting arena, it will probably take 3 or 4 days unless they are held continuously. On this day, in addition to the host at the opening ceremony, because there are 4 more fighting arenas, the host can no longer serve as a part-time referee, so the organizers found 5 more referees to preside over the matches on the 5 fighting arenas. According to yesterday's analysis, Bai Ji had already determined today's lineup in advance, namely Jiangzhu, Oscar, Tang San, Tailong, Xiaowu, Zhu Zuqing and Meng Yuran, so everyone was looking outside in the circular corridor at the moment, and did not discuss tactics in the lounge. After waiting for almost half an hour, with the arrival of Emperor Shuiye of the Tiandu Empire on the rostrum, as well as the arrival of Ning Fengzi and Saras, the match was finally announced to be about to begin, and suddenly, the surrounding audience seats could not help but burst into warm cheers. Now, please welcome the teams competing today. As the host's voice rang out above the venue, in each lounge, the 10 Soul Master teams that had arrived because of the competition in the morning could not help but stand up and began to prepare to enter the venue through the player channel from the back of the lounge. Come on, I'll wait for your good news. Before leaving, Bai Ge still smiled. Don't worry, watch me show my skills this time. Meng Yuan patted his already beginning to take shape very confidently. Seeing the waves in front of him, Bai Ge wondered if he had worked too hard in recent months. Watching Tang San and 6 other players including Meng Yuan and Zhu Zuqing leave the lounge, everyone came to the circular corridor again and began to wait for the Shrek team that was about to enter. Under Bai Ge's gaze, the Shrek team passed through the player channel and finally came to the main fighting spirit stage. The reason why Shrek Academy will compete on the main fighting spirit stage is very simple, that is, because the Shrek team defeated the second team of Tiandu Royal Academy in the opening ceremony the day before yesterday, so it naturally received a lot of attention. It just so happened that although Yudun Academy is not as famous as the 5 Elements Academy in Tiandu Imperial City, it is also a well-known upper-middle level academy. Compared with the other 4 games of chicken fighting, Shrek Academy vs Yudun Academy is naturally more interesting, so the organizer undoubtedly arranged the battle between Shrek Academy and Yudun Academy on the main fighting spirit stage in the center. Tang San led the other 6 team members all the way to one side of the main fighting spirit stage in the center. At this time, the referee was still on the stage. Although the host had asked each team to enter, he had not announced the stage yet. Taking this opportunity, Tang San also began to observe the situation of the Yudun team. Although he heard Bai Ge talk about the basic lineup of the Yudun team yesterday, it was all said and done, but everything still had to be seen with one's own eyes. The lineup of the Shield team cannot be seen from the surface, but the Martial Soul and the Soul Master are closely related. Generally speaking, the development direction of a Soul Master can be basically seen by looking at the body shape of a Soul Master. For example, the Soul Masters with tall and burly figures are generally either Power-type Soul Masters or Defense-type Soul Masters, while those with strong and well-proportioned figures are generally Strong Attack-type Soul Masters, those with slender and agile figures are Agile Attack-type Soul Masters, and those who look very thin are generally either Control-type Soul Masters or Auxiliary-type Soul Masters. Although this is the case, it is not entirely correct to distinguish by appearance. For example, Bai Ge, from the appearance, Bai Ge looks like a strong attack-type Soul Master, but Bai Ge is a control-type Soul Master, although he is a strong attack-type control-type Soul Master, although there are some exceptions, most of them can be distinguished. According to this view, the 2 most conspicuous tall and burly Soul Masters of the Shield team are basically the 2 Soul Masters with double shields that Bai Ge mentioned before, but the remaining 5 Soul Masters seem to have no sense of power, so it is difficult to distinguish them. However, according to Bai Ge, the Strong Attack Spirit Masters of the Shield team are all Strong Attack Spirit Masters with long-range attacks similar to Ma Hung Jun, so it is normal that they are not very strong. Please enter the arena for both teams. After about a minute, the referee finally announced the entry. Tang San led Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, Meng Yuan and others to slowly board the fighting arena, and the Shield team also boarded the fighting arena under the leadership of a thin-looking young man. Although the Shield team's name is based on the Double Shield Spirit Masters, as a defensive Spirit Master, it is difficult for them to command on the battlefield because they are busy defending, and the Strong Attack Spirit Masters are the same. So for most teams, the captain and commander is generally the Control Spirit Master or Auxiliary Spirit Master in the team. Just like in the game, because in the battle, only these 2 types of players who do not have to face the battle directly can command the battle and let the team play a stronger combat power. Please salute the players of both sides. When the 2 fighters were observing each other, the referee continued. After hearing the referee's words, the 2 teams slowly stepped forward and bowed to each other, responding to the purpose of the competition. Second, friendship comes first. After the ceremony, the 2 teams slowly retreated to the side again and formed a formation. However, due to the tactical arrangement, the formation of the Shrek team was particularly strange this time. It was Tai Long and Tang San who stood in the front, while the others stood in the back, standing with Oscar. Attention, both Soul Master teams, you have 1 minute to summon your martial spirits. After 1 minute, when I announce the start of the game, you can attack until one side loses the ability to fight, or admits defeat and falls off the fighting stage. The referee shouted under the fighting stage. Hearing the referee's words, the two teams summoned their martial spirits one after another. Double shield, out! Double shield, out! With two roars, the two huge tower shields with perfectly combined external shapes were summoned by the two double shield soul masters in front of the shield team. Holding the double shields, the two double shield spirit masters suddenly seemed to have turned into two indestructible walls of iron and steel, full of an unshakable feeling. Behind the double shield spirit masters, 5 long-range attack spellcasting and strong attack spirit masters also summoned their own martial souls. Their martial souls were Feng Mei, Huo Jing, Bingguai, and Lei Ling. According to the system's classification of martial souls, they should be Earth-level martial souls. But among the Earth level, it is of relatively poor quality. At the end of the shield team, the thin auxiliary spirit master summoned a strange disc, and 3 spirit rings slowly rose from under his feet. Chapter 275, Involvement and Control, Double Absolute Fusion. 1/4. Powerful Gorilla, possess. Blue Silver Grass, come out. Soft Bone Rabbit, possess. Healing Scepter, come out. When the shield team summoned their own martial spirits, everyone in Shrek also summoned their own martial spirits, from Tai Long's powerful gorilla to Jiangji's healing scepter. Although Oscar also summoned his sausage martial spirit, the battle had not officially started yet, so even if he was very eager, Oscar could not create flying mushroom sausages now. Because it was a foul, once discovered, the game would be directly judged as lost. This was reminded before the start of the Masters competition. The game officially begins. With the referee's loud shout, the game finally officially began. I have a mushroom sausage, I have a mushroom sausage, I have a mushroom sausage. Hearing that the game had begun, Oscar immediately began to recite his soul spell frantically, creating one mushroom sausage after another. On the other side, hearing the start of the game, 2 double shield spirit masters in the shield team grabbed the tower shield in their hands and rushed towards Tang San and Tai Long at a sudden speed. Unlike most of the extreme attribute academies in Tiandu Imperial City, the Shield Academy is a balanced flow, using double shield spirit masters as defense to advance the battlefield, long-range attack type strong attack spirit masters as turret output, and auxiliary spirit masters to provide gains as lubrication. Such a lineup can be said to be very stable, with enough attack power for the output of 4 turrets, but unfortunately, the upper limit of such a lineup is very high, but the lower limit is also very low. If you encounter a team that can penetrate the double shield spirit masters, then the shield team basically doesn't have to struggle. Because they have lost the protection of the double shield spirit masters, the 4 long-range strong attack spirit masters and 1 auxiliary spirit master do not have the ability to fight in close combat. Facing the close combat of physical strong attack spirit masters and agile attack spirit masters, the end is basically needless to say. The approach of the double shield spirit master is to provide protection and output space for the 4 turret type long-range strong attack spirit masters behind him, but Shrek will not just watch the approach of the double shield spirit master in vain. Tyrone, stop them! Seeing the 2 double shield spirit masters rushing over, Tang San immediately gave an order, and then rushed up with Tyrone. Blue Silver Spider Web. When he was not far from the double shield spirit master, Tang San shouted in his heart and directly activated the 4th spirit skill Blue Silver Spider Web. As the 4th spirit ring of Tang San's body rhythmically bloomed with dazzling yellow light, countless blue-silver vines quickly intertwined in the air to weave a blue-silver spider web, which instantly shot towards the double shield spirit master. And looking at the blue-black appearance of Tang San's blue-silver spider web, and the plant-type martial spirit, more than 80% of this blue-silver spider web is poisonous, the double shield spirit master will naturally not let himself be bound in vain. Air shield wall. When the blue-silver spider web was about to cover it, a double shield soul master quickly raised the tower shield in his hand. As the second soul ring of the double shield soul master glowed, an invisible air wall instantly condensed and formed to block the blue-silver spider web. But at this time, Tai Long had already rushed up. Ah! Tai Long, who had almost turned into a black-haired giant ape, roared and slammed into the air wall. The powerful impact instantly broke the air wall, and then the remaining momentum hit the user. The double shield of the spirit master who created the shield wall of Qi. As a spirit master of defensive weapon spirit, the defensive power of the double shield is amazing. Although Tai Long's wild collision is powerful, breaking through the defense of the shield wall of Qi originally consumed too much of Tai Long's strength, so when it hit the double shield of the spirit master of the double shield, Tai Long's 3rd spirit skill, the wild collision, had little impact left. Bang! With his flesh and blood body, he hit the hard tower shield of the spirit master of the double shield. The reaction force from the double shield shocked Tai Long's blood. If he hadn't activated the first spirit skill, the stone defense, Tai Long would probably have been knocked down by the reaction force. But even so, the reaction force from the double shield also shocked Tai Long to retreat several steps. His head was buzzing, and he shook his head several times before his brain returned to normal. Tai Long was shaken by the reaction force, so the double shield soul master would not be any better. After all, the force is mutual, and his strength is not as good as Tai Long. Fortunately, Tai Long's impact force acted on the entire surface of the double shield, so although the double shield soul master staggered back several steps, he did not fall down. After being stopped by his companions, the repelled double shield soul master picked up the shield in his hand again and stood together with another double shield soul master. And this time, they took the initiative to attack. As the first and third soul rings of the two double shield soul masters bloomed, the two double shield soul masters raised their shields again and rushed towards Tang San and Tai Long. At the same time, the four long-range strong attack soul masters behind them were also looking for positions everywhere, trying to bypass the two double shield soul masters to attack Tang San and Tai Long, or directly see if there is hope to bypass Tang San and attack the Shrek team members behind. Seeing Oscar frantically making all kinds of food, any normal person would know that the other party was going to make a big move. For such an unknown thing, the four long-range strong attack spirit masters naturally tried their best to stop it. However, because they thought that the other party might have agile attack spirit masters or strong attack spirit masters, the four long-range strong attack spirit masters still did not dare to leave the protection range of the two double shield spirit masters, and only dared to find opportunities to launch attacks from the back. Shield defense, violent shield strike. While the four long-range strong attack spirit masters were looking for opportunities, the two double shield spirit masters also launched their own spirit skills and rushed over. Both of their spirit skills were very standard defensive spirit skills, both offensive and defensive. Shield defense can increase the defense of the shield and reduce the power of the attack received, while the violent shield strike is a spirit skill obtained from a spirit beast called the Savage Shield Pig, which can make up for the disadvantage of the slow speed of the defensive spirit master to a certain extent, and when it hits the enemy, it will generate a huge shock force and knock the enemy down, so it is called violent shield strike. In order to increase the power of the skills, in the middle of the battle, the two soul masters of the double absolute shield suddenly put their shields together and entered the unique martial soul fusion state of the double absolute shield martial soul. Although in this state, the two people almost became conjoined twins and could not separate, but in the state of violent shield attack, the two people could only move in a straight line. Entering the double absolute fusion state can not only enhance the strength of the martial soul itself, but also allow the soul skills of the two people to be injected into one soul skill at the same time, thereby enhancing the power of the soul skill. Compared with the defense range in the detached state, it is more suitable to combine in this attack. As for the defense range, it is okay to wait until the soul skill ends before detaching. However, facing the attack of the two double absolute shields, Tang San calmly let Tai Long retreat with him, giving the double absolute shield soul masters a chance to approach. And at this time, because they saw the opportunity, with a burst of air-breaking sounds, three figures quickly rushed from the air to the direction of the shield team. Chapter 276 Tactics, Furious Flying Assault Flow, Easy Victory. 2/4. What? Seeing the three figures suddenly flying in the air, the Yudun Academy was stunned. In fact, not only the Yudun Academy, but also the surrounding audience and Emperor Shuiye on the rostrum were a little shocked. Although there have been flying soul masters in the competition, in fact, the swan spirit of the Tiandu royal family is a kind of spirit with the ability to fly, but the spirits of these three little guys don't seem to be flying spirits. How did these little guys fly? But when Emperor Shuiye was a little surprised, Ning Fengzi smiled and explained, Your Majesty, it should be the food spirit master of Shrek Academy. The food made by that little guy can give people the ability to fly. So that's it. Hearing Ning Fengzi's words, Emperor Shuiye noticed that Oscar, who had already made flying mushroom sausages at the end of the Shrek team, was eating a large sausage to restore his soul power. But this little guy should be at most a soul master. Soul masters can make food that can give soul masters the ability to fly. This little guy is also a genius. Emperor Shuiye said with some emotion. No, this little guy is called Oscar. He is a classmate of Rong Rong and Bai Ji. He is an extremely rare innate full soul food type soul master. He is 16 years old today. He is indeed a genius, but his strength is not the soul master that your majesty said, but the 43rd level soul sect. Ning Fengzi said with a smile. 16-year-old innate full soul food type soul sect? Hearing Ning Fengzi's words, not only Emperor Shuiyat, but even Saras beside him couldn't help but look sideways. Food type soul masters play a huge role on the battlefield. If Oscar, a food type soul master with full innate soul power, is well trained, he may be able to impact the titled Douluo level in the future. A titled Douluo level food type soul master can almost provide logistics for a legion. Such a genius food type soul master, it's a pity that he is not from my Tiandu Royal Academy / Martial Soul Hall. Emperor Shuiyat and Saras couldn't help but shake their heads at the same time. But seeing the sighing expressions of Emperor Shuiyat and Saras, Ning Fengzi couldn't help but smile a little. A 16-year-old soul master was so surprised. If you knew that there was a 13-year-old soul king, and a soul king whose second soul ring was 1,000 years and the fourth soul ring was 10,000 years, what would your expressions be? On the other side, after eating the flying mushroom sausage made by Oscar, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing and Meng Yuran grew 6 transparent wings. After spreading the 6 wings, they rushed straight to the back row of the shield team. Oscar's flying mushroom sausage soul skill comes from the phoenix tail coxcomb snake, which allows the user to grow 6 transparent wings after taking it, and have the flying speed of the phoenix tail coxcomb snake for a period of time. When he first got this skill, the flying mushroom sausage made by Oscar only lasted for 1 minute, but after being promoted to soul sect, the effect of the flying mushroom sausage has been extended to 1.5 minutes. Oscar had made a total of 9 flying mushroom sausages before, and each of them had 3, which means that they can fly at the speed of the phoenix tail coxcomb snake in 4.5 minutes. In these 4.5 minutes, they will be the nightmare of any fragile soul master after they have the ability to fly. This is also the tactic that Bai Ji had formulated before, violent flying assault flow. After the control type soul master entangles the opponent's agile attack or defense type soul master, let the agile attack type soul master take and carry a certain number of flying mushroom sausages, and then use this opportunity to frantically attack the opponent's unguarded back row. But there is also a problem with this, that is, if the opponent also has a control type soul master, under the premise that the control type soul master protects the back row, even the agile attack type soul master with flying ability will find it difficult to attack the enemy's back row. Therefore, in order to overcome the opponent's control type soul master, there is actually a fixed member combination in the violent flying assault flow tactics, that is Ma Hung Jun. However, because the shield team has only 2 defense type soul masters and no control type soul masters, it is useless for Ma Hung Jun to play. Instead of exposing Ma Hung Jun's flying ability, it is better to let Jiangju play soy sauce. Damn it! Seeing Meng Yuran, Zhu Zuqing and Xiao Wu rushing out of the air behind Shrek, the 2 double shield soul masters changed their faces on the spot. However, they were in the violent shield attack state, unless they hit an obstacle, they would only rush forward, unless they forcibly removed the soul skills, but then the soul power would be backfired. But thinking of the 4 vulnerable long-range strong attack soul masters and auxiliary soul masters in the back, the 2 double shield soul masters could only choose to forcibly remove their 3rd soul skill, violent shield attack. As they forcibly removed the 3rd soul skill they launched, the 2 double shield soul masters turned pale on the spot, and a wisp of blood could not help but flow from the corners of their mouths. Want to leave? Seeing that the 2 double shield soul masters actually wanted to return to defense, Tang San naturally could not agree. Tyrone. After greeting Tyrone, Tang San shouted again, entangle. In an instant, countless blue-silver grasses quickly grew and quickly entangled the 2 double shield soul masters. Facing the attack behind them, the 2 double shield soul masters could not ignore it, and could only turn around helplessly to launch the temperament shield wall defense again, but at this time, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing and Meng Yuran had already arrived at the back of the shield team. Yuran, you go to deal with the auxiliary soul master, and Zhu Qing and I will deal with these 4 strong attack soul masters. In the air, Xiao Wu had already assigned their respective enemies. So when she came not far from a young man with long green hair, Xiao Wu immediately stretched her wings and rushed over, and Zhu Zuqing and Meng Yuran also found their enemies not far away. Windstorm, Wind Blade. Seeing Xiao Wu rushing towards him, Feng Mei Soul Master suddenly felt nervous, and quickly launched his enhanced soul skills and the strongest single attack soul skills, but suddenly Xiao Wu disappeared. Waist bow. A voice came from behind, and there was a sudden sharp pain in the waist. Feng Mei Soul Master suddenly felt a huge force attacking his waist, and the whole person flew out instantly, hit the ground head first, and fainted instantly. Scorching Sun Fireball! A low shout came from behind, and a fireball suddenly flew towards Xiao Wu, but the moment Xiao Wu felt the high temperature from the fireball, she rolled over and dodged it. Charm! Suddenly looking up at the Fire Spirit Master, Xiao Wu's eyes flashed with a pink light. Facing Xiao Wu's sudden charm, the Fire Spirit Master had no time to react. In reaction, instantly fell into a state of unconsciousness, and the result is naturally needless to say. On the other side, Zhu Zuqing, who was originally a Spirit Master of the Agility attack system, became several times faster after performing the Spiral 9 Shadows, and his figure was almost invisible. He just kept pulling out a series of afterimages in the air. After the whole person quickly passed the two targets, a piece of blood spurted out of the chest of the two targets, and then he staggered back several steps, suddenly fell to the ground, and his face turned pale. With the dual advantages of martial arts and strength, Meng Yuren quickly subdued the Auxiliary Spirit Master of the Shield Team and put the sharp tip of the gun on the neck of the Auxiliary Spirit Master. "You are the captain of the Shield Team, it's time to admit defeat now." Chapter 277 The Vision of the Illusionary Wisdom Soul Bone, really? Spiritual Internet. 3/4. With the cold and sharp gun tip pointed at his neck, feeling the piercing and coldness so close, the Auxiliary Spirit Master of the Shield Team couldn't help but turn pale. Hearing Meng Yuren say that he wanted to admit defeat, the Auxiliary Spirit Master murmured a few times, somewhat unwillingly. But when he swept across the entire battlefield, except for the two double shield Spirit Masters who were still barely holding on without being knocked down, the rest of the team members were almost knocked to the ground. Seeing this, the Auxiliary Spirit Master's face finally collapsed. "We admit defeat." When the Auxiliary Spirit Master's voice sounded on the fighting stage, the double shield Spirit Master who was still trying to return to defense under the entanglement of Tang San and Tai Long also silently put down his tower shield. On the other side, with the Shield Academy's admission of defeat, the host who was hovering in the sky and commenting on the 5 games couldn't help but turn his eyes over. "Oh? On the main Fighting Soul stage, the outcome of our Shrek Academy vs Yudun Academy has been revealed. Yudun Academy admitted defeat, and the winner is Shrek Academy." Pointing to the main Fighting Soul stage, the host shouted with a loudspeaker. "Long live Shrek Academy! Shrek Academy is invincible! Come on, Shrek!" Hearing the host's words, the audience couldn't help but burst into cheers like a tsunami. If Shrek Academy defeated the second team of Tiandu Royal Academy yesterday, it just made everyone look at Shrek Academy with new eyes. Then today Shrek Academy defeated Yudun Academy neatly and decisively, which undoubtedly confirmed Shrek Academy's status as a strong team. Although the current Shrek Academy is still not as powerful as the old 5 Elements Academy in the eyes of most viewers, except for the 5 Elements Academy, Shrek Academy is already the well-deserved first. "Xiao Ao, how do you feel?" Seeing Tang San and his team members coming over, Ma Hongjun smiled and hooked Oscar's shoulders. "It should feel good to be in the limelight this time, right? It's just so-so. Anyway, I didn't fight. I just made some flying mushroom sausages. Although they are quite useful, I'm afraid they are not as good as you combat-oriented people in the eyes of the audience." Oscar shrugged. "Yuran, how do you feel about using your new martial spirit for the first time in battle?" When seeing Meng Yuran and Zhu Zuqing coming over, Ning Rongrong, who was beside Bai Ji, couldn't help but smile and took Meng Yuran's arm and asked. "I don't feel much. Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing chose 2 strong attacking Spirit Masters, but I was assigned a supporting Spirit Master. Let alone the 100 birds paying homage to the Phoenix Spear, I didn't even use my spirit skills. I subdued him in 2 or 3 moves." Meng Yuran complained a little. "You are too slow, and you don't have any evasive spirit skills. If you fight 2 strong attack Spirit Masters, you may get hurt. We are doing this for your own good." Zhu Zuqing explained in a cold voice. "I know. I'm not angry. It's just that it's not too difficult to fight a support Spirit Master. I'm a little disappointed." Meng Yuran laughed. Hearing what the girls said, Bai Ji couldn't help but shook his head. When did these guys become so arrogant? "By the way, teacher, what game is there in the afternoon? Should we come and take a look in the afternoon?" Thinking of how they solved the Shield team neatly today with the advantage of information, and the Shield team was particularly passive because they didn't have the information of Shrek Academy, Tang San fully understood the importance of information. So thinking of the afternoon game, Tang San couldn't help but ask. All the teams from the 5 Elements Academy will play this afternoon. They will be your primary enemies in the preliminaries. If you want to know more about your opponents, you can come and have a look. However, today is the first round of preliminaries, and the teams that the 5 Elements Academy will play against are not very powerful. You should only have a rough understanding of their basic situation. The master said. Teacher, do you have a schedule for the second round of preliminaries? Bai Ge asked after hearing the master's words. Yes. The master nodded, took out a piece of paper with the battle information from the storage soul guide and handed it to Bai Ge. There really is no worthwhile competition. After a quick look, Bai Ge could not help but shake his head as he saw all the academies he had never heard of. He had come to see the first round of the competition last time, and Bai Ge had a basic understanding of all the participating academies. There were a total of 28 Soul Master Academies participating in the Tiandu Imperial City Qualifying Division, which means there were a total of 28 teams participating. However, among these 28 Soul Master teams, except for the team of the 5 Elements Academy, the teams of other Soul Master Academies basically did not have a main player at the level of a Soul Master. Oh no! There is another one, that is Kanghui Academy. In the team of this Soul Master Academy that had a certain role in the original work, there was still a Soul Master, that is, the captain of Kanghui Academy, and Bai Ge still remembered the leader of this Kanghui Academy, a Soul Master named Shinian who seemed to have a soul bone. Soul bone. Thinking of soul bones, Bai Ge's eyes could not help but flicker. Bai Ge was not unaware of the preciousness of soul bones. He had a piece of the most precious external soul bone, the 8-spider lance. Although he did not use it much, as one of the most precious treasures on the Douluo continent, who would not be willing to get a soul bone? Moreover, through the memories recalled after taking NTZ Perfect Edition, Bai Ge suddenly remembered that Shinian's soul bone seemed to be very good. It was a head soul bone called the Environmental Wisdom Skull. The illusionary wisdom soul bone can provide a spiritual space similar to the domain, called the illusionary space. Although the illusionary space does not have the growth of the domain, its effect can indeed increase the mental power of friendly forces by 20%, and at the same time establish a mental network to allow each other to communicate with each other, and it can also produce a psychedelic effect on the enemy, not only making the enemy lost in the opposite direction, but also weakening the enemy's mental power. Bai Ge did not think much of the ability of the illusionary space to weaken mental power. Bai Ge was interested in the ability of the illusionary space to establish a mental network and allow each other to communicate with each other. Mental network, is this equivalent to an alternative internet? If he could get this soul bone, comprehend the secret of the illusion space, create a huge spiritual network, and use the heaven-changing and earth-strike skill to compress the knowledge into a compressed package and store it in the spiritual network for people to download, wouldn't he be able to quickly create a large number of alchemists? And if this spiritual network can cover the entire Tiandu Empire, Douluo continent and even Douluo planet in the future, would it be considered a true spiritual internet? Chapter 278 The draw for the 6th round of the preliminaries, opponent, Xiangjia Academy. 4/4. Thinking of this, Bai Ge could no longer regard the environmental wisdom soul bone as just an ordinary soul bone, because this might be the key to opening a new era. However, although he wanted to take the environmental wisdom soul bone from Shinian immediately, it was not easy to start now because the Tiandu Imperial City was holding the elite exchange competition for soul masters from all continents. Bai Ge could only suppress the urgency in his heart. Kanghui Academy definitely cannot pass the preliminaries. By the time the preliminaries are over, Douluo should have returned. By then, letting Douluo take action will definitely be much more secretive than Mengshu. Because there were no valuable games in the afternoon, no one came to watch the games, but practiced at home. On the third day, the Shrek team drew a weak team that was still unknown, and the next 2 days were the same. In this way, Shrek Academy won 5 consecutive victories. But in the 6th round of draws, Shrek Academy finally drew a heavyweight team, that is, the Xiangjia team of Xiangjia Academy. In the original work, Xiangjia Academy was originally the academy that Shrek Academy faced in the 2nd round, but because of Bai Ge's intervention, Shrek Academy did not meet Xiangjia Academy in the 2nd round, but because the preliminaries of the elite exchange competition of Soul Master Academy in the whole continent are based on the points system. The points system emphasizes the rotation of battles, that is, a team will fight against all teams except itself in turn, and finally the ranking will be determined by the points, so as to avoid the influence of luck on the game. So no matter what, Shrek Academy will eventually have to fight with the team of the Five Elements Academy. However, compared with the caution in the original book, in the view of the current master, even if Shrek Academy hides its strength and does not exert its full strength, the Five Elements Academy will not be the opponent of Shrek Academy. However, facing the Elephant Armor Academy, it is still difficult to defeat the Elephant Armor Academy without showing some strength. In the evening, it was still in the meeting room of Shrek Academy. Tomorrow, your opponent is the Elephant Armor Academy. The master threw a book of information on the conference table and looked at everyone. The Elephant Armor Academy is the Element Academy representing the Earth among the Five Elements Academy in Tiandu Imperial City. It is good at strength and defense and has strong strength. You have now won 5 consecutive victories. The preliminaries are not knockout rounds, but points competitions. As long as the points reach the top 5, you can advance, so you can also choose to abstain from this game. This doesn't affect anything. Teacher, can you tell us about the origin of the Elephant Armor Academy? I don't want to give up. After hearing the master's words, Bai Ge said. He didn't want to give up. Although the top 5 in the preliminaries can enter the promotion and finals, the first place in the preliminaries has a chance to draw a gold level lottery. If he gives up this time, he might miss the reward. I don't want to give up either, teacher. Tang San also nodded, and the others echoed. Well, in fact, the Elephant Armor Academy is not invincible to you, but if you want to defeat the Elephant Armor Academy, you must expose some of your strength. Either Bai Ge goes on the court or Rong and Mu Bai go on the court together, otherwise you may not be able to resist the charge of the Elephant Armor Academy. The master smiled and said. I'll go on the court. After hearing the master's words, Bai Ge said. I won't expose my strength in this game. I will only fight them as a control-type soul master. Okay. The master thought about it and nodded. The next day's competition came as scheduled. After entering the lounge, they waited for a while. When the host called out all the teams to enter, the players in each lounge who were about to play stood up. The same was true in the lounge of Shrek Academy, but this time the leader was not Tang San, but Bai Ge. Master, come on, we will cheer for you. Before leaving, several little maids said seriously. On the side, Ning Rongrong also pulled Zhu Zuqing and Ye Lingling over. Bai Ge, be careful. Although they knew Bai Ge's strength, they were still a little worried when they thought of the usual reputation of Xiangjia Academy. Don't worry, it's okay. After hugging Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zuqing and Ye Lingling in turn, and under Ma Hongzhen's sour eyes, Bai Ge finally led the team out of the lounge and walked downstairs to the contestant channel after softly comforting the 3 women. But on the way to the contestant channel, looking at Meng Yuran who was following Bai Ge in front of him, Ma Hongzhen was still very sour in his heart. Why don't I have a bitch face? Feeling very uncomfortable, Ma Hongzhen couldn't help but turn his head and look at Oscar. Looking at Oscar's handsome face, Ma Hongzhen was furious for a while, and couldn't help but touch Oscar's face fiercely, which made Tai Long behind him feel cold. Entered the contestant channel all the way, and finally came to the competition venue where the fighting spirit stage was located. Maybe because of the competition of Xiangjia Academy, Bai Ge found a very conspicuous figure in the VIP seats behind the rostrum. That was a very tall and strong man, who looked like a meat mountain. Although his hair and beard were all white due to his age, his tall stature and the momentum brought by his strong cultivation still made him full of indescribable oppression and power. Tianxiang Huianzhen. Although he had never seen him before, a name suddenly popped up in Bai Ge's mind. As a sect near Tiandu Imperial City, Dan Pavilion naturally did business with Xiangjia sect, and it can be said that Xiangjia sect is still a big customer of Dan Pavilion. Because Xiangjia sect is developing in the direction of defense and strength, the orders signed by Xiangjia sect and Dan Pavilion are almost all for elixirs such as bone strengthening pills and body strengthening pills, but there are also a small amount of marrow washing pills and black jade bone repairing paste. However, because the marrow washing pill is much more expensive than the bone strengthening pill and body strengthening pill, even the Xiangjia sect cannot buy too much, but because of the influence of Dan Pavilion, Bai Ge guessed that the Xiangjia team may be stronger than in the original book. However, since the Dan Pavilion was established less than 2 months ago, even if he took the bone strengthening pill and body strengthening pill every day, his strength would not be improved much. After all, these 2 kinds of pills are not quick to take effect, but require the accumulation of effects over the years. With Meng Yuran, Xiao Wu, Tai Long, Ma Hongzhen, Oscar and Zhang Zhu, Bai Ji came to one side of the fighting spirit stage. On the other side, a group of tall and strong men had also arrived, but they were also waiting. Bai Ji's height is now close to 1.9 meters. Whether in Shrek Academy or Tiandu Imperial City, he can be said to stand out from the crowd. Few people can compare with him. However, compared with the group of strong men in the elephant armor team, Bai Ji will fall behind. The shortest member of the elephant armor team is more than 2 meters tall. From the body shape, each of them looks similar to the Tianxiang Hu Yanzhen that Bai Ji had seen before, and each of them is scary strong. As if sensing Bai Ji's gaze, a sturdy man leading the elephant armor team suddenly turned his head and looked at Bai Ji, then bowed to Bai Ji, which made Bai Ji a little confused. Does this guy know me? Chapter 279 Hu Yanli's Solemnity. Bai Ji is also a big shot? 1/2. Please invite both teams to come on stage. The referee's voice came from the fighting arena. Hearing the voice, Bai Ji came back to his senses. He led the players behind him onto the fighting arena, and on the other side, the elephant armor team also boarded the fighting arena. Please salute the players on both sides. Seeing that the Shrek team and the elephant armor team had already entered the arena, the referee continued. Hearing the referee's words, Bai Ji led everyone slowly to the center of the fighting arena, and the captain of the elephant armor team also brought his players to the center of the fighting arena. The 7 players of the Elephant Armor Academy were all very tall and strong. When they came together, they were like a moving tall wall, full of oppression. However, when they came in front of Bai Ji, the tallest and strongest man leading the Elephant Armor team suddenly bowed respectfully to Bai Ji. Hu Yanli, meet Pavilion Master Bai. Do you know me? Hearing Hu Yanli's words, Bai Ji was a little curious. Pavilion Master Bai, you are joking. Pavilion Master Bai founded the Dan Pavilion before he was 20, and he also subdued Lord Mengshu, the dragon snake Douluo. Our elephant armor sex cultivation depends on Pavilion Master's elixirs. Hu Yanli has always admired Pavilion Master Bai. It is Hu Yanli's honor to meet Pavilion Master Bai today. I hope Pavilion Master Bai can show mercy during the competition. Hu Yanli said in a low voice. We show mercy? I hope you can show mercy, Hu Yanli. You are the famous 5 Elements Academy team, and our Shrek is just an unknown small academy. It is absolutely not worthy to say that we show mercy to the team of the Elephant Armor Academy. Bai Ji said with a playful tone. Pavilion Master Bai, you are joking. Our Elephant Armor Academy is not as ignorant of the strength of Shrek Academy as those ordinary academies. Hu Yanli shook his head. However, although Hu Yanli asked Bai Ji to show mercy, in fact, what he said was just a polite remark. The reason why he was so respectful to Bai Ji was that the Elephant Armor sect needed to maintain a good relationship with Dan Pavilion. Although he heard that Shrek Academy had defeated a team from Tiandu Royal Academy, Hu Yanli was also very serious, but he did not think that Shrek Academy could easily defeat their Elephant Armor team. Please step aside, the game will officially begin soon. You have 1 minute to summon your martial spirits. After 1 minute, when I announce the start of the game, you can attack until one side loses the ability to fight, or admits defeat and falls off the fighting spirit stage. Under the fighting spirit stage, seeing that the people from the Shrek team and the Elephant Armor team were still chatting, the referee frowned and reminded loudly. Hu Yanli, you should admit defeat. Hearing the referee's voice, Bai Ji couldn't help but glance at Hu Yanli and suddenly said. Give up. Hu Yanli was stunned when he heard Bai Ji suddenly let him give up. His mind was a little confused for a while. Master Bai, you are joking. Even if Shrek Academy has a master, we have no cowards in Xiangjia Academy. We will not give up without fighting. Hu Yanli shook his head and said in a low voice. Although Xiangjia sect attaches great importance to the elixir of Dan Pavilion, as long as their Xiangjia team pays attention not to hurt the people of Shrek Academy in this game, it should not affect the relationship between Xiangjia sect and Dan Pavilion. As for choosing to give up in order to please Bai Ji, this is contrary to the usual style of their Xiangjia sect, but Hu Yanli is unwilling to accept it. That's a pity. Hearing Hu Yanli's words, Bai Ji shook his head. As a control-type soul master, he restrains defense-type and power-type soul masters, and the strength of his Moyantang martial soul strengthens this restraint to the extreme. Coupled with his strength, as long as he is on the field, Xiangjia Academy will not be able to win. I didn't want to show off. You said you could just admit defeat, but you had to wait to be embarrassed. As he slowly retreated to the side, Bai Ji shook his head in his heart. However, seeing Hu Yanli was so polite and respectfully called him Pavilion Master Bai, after thinking about it, Bai Ge decided to save some face for Hu Yanli and simply tie him up instead of hanging him up with a certain armor. On the other side, after retreating to the side, led by Hu Yanli, the 7 strong men of the elephant armor team took off their tights at the same time, revealing their muscular bodies. Just when the audience around them were confused, Hu Yanli shouted, "Diamond Mammoth, possessed!" Ang! With a faint and loud elephant chant, a giant elephant with a brown body but large and small diamonds under its fur suddenly emerged from Hu Yanli's body. The 2 tusks of the giant elephant were like diamonds. It was the famous top beast martial spirit, the Diamond Mammoth. As Hu Yanli shouted, the Diamond Mammoth martial soul suddenly sank into Hu Yanli's body. With the possession of the Diamond Mammoth, Hu Yanli's body, which was already more than 2 meters tall, suddenly rose again, and his already strong muscles also bulged rapidly, becoming like pieces of granite. And with the possession of the Diamond Mammoth, a layer of dark yellow stratum corneum and diamond-like crystals grew on Hu Yanli's skin, which looked extremely strong in defense. At the same time, 4 yellow and purple soul rings slowly rose from Hu Yanli's feet. This is the most perfect soul ring configuration for soul masters in theory. When Hu Yanli entered the martial soul possession, the other members of the elephant armor team also entered the martial soul possession state. One by one, the already tall and strong Diamond Mammoth soul masters entered. After entering the spirit possession state, each of them became taller and more oppressive. But it was a pity that the members of the elephant armor team were all defense and strength spirit masters, and Bai Ge shook his head. They were all stupid, and he would lose if he didn't tie them up like dumplings one by one. While the elephant armor team entered the spirit possession state one by one, the Shrek team also entered the spirit possession state or summoned their own spirits, but Bai Ge didn't summon them immediately, but stood calmly at the front of the team. Seeing that the other people on the Shrek side had summoned their own spirits, Xiao Wu and Tai Long had already entered the spirit possession state and stood beside Bai Ge with Meng Yuan, who summoned the Black Jade Spirit Snake Spear, while Oscar and Jiangju also summoned their own spirits and stood behind Bai Ge. Only Bai Ge was still standing at the front with his arms folded and a calm face. Hu Yanli frowned in his heart. He didn't believe that Bai Ge was an arrogant person. If he was, he would not have been able to establish a power like Dan Pavilion, let alone subdue 2 titled Douluo level masters. Titled Douluo are not fools. They are top masters with their own pride and ambition. Bai Ge must have his own strengths to be able to have 2 titled Douluo follow him. But Bai Ge was so calm and didn't have the slightest intention of preparing for their Xiangjia Academy. Did he look down on their Xiangjia Academy? Hu Yanli was a little angry. Even if there was a titled Douluo in Dan Pavilion, so what? Hu Yanli was not inferior to anyone. He dared to look down on him. He would make anyone who looked down on him pay the price. Chapter 280 Diamond Mammoth's Wall Charge, Shocking Soul Ring Configuration. 1/2. Why hasn't this Shrek Academy student summoned his martial soul yet? On the rostrum, seeing Bai Ge still looking calm, Emperor Shuiye couldn't help but frown. Your Majesty, this child is the Bai Ge you talked about with your Majesty. Ning Fengzi coughed lightly and said. He is Bai Ge? But didn't you say he was very stable? Why is he so? Hearing Ning Fengzi's words, Emperor Shuiye was a little confused. Your Majesty, as the saying goes, a young man should not be arrogant. Although Bai Ge is stable, he is still a young man. It's nothing big for him to be like this now, but I believe your Majesty will not be disappointed with Bai Ge's strength. Ning Fengzi smiled gently. Humph. This little guy can become the son-in-law of the Ning sect master, establish a force like Dan Pavilion, and even attract a titled Douluo to sit in charge. He is indeed a genius, but he is so arrogant, especially when facing our Xiangjia sect's Xiangjia Academy. I am afraid he will lose more than he wins. While Ning Fengzi was talking to Emperor Shuiye, Hu Yanzhen, who was sitting in the VIP seat behind him, snorted coldly. Although the elephant armor sect needs the elixir from the pill pavilion, Hu Yanzhen has such a temper. Seeing Bai Ge dare to look down on his favorite grandson Hu Yanli, Hu Yanzhen, who cares about his reputation, is a little angry. Does brother Hu Yan think that the Elephant Armor Academy will win? Hearing Hu Yanzhen's words, Ning Fengzi couldn't help but turn his head and asked with a smile. Of course, my grandson Ali is the most outstanding disciple of the young generation of my Elephant Armor sect, and also my eldest grandson. His innate talent is even better than mine back then. He is only 17 years old this year, but he is already a level 43 soul sect. In addition, our elephant armor sect has a unique diamond mammoth martial spirit, so his combat power should not be underestimated. It would be strange if Shrek Academy didn't suffer a great loss if it looked down on my grandson. Hu Yanzhen looked proud. Level 43 soul sect at the age of 17? Congratulations to His Excellency Tian Xiang. With such a good grandson, the future of the elephant armor sect is promising. Hearing Hu Yanzhen's words, Sarah, who was on the same side, immediately responded. It is indeed a cause for celebration that Master Huyan has such a grandson. On the side, Emperor Shuiye also smiled and said. Haha. Ning Fengzi smiled and nodded, but there was a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. Bai Jie naturally didn't know what was happening on the rostrum. Standing at the forefront of the Shrek team, the reason why Bai Jie didn't summon his martial soul immediately was not because he wanted to show off or anything else, but because he wanted to catch the elephant armor team by surprise. Bai Jie didn't expect Huyan Li to know him, but even if he did, Bai Jie didn't think Huyan Li could get all his information. The reason is very simple. Before coming to Tiandu Imperial City, he had been in Soto City of the Barak Kingdom, and the elephant armor sect was in Tiandu Imperial City. Even if he wanted to get his information, it had been so long, and they were not in the same country, so it was not so easy to collect information. Even if he collected it, it was the information when he was in Soto City, which was already outdated. If the information obtained was from him in Soto City, most people would probably think that his current strength is at most soul sect, but in fact, Bai Jie's current strength is already the 54th level soul king. In the city, the only people who knew his current strength were almost his own people, so his current strength could not be known to the outside world, and this gave Bai Jie an unexpected opportunity to attack the elephant armor team. Suddenly finding himself facing a control-type soul master at the soul king level, Bai Jie was looking forward to seeing Hu Yanli's expression at that time. The game begins. Although he knew that Bai Jie did not summon his martial soul immediately, the referee immediately announced the start of the game loudly after 1 minute. Ang! Hearing the referee's announcement, the 7 Diamond Mammoth Soul Masters immediately raised their heads to the sky and made a sound like an elephant's chant. At the same time, the first soul rings of the 7 Diamond Mammoth Soul Masters, led by Hu Yanli, also shone brightly. With the activation of the first soul ring skill, the skin of the 7 Mammoth Soul Masters seemed to bloom with a metallic luster. When the metallic luster dissipated, the skin of the 7 Diamond Mammoth Soul Masters had a protective layer like a metal coating. Giant Elephant Charge. After the first soul skill, Hu Yanli shouted again and took the lead in launching the second soul skill, Giant Elephant Charge. Giant Elephant Charge is a typical accelerated charge soul skill. After launching the Giant Elephant Charge, the Soul Master's speed, defense, and strength will increase significantly, but the disadvantage is that it will enter a straight-line collision state and it is difficult to change direction. Therefore, Hu Yanli led the other Diamond Mammoth Soul Masters to launch soul skills together, in order to launch an attack on the enemy in a wall-like covering manner, leaving the opponent nowhere to hide. This is the common offensive tactic used by the Elephant Armor team against most Soul Master teams. It is simple but also very practical. Facing 7 tall and strong Soul Masters rushing at an astonishing speed, unless they can fly, they can only scatter and dodge. Once the opponent's formation is scattered, the Elephant Armor team only needs to take the opportunity to surround a few, and use more to fight fewer, and basically win. But this tactic is not without disadvantages. If the opponent's output is high enough, you will be sending heads if you rush over like this. If the opponent's Soul Masters are both fast and powerful, such tactics will not be very useful. If the opponent can fly, then they can definitely run. Also, if the opponent's control-type Soul Master is strong enough, a few idiots rush over like this, and they will definitely tie you up directly, just like Bai Jie is going to do. Seeing that the 7 Diamond Mammoth Soul Masters led by Hu Yanli formed a lineup like a copper wall and rushed towards him. 7 tall and strong guys stood close together, with fiery eyes and neat steps. When they stepped on the whole fighting spirit stage, it seemed to vibrate faintly, full of philosophical meaning. Bai Jie was a little speechless. A group of idiots. Shaking his head in his heart, Bai Jie walked forward in a few quick steps. Looking at the 7 Diamond Mammoth Soul Masters who were about to rush over, Bai Jie stretched out his right hand directly. Moyun Teng, go! With a thought, a vine with a black and purple body, covered with thorns and blood, red, blue and purple lines emerged from his right hand. 5 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black rose up under Bai Ji's feet. What? Seeing the soul rings rising from Bai Ji's feet, Saras, Emperor Shuye and Hu Yanzhen behind him stood up at the same time, their eyes full of shock. And the audience in the surrounding audience seats, many audiences who knew the knowledge of soul masters couldn't help but exclaimed, and their faces were full of incredible expressions. Although soul kings are rare in Douluo continent, there are still many, but what did they see? A soul king who is less than 25 years old? And it's a soul king with soul rings configured as yellow, purple, purple and black? But theoretically, the most perfect soul ring configuration for a soul king shouldn't be yellow, purple, purple and black? What the hell is this yellow, purple, purple and black? Chapter 281, Instant Binding, the battle ended in the blink of an eye. 1/2. 1000-year second soul ring, 10,000-year fourth soul ring. Soul king, I knew I had underestimated them. Seeing Bai Ji's soul ring configuration, Meng Shenji held his forehead painfully in the VIP seat behind the rostrum. Such a brilliant genius, this should be the honor of our Tiandu Royal Academy. Meng Shenji said in agony. After hearing what Meng Shenji said, Jilin and Bai Basehan beside him could not help but sighed deeply helplessly. This time, the three of them did not glare at Prince Swexing again, because they were tired. Being the education committee of Tiandu Royal Academy was indeed a supreme honor, but facing a group of nobles who were just waiting to die in the academy, it was too much to ask them to cultivate talents. Master Ning, your son-in-law not only did not disappoint me, but shocked me greatly. Emperor Shuye said in amazement. 1000-year second soul ring, a 10,000-year fourth soul ring, this is simply a miracle, child. Master Ning, the team you are looking for should be this Shrek team, right? Your Majesty guessed correctly. My useless daughter and son-in-law are both in this Shrek School. Academy, I am quite familiar with the strength of Shrek Academy. It may be unrealistic to say that they can win the championship, but I think they can enter the top 3. Ning Fengzi nodded and smiled. Hey, this is the honor of our Tiandu Royal Academy. Emperor Shuye said softly. On the side, hearing the words of Emperor Shuye, Saras couldn't help but smile gloatingly, and behind Saras, Hu Yanzhen's face turned a little dark. Soul King level control type soul masters are simply a natural nemesis for the Elephant Armor team, whose strength is still at the Soul Venerable and Soul Sect level. Thinking of his proud face before, saying that the Elephant Armor team must win in various ways, Hu Yanzhen felt that his face was slapped, and his old face was so embarrassed for a while. Xuexing, you are old too, so enjoy your life in the future, and leave anything to the young people. Emperor Shuye suddenly turned his head and said to Prince Xuexing indifferently. Hearing the words of Emperor Shuye, Prince Xuexing's face suddenly became bitter. Although he was transferred away from Tiandu Royal Academy before, he still had hoped to return to Tiandu Royal Academy after the storm passed, but now Emperor Shuye's words undoubtedly sentenced him to death, and he will never have the chance to return to Tiandu Royal Academy in the future. In the VIP seats, after hearing the words of Emperor Shuye, the faces of the 3 teaching committee members headed by Meng Shenji suddenly improved a lot. On the other side, on the main fighting soul stage in the center. Seeing the 7 diamond mammoth soul masters of the Elephant Armor team headed by Hu Yanli standing side by side, rushing towards them with the soul skill giant elephant charge, Bai Ji directly summoned the martial soul Mo Yun Teng. As a plant-type martial soul that is at the top of the martial soul in terms of toughness, Bai Ji has not seen any soul master of the same level who can break free from the restraints of the Moyun Vine. Even if Bai Ji is 1 level higher, unless he has a top martial soul and uses explosive soul skills, there is nothing he can do. After 5 soul ring enhancements and 1 martial soul evolution, the toughness of the Moyun Vine has risen several levels again. This time, not only are they at the same level, even if a soul master of 2 levels higher than Bai Ji is restrained by the Moyun Vine, unless he uses explosive skills or has special soul skills, he will still be helpless in the face of the evolved Moyun Vine. With Bai Ji's current strength at the Soul King level, the Moyun Vine can already restrain some low-level Soul Saint level soul masters. Unless they are top martial souls, or have soul skills such as teleportation or virtualization, no one can break free. Soul Saints are like this, and Soul Sects and Soul Venerables are naturally no exception. Heavenly Net. Looking at the 7 diamond mammoth soul masters charging, Bai Ji directly activated his second soul skill, the Skynet. With Bai Ji's current soul power, the coverage area of the Skynet has reached 250 square meters. Not to mention 7 soul masters, even 70 soul masters can be tied up together. As the sky net was activated, countless thick moyun vines instantly rose from the ground in front of Bai Ji, and instantly intertwined in the air to form a huge vine net, whistling towards Hu Yanli and other 7 diamond mammoth soul masters. Once trapped by the sky net, the moyun vine will instantly shrink and tighten. At that time, whether it is the first soul skill, the thorn stranglehold, or the third soul skill, the ultimate absorption, the elephant armor team will not have any room for resistance. Abba, Ashen, let's go. Seeing that the flying net was nearly 50 meters long and wide, with their current momentum, there was basically no chance of turning around and escaping, and they could only break through it by force. Thinking of this, Hu Yanli couldn't help but shout and directly called the only 2 soul master level teammates beside him to try to break through the net by force. At Hu Yanli's call, Hu Yanba and Hu Yunshan followed Hu Yanli and jumped up into the air. Giant elephant arm hammer. The 3 burly men shouted in unison. As the 4,000-year soul ring of Hu Yanli, Hu Yanba and Hu Yunshan's bodies shone with dazzling light, the right arms of the 3 people swelled at the same time, and countless diamond-shaped crystals continued to grow from the right arms of the 3 people, wrapping the right arms of the 3 people like diamond battering rams. Ah! Looking at the net that was coming towards them, under the leadership of Hu Yanli, the 3 tall and strong men roared, and at the same time raised their right arms wrapped in a thick layer of crystals and swung them towards the net. The powerful force made the air explode. What? But what shocked the 3 people was that the third soul skill they launched at the same time had no effect on the vine net in front of them. The seemingly fragile vines in front of them were so tough that it was unimaginable. Even with their excellent strength and the strongest soul skills, they didn't even break a vine. This was the combined strength of the 3 of them. Even the plant-based martial soul of the Soul King level soul master could not do this. Just when the 3 were shocked, the net had already covered them with all its strength. Because Hu Yanli, Hu Yanba and Hu Yunshan were the closest, so when the net touched them after reaching the 3, he directly slapped them down from the air. After landing on the ground and covering all the diamond mammoth soul masters, the net suddenly tightened, instantly tying up the 7 diamond mammoth soul masters like dumplings. The 7 diamond mammoth soul masters were tied together in a huge vine net. No matter how hard the 7 diamond mammoth soul masters struggled, they could not get rid of the moyun vine net at all, but were stabbed by the thorns on their skin. Gradually, as the poison on the moyun vine thorns entered their bodies, the 7 diamond mammoth soul masters felt paralyzed all over and dizzy. We give up. After finding that they could not get rid of the moyun vine at all, seeing that he and his companions were getting more and more poisoned, although he was unwilling in his heart, Hu Yanli could only shout out that he gave up. Chapter 282 The 10th Round of Preliminaries, Opponent, Blazing Academy. 2 halves. The Elephant Armor Team admits defeat. The winner of this competition is Shrek Academy. Seeing that the Elephant Armor Team chose to admit defeat, the referee announced loudly under the Fighting Spirit stage. Hearing the referee's words, the host in the sky of the competition venue also announced the news that Shrek Academy won the battle against the Elephant Armor Academy. The audience seats around him suddenly burst into thunderous cheers. However, on the rostrum, Hu Yanzhen crushed the teacup in his hand with shame and anger. Although he was mentally prepared for the Elephant Armor Academy to lose after seeing Bai Ji's Soul Master level strength, it couldn't end so quickly and be solved in an instant. This is really too embarrassing. On the Fighting Spirit stage, after the referee announced the victory of Shrek Academy, Bai Ji slowly walked to the side of Hu Yanli and the other 7 people, reached out to remove the net, and removed the poison of the moyun vine that the 7 people were infected with. After the poison was removed, Hu Yanli, who was almost completely paralyzed, and the other 6 diamond mammoth soul masters just felt their bodies gradually regain consciousness. With some difficulty, Hu Yanli got up from the ground with the 6 companions around him. He shook his dizzy head and looked up at Bai Ji. Hu Yanli's eyes were full of complexity. Master Bai, you really live up to your reputation. As a soul king under 20 years old, I, Hu Yanli, am willing to admit defeat. Hu Yanli said in a deep voice. After speaking, Hu Yanli clasped his fists and slowly bowed to Bai Ji, but when he raised his head again, there was a little more heat in Hu Yanli's eyes. But I, Hu Yanli, will not admit defeat, Master Bai. The next time we meet, I, Hu Yanli, will definitely make you look at me with new eyes. Hu Yanli said solemnly. Then I'll wait and see. Bai Ji smiled and did not comment. After the game, the winner was decided. Led by Bai Ji, the Shrek team saluted the Elephant Armor team, and then slowly walked down the fighting stage amid the cheers of all the audience. This game completely confirmed the reputation of Shrek Academy as a strong team. If the previous victory over the second team of Tiandu Royal Academy and the Shield team only allowed Shrek Academy to approach the level of the Five Elements Academy, then now, with the exposure of Bai Ji's strength, a team with a Soul King and at least 5 Soul Masters in the team, plus the victory over the Elephant Armor Academy, has not only made Shrek Academy completely sit on the throne of the top academy, but also made the Shrek team a dark horse in this Tiandu City qualifier division. And the most popular one is still Bai Ji. On the Fighting Soul stage, Bai Ji surprised all the audience with his Soul King level strength and perfect Soul Ring configuration. Later, Bai Ji subdued the entire Xiangjia team by himself, and his behavior was relaxed and carefree, which made Bai Ji gain a lot of attention. Strong strength, coupled with Bai Ji's perfect personal image, made Bai Ji gain a lot of fans for a while. Unlike the Sugar Water group, most of Bai Ji's fans are female fans. If Bai Ji went out alone now, if the young ladies around him were seen by Ma Hongjun, it would definitely make Ma Hongjun jealous and doubt his life. Sometimes life is so cruel. No matter how good the strength is, it is sometimes not as good as a pretty face. Ma Hongjun has a deep understanding of this. Every time he went to help the young lady, Daimyo Bai's family was willing to pay money. Only he wanted a high-quality young lady, but people still thought he didn't give enough gold soul coins. This is too real. After getting off the Fighting Soul stage, he left the venue of the competition. Because the Shrek Academy's competition today has ended, and in the past week, Bai Ji had 10 maids collect all the information of the participating academy teams, so there is no need to go to the competition venue. If there is a game worth watching, it is okay to come once, but there is no match between the 5 Elements Academy teams in the afternoon, so there is no need to watch it, so instead of wasting time at the competition venue, it is better to practice at home. Maybe because they have seen the strength of the Shrek team, in the next few games, the opponents encountered by the Shrek team almost surrendered directly, and in this way, Shrek Academy has won 9 consecutive games. In addition to Shrek Academy, Tian Shui Academy, Thunder Academy, Shenfeng Academy, and Blazing Academy have also won 9 consecutive games. Only Xiangjia Academy, in addition to encountering Shrek Academy, also encountered Blazing Academy and Thunder Academy, so the record is 5 wins and 3 losses. But in the 10th round of the preliminaries, Shrek Academy finally met a heavyweight opponent, that is, Blazing Academy. However, because Shrek Academy played in the first game of the first round, basically Shrek Academy played in the first game after that, which was the morning game. The Xiangjia sect and Shenfeng Academy played in the afternoon, which can be seen from the daily game schedule. As usual, from the registration hall of the Tiandu Great Fighting Soul Arena, through the player channel, I entered the exclusive lounge of Shrek Academy. Because the opponents in several previous games had directly admitted defeat, many people, including Bai Ji, felt very relaxed. Sitting in the lounge, Ma Hongjun was still playing with Oscar, but after the master came back from looking at the game schedule, he suddenly took out a file and threw it on the conference table in the lounge. Is this our opponent today? Ma Hongjun picked up the file curiously and flipped through it, but just when he opened the first page, when he saw the 4 red gilded fonts of Blazing Academy, Ma Hongjun's fat hands couldn't help but tremble violently. Are we going to fight against Shuo Academy? Bai Ji, who was sitting on the sofa, stood up when he saw the information book. Yes, this is the second tough opponent you have encountered, but compared to the last time we met the Elephant Armor sect, this time Shuo Academy is more difficult. Just like last time, you can choose to admit defeat and give up. With our current record, we can still afford to lose. The master nodded and said, No, I will go on stage this time. I want to win. Bai Ji shook his head. I am indeed going to let you go this time. Facing the all-fire attribute soul masters of Shuo Academy, Xiao San's blue-silver grass is still too severely restrained. The master also said. But it's not just Xiao San. As a typical extreme school, you should have seen the battles of the team of Shuo Academy. The martial souls of their players are all fire-attributed martial souls with extremely strong attack power. If you are not careful, you may be burned by the flames. So this time you need to carefully consider the lineup. The lineup in addition to me, Ma Hongjun will also go, and then Daimyo Bai will also go, plus Zhu Qing, Xiao Wu, Tai Long, and Zhang Zhu. After thinking for a while, Bai Ji said. Chapter 283 Go on stage, Huo Wu's provocation. 1/20. Bai Ji's reason for choosing this lineup is not without reason. Shuo Academy is not like Xiangjia Academy. The members of the Xiangjia team are all Diamond Mammoth Soul Masters. It can be said that all of them are Strength and Defense Soul Masters. This lineup is very strong, with both strength and defense, but the disadvantage is also obvious, that is, it is not flexible enough. Once encountering a flexible enemy, Xiangjia Academy can be said to be blinded immediately. Although Blazing Fire Academy follows the same extreme flow as Xiangjia Academy, it has strong attack, agile attack, control, and support, and its lower limit is much higher than Xiangjia Academy, and in terms of offensiveness, Blazing Fire Academy is also much better than Xiangjia Academy. Facing a group of Fire Attribute Soul Masters with strong attack power, if the lineup is selected without consideration, I am afraid that in the end, only Bai Ji can go all out to turn the tide, but in the preliminaries, in order to hide his strength, Bai Ji will only show his identity as a Control Soul Master. Blazing Fire Team of Blazing Fire Academy. According to the information collected by Bai Ji and 10 Little Maids, the lineup of Blazing Fire Team is 2 Strong Attack Soul Masters, 2 Agile Attack Soul Masters, 2 Support Soul Masters and 1 Control Soul Master. Among them, the 2 Strong Attacking Spirit Masters are Hua Wushuan, the captain of the Blazing Fire Team, who is a 42nd level Strong Attacking Spirit Master. His spirit is the Unicorn Fire Tyrannosaurus, which is the same dragon spirit as the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus. Although the quality is slightly inferior to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus, it is also extremely high. The only difference from the Blue Dot Tyrannosaurus is that the Unicorn Fire Tyrannosaurus is a fire attribute spirit. The other strong attacking spirit master is Huo Lai, a 38th level spirit master, whose spirit is the Fire Leopard. He is a spirit master of the Fire Leopard sect, one of the 4 lower sects, and the deputy attacker of the Blazing Fire Team. The Blazing Fire Team also has 2 agile attacking spirit masters, named Huoyun and Huoyu. Both of them are agile attacking spirit masters with flying ability. Their spirits are fire cranes. They are 39th level spirit masters and are very difficult to deal with. As for the auxiliary spirit masters of the Blazing Fire Team, there are also 2 of them. They are both 38th level strong and their spirits are Mars. Because of the special spirit of Mars, Mars's auxiliary ability has a certain attack power in addition to auxiliary. Finally, the control type soul master of the Blazing Team, Huo Wu, is a level 45 soul master, whose martial soul is the main body martial soul, Hokage, and she is a very beautiful woman. Like Ye Lingling, Huo Wu is also a character that Bai Ji is more interested in. It may be because of Bai Ji's influence that Huo Wu, who was originally level 44, has been upgraded to level 45 according to the information collected now. Originally, Blazing Academy and Xiangjia Academy were both pure extreme flow, regardless of roles, but in this session of the 5 Elements Academy, except Xiangjia Academy was kept in the dark, the other 4 academies have adjusted their respective teams. Although they are still soul masters of the same attribute, they have differentiated their respective positions according to the types of martial souls like strong attack, agile attack, control, and assistance. This can be seen from the martial soul. In addition to the strong output ability of the extreme flow team, such a lineup also has more balance. It is precisely because of this that Xiangjia Academy will be defeated by Shuo Academy and Lidaing Academy one after another. Otherwise, as a 5-element academy, Xiangjia Academy would not be so miserable. Facing the Shuo team, which is full of fire attribute soul masters, especially the opponent has 2 agile attack soul masters with flying ability, Ma Hongjun must definitely play, and because of the existence of Hua Wushuan, Daimyo Bai must also play if Bai Ji does not take action. And because compared with Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing, Meng Yuren's attack power is stronger, but his defense and speed are lagging behind. Facing the extremely strong attack power of Shuo Academy, it is definitely better for Xiaowu and Meng Yuren to take action. As for Tai Long and Zhang Zhu, this is necessary to hide the strength in the preliminaries. Although the Shuo team is more outstanding in terms of attack power, the Shrek team is better in terms of strength. If Bai Ji and Daimyo Bai did not play, it might be difficult to fight against the Blazing team. However, after Bai Ji and Daimyo Bai played, a level 54 Soul King and a level 46 Soul Sect completely suppressed Hua Wushuan and Hua Wu of Blazing Academy, and the odds instantly changed from 50 to 50 to 28 to 20. So the master instantly became calm. Anyway, with Bai Ji as the finale, as long as Bai Ji wanted to win, this game would not be lost. He knew Bai Ji's strength very well. This lineup is also fine. You should discuss the tactics after playing. The master nodded and said. Finally, I can play. My bones are rusty from waiting. Hearing Bai Ji say that he could play, Daimyo Bai couldn't help but stand up excitedly, clenched his fists hard, and made a crackling sound from his joints. How are we going to fight later? Xiao Wu came over and asked. We are stronger than the blazing team. Daimyo Bai will fight Huo Wushuan, Tai Long will block Huo Lai, and you and Zhu Qing will deal with the auxiliary and control spirit masters on the opposite side. Ma Hongjun will cover you, and I will take care of the rest. Bai Ji thought for a moment and said. Okay. Everyone nodded. Just as Bai Ji was discussing with everyone, the game was finally about to start. As the host came to the venue to let all the teams enter, Bai Ji stood up. Let's go. After leaving the lounge and passing through the player channel, the Shrek team came all the way to the side of the main fighting spirit stage in the center of the competition venue amid the warm cheers of the audience around them. Bai Ji stood at the front, with Zhu Zuqing and Xiao Wu beside him, Daimyo Bai and Ma Hongjun behind him, and Tai Long and Zhang Zhu at the end. As a dark horse in the Tiandu Imperial City qualifying division, Shrek Academy already has a considerable influence among the audience. The confrontation between Shrek Academy and Blazing Academy is like a collision between Mars and Earth, which has attracted the attention of countless audiences, so the organizers naturally arranged the venue of the competition on the main fighting spirit stage in the center. On the other side of the fighting spirit stage, the Blazing Academy team was also waiting. The 7 people from Blazing Academy looked about the same age. The leader was a young man of medium height with short red hair. He looked average, but his body was strong and full of aggression. He was the captain of the Blazing team, Huo Wushuan. Next to Huo Wushuan was a tall girl with long fiery red hair and a beautiful appearance. There was only one woman in the Blazing team. Bai Ji knew that this girl was Huo Wu without having to guess. Behind Huo Wu and Huo Wushuan stood 5 young men, one with a somewhat gloomy face and red hair. According to the information, he was the Fire Leopard Soul Master Huo Lai, and the other 4 were 2 pairs of twins. One pair was slender, also with red hair, and their martial souls were Fire Crane, and they were the agility attacking soul masters of the Blazing Fire team, while the other pair of twins were tall and had fierce faces. If Bai Ji had not known in advance, it would have been hard for him to imagine that their martial souls would be Mars, and they were also auxiliary soul masters. While Bai Ji was observing the Blazing Fire team, the Blazing Fire team was also observing the Shrek team. For the Shrek team, which had a Soul King and 4 Soul Masters, the Blazing Fire team would never dare to underestimate it. In fact, if it were not for the fact that they knew that Bai Ji was a control-type Soul Master at the Soul King level, and his martial soul was a plant-type martial soul, which was just restrained by their fire attribute, if Bai Ji was a strong attacking Soul Master, perhaps the Blazing Fire Academy would have directly admitted defeat. However, compared to the solemnity and seriousness of the other members of the Blazing Fire team, Huo Wu actually gave Bai Ji a provocative look with contempt, which made Bai Ji a little confused. Did he offend Huo Wu at some point? Chapter 284, Battle against Blazing Fire, Extreme Attack. 2/20. Please invite both teams to the stage. Seeing that the Shrek team and the Blazing Fire team were both present, the referee shouted loudly on the fighting stage. Hearing the referee's words, Bai Ji led everyone onto the Fighting Soul stage, while Huo Wushuan also led his team members onto the Fighting Soul stage on the other side. As the 2 teams stepped onto the stage, the referee shouted again, "Please salute the players on both sides." Hearing the referee's words, the 2 teams lined up, walked towards each other, and saluted each other. Huo Wushuan greets Pavilion Master Bai. After saluting, Huo Wushuan saluted respectfully to Bai Ji again, just like Hu Yanli before. Hu Yanli did the same thing last time. Do you all know me? Bai Ji was a little surprised. Our Huo family also has a deal with Dan Pavilion. Before the battle, my father explicitly asked me to greet the Pavilion Master. Huo Wushuan said respectfully. It seems that I am also a celebrity in the Soul Master world of Tiandu Imperial City. Bai Ji touched his chin. Humph. Father always said that you are very powerful and asked me to learn from you. You are quite capable, but I don't know how strong you are in combat. Don't just look good. A control-type Soul Master is not an auxiliary-type Soul Master. Don't just hide behind others. Next to Huo Wushuan, Huo Wu suddenly snorted coldly. Huo Wu. Huo Wushuan couldn't help but feel a headache after hearing Huo Wu's words. Wait, today is the day when your winning streak ends. Huo Wu ignored Huo Wushuan's words, and after declaring war to Bai Ji with a cold face, she walked to the back of the blazing fire team. Sorry, Pavilion Master Bai, my sister is a little too competitive. Seeing Huo Wu leaving, Huo Wushuan smiled bitterly. It doesn't matter. I also hope to see the strength of your blazing fire team. Bai Ji smiled slightly. After the ceremony, the two teams retreated to the side again. The referee still announced that the next minute was the time to summon martial spirits. When the minute was over, he shouted that the game officially started, and the two sides could officially start fighting. Evil-eyed White Tiger, possess. Hearing the referee's voice, Daimyo Bai, who had been impatient for a long time, shouted and activated the spirit possession at the first time. Amidst a tiger roar, a huge white tiger emerged from Daimyo Bai's body and instantly sank into Daimyo Bai's body. With the possession of the evil-eyed white tiger spirit, Daimyo Bai's figure began to grow taller, his muscles began to swell, and a layer of light black and white hair began to grow on his skin. At the same time, sharp claws also popped out from between his 10 fingers. When Daimyo Bai was possessed, Ma Hongjun also activated the spirit possession. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing were not willing to lag behind and entered the spirit possession state one after another. Tai Long and Zhang Zhu were the same. Bai Ji also summoned the Moyun Vine this time, and the 5 soul rings of yellow, purple, black and black slowly emerged from under his feet. One-horned fire Tyrannosaurus, possess. Seeing that everyone on Shrek had summoned their own martial spirits, Huo Wushuan also shouted and summoned his own martial spirit, the one-horned fire Tyrannosaurus. The huge red one-horned fire Tyrannosaurus quickly emerged and then instantly sank into Huo Wushuan's body. As the one-horned fire Tyrannosaurus was possessed, a layer of dark red scales quickly grew on Huo Wushuan's body, and his originally red eyes instantly turned into golden vertical pupils. Fire leopard, possess. Fire crane, possess. After Huo Wushuan, Fire Leopard Soul Master Huo Lai and 2 Fire Crane Soul Masters also summoned their martial spirits and entered the martial spirit possession state. Huo Lai's transformation was similar to Daimyo Bai's, while the transformations of the 2 Fire Crane Soul Masters were similar to Ma Hongjun's. After entering the martial spirit possession state, the 2 Fire Crane Soul Masters immediately flapped their wings behind them and flew into the air. At the end, Huo Wu and 2 Auxiliary Spirit Masters have also summoned their own spirits. Huo Wu's spirit is a red shadow with Huo Wu's face, named Huo Ying, while the spirits of the 2 Auxiliary Spirit Masters are sparkling sparks in their hands. The game begins. As the referee who has come to the fighting spirit stage announced, Huo Wushuan shouted, "Let's go." Facing the Shrek team whose average individual strength is higher than theirs, they must give full play to their advantages and defeat the enemy with their powerful attack power, and must not give the Shrek team the opportunity to exert their individual strength advantages. As a team of the Extreme Spirit Master Academy, the Blazing Fire team has the division of Strong Attack, Agile Attack, Auxiliary and Control departments, but in fact, all members of the Blazing Fire team are attackers. Even the 2 Mars Soul Masters of the Auxiliary System and Huo Wu of the Control System have attack power. They are not like Auxiliary Soul Masters like Ning Rongrong and Ye Lingling. As long as they are not protected by others, they can only be slaughtered by Soul Masters of the same level. Facing the Shrek team, the tactical arrangement made by the Blazing Fire team in advance was to charge all of them, and directly defeat the Shrek team with the powerful firepower of the Fire Attribute Soul Masters, leaving no chance for the Shrek team. Although the Shrek team has Bai Ji, a powerful Control Soul Master, but in the case of flames being the natural enemy of plants, even Soul Masters at the Soul King level have no way to deal with their fire baptism, they feel Bai Ji's control was useless. Everyone, activate the first soul skill. During the charge, Huo Wushuan gave another order. Boom! Following Huo Wushuan's order, the first soul rings of the 7 members of the Blazing Fire team simultaneously bloomed with dazzling brilliance. In an instant, with the Blazing Fire team as the center, the area within 10 meters around it was instantly engulfed in flames, and the fiery red light instantly illuminated the entire fighting soul arena. And with the activation of the first soul skill, the Mars martial spirits in the hands of the 2 Auxiliary Soul Masters at the back of the Blazing Fire team also instantly shone brightly. Dots of Mars continued to fly out from the hands of the 2 Mars Soul Masters, and countless red tiny light spots in the air quickly condensed towards the flying Mars. As the red light spots condensed, the Mars quickly grew larger, like a group of fireflies hovering above the heads of the 7 people. As the red light points poured in, they turned into sparks as bright as fireflies and quickly injected into other people's bodies. Every spark injected would make the students of Blazing Academy's bodies burn brightly. Ang! As the sparks of the auxiliary spirit master were injected, Huo Wuxuan couldn't help but let out a comfortable dragon roar. While the flames on his body were burning brightly, Huo Wuxuan's muscles became more obvious, and the dark red scales seemed to become harder. On the side, the fire leopard spirit master Huo Lai and the two agile attack spirit masters Huo Yun and Huo Yu were the same. After being injected with sparks, the strength of the three people also increased to varying degrees. Attack! Looking at the Shrek team that was not far away, Huo Wuxuan roared with a dragon roar, and the dark red flames instantly bloomed from his mouth. Chapter 285 Fire Rain Strikes, Scorching Battle 3/20. Fire Dragon Bomb. As the second soul ring around him shone with light, Huo Wuxuan opened his mouth and spit out a huge dark red fireball, while Huo Lai, Huo Yun and Huo Yu all activated their second soul skills. Huo Lai spit out 7 blue fireballs the size of a human head, while Huo Yun and Huo Yu flapped their wings behind them, rolling up 2 surging waves of fire and sweeping towards the Shrek team. 2 surging waves of fire, 7 blue fireballs the size of a human head and a dark red fireball with a diameter of 3 meters, 3 different attacks covered half of the fighting spirit arena, and small-scale dodging was impossible to avoid unless the formation was dispersed. But once the Shrek team dispersed, this would be exactly what the Blazing Fire team wanted. If the opponent dispersed during their collective charge, they could take the opportunity to attack some of them and instantly force 1 or 2 people off the field. This was their strategy. Back off! However, Bai Ge calmly gave the order to the Flying Flames. Under Bai Ge's order, the entire Shrek team quickly retreated in parallel, directly avoiding the huge dark red fireballs, 7 dark blue fireballs and 2 waves of fire that were attacking. Go, follow the previous strategy. After avoiding the first round of attack from the Blazing Fire team, Bai Ge gave an order directly, asking everyone to respond with the previous tactics, and he suddenly stepped on the ground. Strangle with Thorns. Looking at the 2 auxiliary soul masters in the center of the Blazing Fire team, Bai Ge quickly launched the fastest soul skill, Thorn Strangle. As the first soul ring of the body rhythmically bloomed with brilliance, countless thick moyun vines instantly broke out from the feet of the 2 auxiliary soul masters of the Blazing Fire team, Huakawi and Huojun, and strangled the 2 like poisonous snakes. Although plant-type martial spirits cannot increase the power of soul masters like beast-type martial spirits, nor can they be used as weapons like most weapon-type martial spirits, plant-type martial spirits can be summoned within the range of soul power, and there is no limit on the number. Be careful! Seeing the snake-like moyun vines suddenly sprang out from under the feet of the 2 auxiliary soul masters, Huo Wu quickly pushed the 2 auxiliary soul masters away, leaving the moyun vines summoned by Bai Ge to strangle them in vain. When Huo Wu pushed away the 2 auxiliary soul masters Huo Chui and Huo Jun, Dai Mubai, Tai Long, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing also rushed out. Dai Mubai rushed to Huo Wuxuan, Tai Long faced Huo Lai, and Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing rushed to the 2 auxiliary soul masters together. Your opponent is me. Looking at Huo Wuxuan, Dai Mubai's evil eyes flashed with cold light, and he clenched his fists. His fists, as big as a palm leaf fan, slammed into Huo Wuxuan fiercely. Looking at Dai Mubai's fist, Huo Wuxuan did not retreat, but went to meet Dai Mubai's fist unwillingly. Bang! The 2 fists collided heavily, and Huo Wuxuan and Dai Mubai could not help but take a few steps back at the same time. What a great force! The 2 people could not help but have this thought in their minds at the same time. Although Dai Mubai is stronger than Huo Wuxuan, the quality of the evil-eyed white tiger is slightly inferior to that of the unicorn fire Tyrannosaurus, especially in terms of strength. After all, how can a tiger compare with a Tyrannosaurus? Come again! Huo Wuxuan looked a little dignified when he found that the white tiger spirit master in front of him seemed to be several levels higher than himself. However, the natural advantage of dragon martial spirits over other beast martial spirits made Huo Wuxuan not afraid of too much of his own strength. Soul masters fight, not to mention that in addition to the advantage of martial souls, they also have 2 auxiliary soul masters. In fact, when they found that Huo Wuxuan had no advantage against Dai Mubai, the 2 auxiliary soul masters had already allocated more of the released sparks to Huo Wuxuan. But the advantage of the Shrek team is not only against Huo Wuxuan. For Tai Long, although Tai Long's strength is not outstanding in the Shrek team, for Huo Lai, who is only level 38, Tai Long, who is a pure power-type soul master at level 39, has an overwhelming advantage in strength. Tai Long's martial soul is the powerful gorilla, which is an extremely powerful power-type martial soul. Although it is not as good as the top beast martial souls such as the Diamond Mammoth in quality, it is also very high in quality among martial souls. At least in terms of strength, Huo Lai is far from being an opponent. After facing Huo Lai, Tai Long didn't care about anything else and punched Huo Lai directly. However, seeing Tai Long's extremely strong arms, Huo Lai would not be stupid enough to compete with a power-type soul master. He quickly dodged Tai Long's heavy punch, and with the activation of the second soul skill, a layer of blazing flames directly lingered on Huo Lai's claws. Fiery tearing claws. Looking at Tai Long in front of him, Huo Lai directly swung the claws that were emitting scorching heat and wrapped in blazing flames towards Tai Long's abdomen. If hit by this tearing claw, even if Tai Long's defense would not be ripped open, he would definitely have 5 more deep scars. But Tai Long also noticed Huo Lai's intention, and didn't think much, nor did he dodge, because with his speed, he couldn't dodge at all. Facing the attack, the best way to deal with it was to fight back. Thinking of this, Tai Long directly raised his leg and kicked Huo Lai with a whip kick. I originally thought that Tai Long was a power-type soul master, and his brain would be a little bit off, but I didn't expect Tai Long to be able to counterattack so calmly. Facing Tai Long's powerful whip kick, Huo Li didn't dare to take it head-on. Originally, there was a certain gap between his strength and Tai Long's. His flaming tearing claws might not severely injure Tai Long, who had thick skin and flesh, but Tai Long's whip kick might make him fall to the ground. So facing Tai Long's whip kick, Huo Li could only swing his claws wrapped in blazing flames at Tai Long's whip kick. Bang! The sharp leopard claws wrapped in blazing flames collided with Tai Long's right leg wrapped in soul power. Under the rolling flames, the clothes on Tai Long's right leg instantly turned into ashes, but Tai Long's unstoppable kick also pulled Huo Li away. If it weren't for the soul skill that greatly increased the defense of Huo Li's leopard claws, this powerful kick would probably have directly fractured Huo Li's leopard claws. Although he felt the pain of Tai Long's kick on his right paw, Huo Lai still endured the pain and rolled in the air to land steadily on the ground. Now he knew how powerful Tai Long was, but he was not willing to fight Tai Long head-on. This time he would rely on his speed and strong attack power to defeat Tai Long. In addition to Huo Wushuan and Huo Lai, the other members of the Blazing Fire team were also not feeling well. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing, one has the teleportation soul skill and the charm soul skill, and the other is frighteningly fast. Although Huo Chui and Huo Jun used soul skills to bounce the two away at the beginning, this rebound soul skill did not cause any damage, so after being bounced away, the two quickly approached and tried to get rid of the two auxiliary soul masters. However, seeing that the back row was threatened, the two fire crane soul masters Huo Yun and Huo Yu could not ignore it. They suddenly turned around and rushed towards Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing quickly, trying to cooperate with Huo Wu and the two auxiliary soul masters to get rid of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing. Seeing Huo Yun and Huo Yu returning to defend, Ma Hongjun immediately flapped his wings and flew over, trying to get into the battle. Chapter 286, Take Action to Resolve the Battle. 4/20. Phoenix Fire Line. After arriving above the Blazing Fire team's formation, Ma Hongjun directly spit out a Phoenix Fire line towards Huokui and Huojun. After launching Phoenix Wings and Phoenix Bathing in Fire, the power and attack range of the Phoenix Fire line increased a lot, enough to cover a large area, making it impossible for Huokui and Huojun to dodge. Flame Guard. However, when seeing Ma Hongjun's Phoenix Fire line, Huo Wu suddenly rushed in front of the Phoenix Fire line, and then directly launched her second soul skill Flame Guard to block Ma Hongjun's attack. When seeing Ma Hongjun's Phoenix Fire line, Huoyun, the Fire Crane Soul Master who was originally preparing to deal with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing, turned around and flapped his wings to fly towards Ma Hongjun. A long-range attacking spirit master like Ma Hongjun, who has strong attacking power, is too threatening to auxiliary spirit masters. Ma Hongjun must not be allowed to have any room to attack. Damn it! Seeing the fire cloud rushing towards him, Ma Hongjun quickly turned around and flew towards Bai Ji. Although he is a spirit master, his development direction is a long-range attacking spirit master. For agile attack spirit masters, even if they are one level lower than him, Ma Hongjun will never be a match. Boss Bai, save me! Ma Hongjun flapped his wings vigorously to avoid the flaming blades from Huoyun behind him, and asked for help. Seeing that Ma Hongjun was being hunted, Bai Ji would naturally not sit idly by. Originally, seeing that he had the advantage, Bai Ji was ready to wait and see. After all, once he made a move, the opponent would not have much chance to resist. But he did not expect that the Blazing Fire team would launch a counterattack so quickly. 2 Fire Crane Soul Masters returned to defend. With the obstruction of 2 Fire Crane Soul Masters, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing really had little chance to deal with Huo Wu and the 2 Auxiliary Soul Masters. While thinking in his heart, Bai Ji once again launched the first soul skill, Thorn Strangling. As countless thick Moyun vines broke out of the ground and strangled Huoyun could only quickly turn around and choose to give up Ma Heng-jun, speeding up to avoid Bai Ji's Thorn Strangling. But Bai Ji's attack has not stopped. Heavenly Net. After seeing Huoyun and Ma Heng-jun separate, Bai Ji's mind moved and he activated the second soul skill Heavenly Net again. As the second purple soul ring around him bloomed with dazzling brilliance, a large number of Moyun vines broke out of the ground again in front of Huoyun, interlaced in the air and turned into a huge vine net. Fire Crane Clone. Looking at the heavenly net that was close at hand, the length and width were nearly 50 meters, and the coverage area reached 250 meters. It was almost impossible to simply escape by speed. Huoyun could only choose to use the third soul skill Fire Crane Clone, directly splitting out a flame clone, while manipulating the flame clone to crash into the heavenly net, while trying to quickly escape from the coverage of the heavenly net. Strangle with Thorns. But Bai Ji was not going to give Huoyun a chance. Looking at Huoyun who was about to escape the heavenly net, Bai Ji directly launched the first soul skill Thorn Strangling on the heavenly net. Countless Moyun vines grew out from the vine net of the sky and earth net again. A large number of Moyun vines like venomous snakes instantly bound Huoyun, who had never expected it. Countless sharp spikes penetrated deeply into Huoyun's body. The large amount of toxins entering his body soon paralyzed Huoyun's whole body and made his head dizzy. However, because of Bai Ji's control, the toxins would not erupt in a short time. Huoyun. Bai Ji made a lot of noise when he launched the sky and earth net and strangled with thorns, which naturally attracted the attention of the Blazing Fire team. But before the Blazing Fire team could react, Shrek's subsequent attack forced the Blazing Fire team to turn their attention back to the battle. Forget it, let's end it. After dealing with Huoyun, he looked at Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing who were entangled with Huokui, Huojun, Huawu and Huoyun. If he didn't take action, Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing might be in danger. Thinking of this, Bai Ji was ready to end the battle. Moyun Vine, go out. Seeing that under Huo Wu's control, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing could neither hurt the Fire Crane Soul Master Huo Yu nor approach the 2 Auxiliary Soul Masters Huo Chui and Huo Jun, Bai Ji summoned a large number of Mo Yun Tang directly under Huo Wu's feet, trying to restrain Huo Wu and end the battle. However, Huo Wu's intuition was extremely sharp. At the moment when Bai Ji summoned the Mo Yun Tang, she sensed the soul power fluctuations coming from her feet, and Huo Wu did a backflip and actually avoided Bai Ji's Mo Yun Tang entanglement. Interesting. Bai Ji felt a little interesting about Huo Wu's reaction, but Huo Wu was just one way to solve the problem, not the only one. Seeing that the Mo Yun Tang did not solve Huo Wu, Bai Ji directly manipulated the Mo Yun Tang to stretch quickly, and instantly turned into thick vine whips, which directly whipped Huo Yu and the Fire Hammer and Fire Jun on the side. As a sensitive attack soul master, Huo Yun quickly dodged the whip when the Mo Yun Tang whip suddenly whipped over, but Fire Hammer and Fire Jun were not so lucky. When the Moyun Vine hit the 2 people, the sharp spikes instantly pierced into their bodies. The strong blow knocked them to the ground, and the strong toxin that followed paralyzed their bodies quickly. After dealing with Huokui and Huojun, the Blazing Fire team lost its Auxiliary Soul Master. Without the sparks injected by Huokui and Huojun, the strength of Huo Wushuan and Huo Lai dropped a lot. What's going on? Sensing that the sparks that were continuously injected into their bodies suddenly stopped, Huo Wushuan and Huo Lai couldn't help but look back together. When they saw that Huokui and Huojun had fainted on the ground, they couldn't help but be stunned. At this time, Dai Mubai and Tai Long seized the opportunity at the same time and instantly launched an attack on the 2. Under the keen perception of the martial spirit, the 2 reacted in time and narrowly avoided the sneak attack of Dai Mubai and Tai Long. But after dealing with Huokui and Huojun, Bai Ji has already set his sights on Huo Wushuan and Huo Li. Now 3 members of the Blazing Fire team have fallen under his poison. As long as Huo Wushuan and Huo Li are dealt with, the battle will be over. Moyun Vine, entangle. When Huo Wushuan and Huo Li were wearing Mubai when retreating under the attack of Tai Long, Bai Ji summoned several Moyun Vines behind the 2 of them. The tough Moyun Vines suddenly emerged from behind the 2 of them and instantly bound them when they could not dodge. With the toughness of the Moyun Vines, even Huo Wushuan could not break free, and the same was true for Huo Lai. We lost. Huo Wu was a little dazed for a while when she found that all the players around her fell down suddenly. She couldn't believe it because the loss was too sudden. Can we admit defeat? First, he removed the Moyun Vine poison from Huoyun, and then walked to Huo Wu and removed the Moyun Vine poison from Huo Chui and Huo Jun. Looking at Huo Wu, Bai Ji asked. Chapter 287 Lost Huo Wu, Feng Xiaoshan's Confidence, 5/20. You. Huo Wu was a little angry when she heard Bai Ji's words. But she wanted to refute that she didn't lose, but seeing that all her teammates had fallen down, only Huo was still standing, Huo Wu couldn't say anything. We obviously still have a lot of preparations that haven't been used yet. Huo Wu clenched her fists in disappointment. In this battle, her advantage was not brought into play at all. The strength of the Shrek team was much higher than theirs. In this case, she could only defend the opponent's two agile attack spirit masters from attacking the back row with all her strength, and she had no extra energy to control the whole situation. Referee, it's time to announce the result. Turning his head to look at the referee, Bai Ji shouted. Hearing Bai Ji's words, seeing that most of the members of the Blazing Fire team on the battlefield had lost their ability to move, the referee finally made a decision after thinking about it. In this game, Blazing Fire Academy vs Shrek Academy, the winner is Shrek Academy. With the voice of the referee, countless spectators in the surrounding audience seats who were paying attention to the battle also shouted one after another. For the battle between the two top academies, this was very enjoyable for them. Facing the cheers of the audience, Bai Ji led the Shrek team slowly down the main fighting soul stage in the center. Looking at Bai Ji's back as he left, Huo Wu gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. This guy has not shown any control ability of a control-type soul master at all. What qualifications does he have for me to learn? So what if he is strong? Combat power is the most important. I have never seen Bai Ji's strength. Although I know that Bai Ji is a soul king, Huo Wu, who is strong by nature, just refuses to admit defeat. Xiao Wu, don't be angry. The Shrek team has a soul king and 4 soul lords, who are much stronger than us. It is normal that we are not opponents. After getting off the fighting soul stage, Huo Washuan moved his still numb arm while comforting his sister Huo Wu beside him. And don't always take Dad's words to heart. Dad has no ill intentions, he just wants to motivate you. Pavilion Master Bai reached the Soul King when he was less than 15 years old, and also established a force with a titled Douluo sitting in charge. He is even better than the original Ning Sect Master. He is a rare monster in 10,000 years. You don't have to compete with him. Soul King, so what? He is just a control-type soul master with a plant martial soul. Even if I am weaker than him, he may not be able to beat me in a head-on battle. Huo Wu said coldly. Do you have to decide the winner? Huo Washuan had a headache after hearing what Huo Wu said. This sister is good in everything, but there is one thing that is not good, that is, she is too strong. Huo Wu grew up in an environment where everyone praised her. Living in such an environment, Huo Wu worked very hard, which made Huo Wu a child of other people's families since childhood. At the age of 19, she reached the strength of more than level 40, which was the pride of their Huo family. However, such an upbringing also cultivated Huo Wu's strong character. Because she has always been a role model for others, Huo Wu also likes to do everything to the best and become the strongest, as if only in this way can she feel happy. But suddenly one day, her father, who always praised her, actually praised another person in front of her, which made Huo Wu very unbearable, as if the honor that originally belonged to her was taken away by others, so Huo Wu was so hostile to Bai Ji. It would be fine if Bai Ji could show the ability and strength to convince Huo Wu, but in this game, Bai Ji only broke up the formation of the Blazing Fire team from the back, and then dealt with Huoyun, Huakawi and Huojun, and finally cooperated with Dai Mubai and Tai Long to sneak attack and restrain Huo Washuan and Huo Li. Although Bai Ji did a good job, Huo Wu could not agree with him because he did not show excellent control ability or fighting skills. He defeated the Blazing Fire team only by relying on his higher strength and unexpected attacks. Huo Washuan, I will avenge you in a few days. Just as Huo Washuan was comforting Huo Wu, a voice suddenly came from not far away. A group of soldiers wearing green uniforms came over, and the person who spoke was a young man at the front of the team. Feng Xiaotian, are you kidding? We can't do it. Do you think you can? As far as we know, the Shrek team has 1 Soul King and 7 Soul Masters. Even against us, the Shrek team didn't use their full strength. Where do you get the confidence to defeat the Shrek team? Hearing Feng Xiaoshan's words, Huo Wushuan sneered. Huo Wushuan, you know that's not what I mean. Feng Xiaotian said, and his eyes drifted to Huo Wu. The Shrek team is indeed very strong. Even if the Soul King is not sent out, as long as the 5 Soul Masters are sent out, it will be difficult for us to deal with them. If we fight hard, none of us will be their opponent, but as long as we don't give them the opportunity to show their personal strength, we still have hope of winning. What do you mean? Huo Wushuan frowned. It's very simple. Your previous tactics were not wrong, but the formation was disrupted by the control-type Soul Master of the Shrek team. If we want to defeat the Shrek team, we can't give them the opportunity to defeat them one by one. We must play the advantage of our extreme flow team's attack power and defeat them with continuous attacks. Feng Xiaotian said with a confident smile. We thought so too, but it's useless. They are not fools. As long as they disrupt the formation first, and then send the strong attack spirit master to get close, and the agile attack spirit master to attack the back row, our tactics will be broken. Huo Wushuan shook his head. Do you know what the biggest difference between us and you is? Feng Xiaotian smiled mysteriously and said. Attributes. Huo Wushuan frowned. No, it's because we can all fly, and you can only stay on the ground, so naturally the formation will be disrupted by the control spirit master, but we are all flying in the sky, who can do anything to us? Feng Xiaotian shook his head and smiled. You think it's beautiful? Just when Feng Xiaotian was full of pride, Huo Wu suddenly interrupted Feng Xiaotian. Don't forget, the Shrek team has 2 control-type Soul Masters. Even if you can fly, if the Shrek team sends out 2 control-type Soul Masters and summons plants all over the sky to block the space, how can you fly? Control-type Soul Masters are naturally restrained by you Agility-type Soul Masters to a certain extent. Even if you can fly and have strong attacks, you may not be able to easily cut off the martial spirit of a control-type Soul Master at the Soul King level on the opposite side. Add a Soul Sect level control-type Soul Master, and you'd better not lose more miserably than us. Huo Wu sneered. Hearing Feng Xiaotian being so confident and looking down on the Shrek team, Huo Wu naturally had to say a few words. Otherwise, if the Shrek team was so easy to deal with, wouldn't their Blazing Academy lose too badly? Huo Wu. Feng Xiaotian was still a little confused when he heard Huo Wu suddenly get angry, but Huo Wu interrupted Feng Xiaotian again. Wait until you defeat the Shrek team before coming over to claim the credit. After saying that, Huo Wu quickly left the Blazing Fire team and walked into a player channel. Chapter 288 Huo Wu, I want to duel with you. 6/20. After finishing the morning competition, Bai Ji returned to the Dan Pavilion. In the Dan Pavilion, on the one hand, he practiced Xian Gong, on the other hand, he practiced Longxiang Pruchna Gong and 13 Taibao refining golden bell cover. Compared with the various martial arts he knows now, the exercises are the origin of everything. Xian Gong improves soul power, while Longxiang Pruchna Gong and 13 Taibao refining golden bell cover give the body a powerful strength comparable to that of a power-type soul master, and on the other hand, give the body defense comparable to that of a defense-type soul master. These 3 fully guarantee Bai Ji's almost invincible strength at the same level. While Bai Ji was practicing the 3 major exercises, Ning Rong Rong, Meng Yuran, Zhu Zuqing and Ye Lingling were not idle either. Bai Ji has already taught the 4 girls the 9 Yin Manual and the Spiral 9 Shadows. However, compared to Ning Rong Rong and Ye Lingling, Bai Ji also taught Zhu Zuqing and Meng Yuran the 9 Yin Divine Claws and the 100 Birds paying homage to the Phoenix Spear. However, because Zhu Zuqing and Meng Yuran were already very strong in the preliminaries, even if they did not use the 2 major martial arts, their soul skills alone were enough to deal with any enemy. Master, someone is looking for you. After practicing the Dragon Elephant Pruchna Sutra and the 13 Taibao refining the golden bell cover, when Bai Ji was practicing the Xian Gong in the quiet room, Ling Mu suddenly opened the door. Who is looking for me? Bai Ji asked with some confusion. It's Huo Wu from the Blazing Fire team who fought with the master today. Ling Mu's face was also a little strange. Huo Wu? Hearing Ling Mao's words, Bai Ji was a little surprised, but thinking of Huo Wu's personality, Bai Ji immediately guessed the purpose of Huo Wu's visit. I know, I'll go out to see her now, you go to practice, I hope you can be the first one among them to be promoted to a great soul master. Nodding, Bai Ji smiled. After encouraging Ling Mao, Bai Ji got up and left the lounge and came to the hall of the castle. In the hall, a beautiful girl in a fiery red dress was sitting on the sofa. It was Huo Wu. Huo Wu, I don't remember that we were very speak, what do you want to talk to me about? Bai Ji asked softly as he walked slowly to Huo Wu's side. I want to challenge you. Huo Wu suddenly stood up, pointed at Bai Ji and said loudly. Challenge me, why do you want to challenge me? Bai Ji was a little amused. My father said that you are very strong, but I don't believe it. Strength is not something that can be said. Even if you are a soul king, it can't prove that you are better than me, unless we fight. Huo Wu said coldly. Fight, why should I fight you? It's not good for me, and didn't we just compete today? You lost. Bai Ji shrugged and said. Competition is competition, and competition can only prove the strength of the group, but I want to duel with you. Huo Wu shook her head and said. Duel, why do you think I will agree to you? As you said before, I am stronger than you. Where do you get the confidence to defeat me? Bai Ji was a little puzzled. Why do you care so much? Just one word, agree or not. Huo Wu gritted her teeth. It's not that I can't agree, but I won't do anything that has no benefits. As long as you make a bet with me, I will duel with you. Bai Ji said slowly. Bet. Huo Wu frowned when she heard Bai Ji's words, but she didn't think too much. Huo Wu said directly, what bet do you want to make? It's very simple. You should know something about me. If I duel with you and I win, I want you to join Dan Pavilion, and after joining Dan Pavilion, you can't tell anyone about anything related to Dan Pavilion, including your parents. Bai Ji said. Join Dan Pavilion? Huo Wu was a little surprised to hear Bai Ji's words. She thought Bai Ji would make other excessive demands, but she didn't expect that he would ask her to join Dan Pavilion. Huo Wu also had a certain understanding of Dan Pavilion. This was a sect with great potential. For the Huo family, joining its forces was not impossible, so Huo Wu did not hesitate too much, but directly agreed to Bai Ji. Okay, let's go out and duel. Hearing Huo Wu's agreement, Bai Ji nodded with satisfaction. He had subdued Ye Lingling before, and now he had subdued Huo Wu. As long as he was trained a little, he would be another alchemist with unlimited potential. After leaving the castle, Bai Ji took Huo Wu to a clearing in the woods. There were trees all around, and there were no buildings, flower beds, or people. There was no need to worry about the aftermath of the duel causing some bad effects on the surroundings. It's here. After determining the position, Bai Ji and Huo Wu opened up their distance. After retreating to one side, Bai Ji looked at Huo Wu and said, Okay, let's start. Hokage, go out. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Huo Wu shouted and directly summoned her own martial soul, Naruto. Naruto belongs to the main martial soul, which is a rare special martial soul between the beast martial soul and the weapon martial soul. Although the main martial soul cannot give the soul master a huge increase in physical fitness like the beast martial soul, nor can it be used as a weapon for the soul master like the weapon martial soul, the main martial soul can give the soul master a strong control of soul power, and some special main martial souls can also give the soul master special abilities, such as the Naruto martial soul, which gives Huo Wu the ability to manipulate flames. Flame Domain. After summoning the Naruto martial soul, Huo Wu first activated the first soul skill, the Flame Domain. As the Flame Domain was activated, a dazzling red light suddenly bloomed from the Naruto martial soul, and on the ground, a raging flame suddenly rose. In the Flame Domain, the power of the fire attribute soul skills will increase by 30%. Take it. Looking at Bai Ji, a huge fireball condensed in Huo Wu's hand. He threw the fireball in his hand towards Bai Ji suddenly. At the same time, Huo Wu also rushed towards Bai Ji quickly. Looking at the flying fireball, Bai Ji did not think much and dodged the fireball by turning his body to the side. However, after the fireball, Huo Wu also came to Bai Ji. While Bai Ji just dodged the fireball, Huo Wu directly transferred her soul power into her two long legs. With a burst of red light, Huo Wu directly whipped one of her long legs like a long whip towards Bai Ji. For Huo Wu's whip kick, Bai Ji stretched out his right hand calmly and directly blocked Huo Wu's powerful whip kick. However, due to the difference in strength, Huo Wu had already been mentally prepared for this scene. Resist the fire ring. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and the third soul ring that was vibrating around his body suddenly burst into light, and a circle of red fire rings suddenly surged out with Huo Wu's body as the center. Being hit by the resistance fire ring, because the distance was very close, there was no chance to resist at all. Bai Ji was directly bounced out by the resistance fire ring, and at this time, Huo Wu also approached again like a shadow. Chapter 289 The Last Move, Huo Wu Yao Yang. 7/20. In after knocking Bai Ji away with the fire ring of resistance, Huo Wu followed again. Jumping up suddenly, Huo Wu raised her slender right leg high. The white and tender long leg wrapped with a lot of fire attribute soul power was covered by a layer of dark red flames. Looking at Bai Ji, Huo Wu chopped down her right leg like a battle axe. The powerful battle axe chopped down in the air, making a shrill sound of wind, but for Huo Wu's long leg chopped down, Bai Ji directly reached out and grabbed Huo Wu's leg in the air. What? Huo Wu was very unbelievable that Bai Ji could react so quickly and attack so accurately. But before Huo Wu could react, Bai Ji suddenly exerted force and threw Huo Wu out. Flame Guardian. Feeling the huge force coming from her feet, Huo Wu quickly activated her second soul skill, Flame Guardian, without time to think. The dark red soul power suddenly bloomed from her body, forming a dark red shield on the surface of her body. Bang! Huo Wu, who was thrown by Bai Ji, suddenly hit a big tree. Although Bai Ji only used half of his strength, the powerful force still allowed Huo Wu to instantly break the big tree. However, because of the protection of the Flame Guardian, although the broken tree was scorched by Huo Wu's Flame Guardian, Huo Wu only felt a surge of blood and her body was not seriously injured. Give up, you are not my opponent. Bai Ji said softly as he watched Huo Wu get up from the ground. I haven't lost yet. After tidying up her messed up hair, Huo Wu did not give up, but gritted her teeth. In her opinion, Bai Ji's strength is Soul King, and he is a man. It is normal that he is stronger than her in physical fitness. Huo Wu did not think that she was inferior to others because she had not fought Bai Ji in close combat. Then what do you want to give up? Bai Ji was a little helpless. You use your martial soul and soul skills, and I use mine, and we'll win with the last move. As she spoke, Huo Wu blushed. Thinking of Bai Ji's martial soul being a plant, which was naturally countered by her martial soul, although Bai Ji's strength was higher than hers, plants were plants, and it was difficult to defend against flames, so she took advantage. Are you sure? Hearing Huo Wu's words, Bai Ji's face looked a little strange. If you don't want to, then we can change the way. Seeing that Bai Ji seemed reluctant, Huo Wu, who had a strong personality, gritted her teeth and didn't want to take advantage of this. No, this method is not bad, so let's do it this way. Hearing that Huo Wu seemed to regret it, Bai Ji shook his head. Seeing Huo Wu's look, Bai Ji also guessed that Huo Wu thought she had taken advantage and felt a little embarrassed, but Bai Ji knew that the evolved Mo Yun Tang could ignore flames. This method seemed to be beneficial to Huo Wu, but in fact it was beneficial to Mo Yun Tang. Bai Ji didn't mean that he couldn't use other methods to decide the outcome with Huo Wu, but Huo Wu was a control-type soul master, and it was impossible for her to win in a battle with him. After being promoted to Soul King, he absorbed another 10,000-year soul ring. Bai Ji's current strength was close to that of a low-level soul emperor who didn't use burst soul skills. With Huo Wu's thin arms and legs, Bai Ji was really afraid of hurting her. Are you willing? Hearing Bai Ji's quick agreement, Huo Wu really didn't understand Bai Ji's idea, but since Bai Ji agreed, she wouldn't refuse. Then be careful. Although her self-esteem protested against this unfair game, thinking of the previous defeat, Huo Wu decided to defeat Bai Ji in her own advantages. However, perhaps because of her conscience, Huo Wu still cared about Bai Ji before launching an attack. Come on, let me see your strength. However, Bai Ji didn't care about Huo Wu's entanglement. He was now looking forward to the arrival of another high-quality labor force. This is my strongest soul skill. Looking at Bai Ji, Huo Wu slowly raised her hands, and two balls of orange-red flames suddenly rose from Huo Wu's palms. As Huo Wu injected soul power without hesitation, the color of the two balls of orange-yellow flames gradually changed from orange-yellow to dark blue, and finally became dark red. In the dark red, you can see a trace of incandescent color. Fire Wu Yao Yang. As Huo Wu shouted loudly, the fourth soul ring in her body burst into a dazzling purple brilliance. Under the purple brilliance, the two balls of dark red flames in Huo Wu's hands suddenly began to grow. Finally, when Huo Wu finished shouting the moves, the two balls of dark red flames had turned into a huge dark red fireball. The terrifying temperature and heat emanated from the dark red fireball, and countless incandescent flames surged in the dark red fireball. Huo Wu Yao Yang, this is Huo Wu's fourth soul skill, and it is also one of the trump cards of the Blazing Fire team. If combined with the fire attribute soul skills of all members of the Blazing Fire team and the soul skills of two auxiliary soul masters, Fire Hammer and Fire Horse, the power of Fire Dance Ye Yang can even reach the power of the fourth soul ring of the high-level Soul King level. In the previous battle against the Shrek team, if it weren't for Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing, she would not have been tunable to be distracted. She will definitely use this move as a final struggle. Go! The purple light of the fourth soul ring that was vibrating around her body became dimmer and dimmer. Huo Wu Ye Yang's power storage has reached its limit. Looking at Bai Ji, Huo Wu locked the target. Under Huo Wu's control, the dark red fireball suddenly shot out, aiming directly at Bai Ji. The huge dark red fireball exuded rolling heat, and the surrounding air was distorted by the scorching high temperature. Bai Ji had no doubt about the energy contained in this fireball, but he was fire resistant. However, considering that clothes could not be fire resistant, Bai Ji quickly stretched out his right hand and summoned the Moyun Vine. Thorn Strangle. The first soul ring that was vibrating around her body suddenly burst into a bright light. With the launch of the first soul skill, Thorn Strangle, countless Moyun vines suddenly broke out from in front of Bai Ji, forming a high vine wall. Boom! The huge dark red fireball suddenly hit the vine wall. In an instant, the fire splashed everywhere, and the dark red flames suddenly exploded and swept around. However, the dark red fireball that was enough to smash the boulders and collapse the high walls was completely blocked outside the wall by the vine wall composed of Moyun vines. Countless dark red flames were swallowed up by Moyun vines one by one at the moment of explosion. If it was the previous Moyun vine, it might still be able to block such a powerful fireball, but it would definitely be burned to a charred black, and countless vines would be burned off. However, after Bai Ji swallowed Xianbing octagonal grass and Lihuo Xingjiaishu, the Moyun vine that evolved the ultimate ice and fire attributes could be immune to any fire attack and freezing attack. And because of the toughness of Moyun vines, this immunity not only includes energy immunity, but also includes immunity to physical attacks to a certain extent. Chapter 290 Huo Wu joins Dan Pavilion, and Thunder Academy admits defeat. 8/20. How is it possible? The blazing dark fire-colored flames produced by the explosion of the dark red fireball gradually disappeared. Seeing that the fire dance Ye Yang that she had sent out with all her strength did not break through the opponent's vine wall, Huo Wu was full of disbelief. If Bai Ji had raised an ice wall, it would have been fine, but how could a vine wall withstand the burning of flames? Isn't it incredible? Bai Ji's faint laughter came from behind the vine wall. Although it may be unbelievable to you, there are indeed some plants in this world that can ignore flames, such as my Moyun vine. After removing the Moyun vine wall in front of him, Bai Ji slowly walked in front of Huo Wu. Now, you lose. I lose. Huo Wu lowered her head. From now on, you will be a member of our Dan Pavilion. Bai Ji said slowly. Don't worry, I won't regret what I promised. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Huo Wu emphasized. Anyway, I won't suffer any loss. This sentence was Huo Wu whispered in her heart. What do I need to do to join your Dan Pavilion? Huo Wu asked, looking at Bai Ji. Although she is proud, she always keeps her word. Since she has agreed to join Dan Pavilion, she will definitely do her best. Are you ready? Hearing Huo Wu's words, Bai Ji showed a very mysterious smile. What do you mean? Huo Wu was still a little confused. Here is this for you. This is a book that all the alchemists in our Dan Pavilion need to learn. When you remember all your knowledge, I can teach you to make alchemy. Bai Ji took out a book of Baiko Tongja from the space with a playful look and stuffed it into Huo Wu's arms. Alchemy, you want to train me to be an alchemist? Huo Wu was stunned and didn't react. Of course, otherwise why do you think I asked you to join Dan Pavilion? Bai Ji asked back. Your martial soul is a fire attribute, and it is also your original martial soul, which makes your control over soul power far better than other soul masters, so you have great potential in alchemy. But... Holding the Baiko Tongja in her hand, Huo Wu wanted to say something, but her face turned red, and she didn't say it in the end. How could she, Huo Wu, say that she couldn't do it? I can learn to become an alchemist, but you have to agree to one condition of mine. Taking a deep breath, Huo Wu looked at Bai Ge very seriously. What condition? If I want to duel with you again in the future, you must agree to me. Huo Wu said word by word. This won't work, at least set a frequency. Bai Ge refused without thinking. Once a month. Huo Wu said. Okay. After thinking about it, Bai Ge still agreed. After seeing Huo Wu off, Bai Ge was very satisfied watching her leaving. It was such a pleasant surprise. The day was over very quickly. The next day, half an hour before the start of the game, the teams from various academies had already arrived at their respective lounges. Although Shrek Academy still played in the morning, it was not the first round in the morning, but the second round. This time, your opponent is Thunder Academy. The master threw a volume of information on the conference table and said. Ah! Are we so unlucky that we actually met a strong team again? Hearing the master's words, Ma Hongjun was a little surprised. This time, Bai Ge will not play. Let Xiao San and Mu Bai play. Thunder does not have much restraint on blue silver grass compared to fire. Then you can discuss with the other people who are going to play. Tai Long and Zhang Zhu will play as usual. Ignoring Ma Hongjun, who was startled, the master said. Thunder Academy is a strong team. Mu Bai can play against Yu Tianxin, the captain of the Thunder team. Since Tang San is on the field, Xiao Wu should also play. Tai Long and Zhang Zhu will play as usual. Then Ma Hongjun does not need to play this time. Let Zhu Qing and Yi Ran play. After thinking about it, Bai Ge suggested. Ah! I want to play too. Brother Bai, Brother San, let me play. Hearing Bai Ge's words, Ma Hongjun couldn't help but beg with a bitter face. Why do you have to play? The Thunder team moves very quickly, and there is also a Thunder Eagle Spirit Master. You can't occupy the air superiority. Tang San was a little speechless. Fatty has tasted the sweetness. He showed his prowess in the last game. It's a lot easier for him to find the little sister. On the side, Dai Mu Bai smiled evilly and told the truth of the matter. Boss Dai, you can't insult someone's innocence for no reason. I want to win glory for Shrek Academy. How can you say that I am so despicable? Am I Ma Hongjun that kind of person? Hearing Dai Mu Bai's words, Ma Hongjun blushed and said. As long as you are happy. Dai Mu Bai could only shrug his shoulders at Ma Hongjun's words. Okay, Ma Hongjun, you can go up next time if you have a chance. This time, Zhu Qing and Yi Ran will go up. They are fast and have good attack power. They have a greater advantage against Thunder Academy. Somewhat helplessly, Bai Ge interrupted Ma Hongjun's words and finally made a decision. Okay. Hearing Bai Ge's words, Ma Hongjun could only choose to accept it, but he also knew that he played last time, and the chance of playing this time might not be high. After deciding on the lineup, everyone began to discuss how to deal with Thunder Academy. After discussing for nearly half an hour, a loud voice suddenly came from the direction of the competition venue. Please enter the second round of competition teams. It's time to go on stage. Hearing the voice, Tang San was the first to stand up. After leaving the lounge, the group came to the player channel, and then came to the competition venue through the player channel. After more than a dozen games, they defeated Xiangjia Academy and Shiwo Academy one after another. Now the cheers for Shrek Academy's victory are already very loud. Amid the screams and cheers of countless spectators, Tang San brought Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing and Meng Yuran to the side of a main fighting spirit stage. As two academies that have been winning streaks until now, the match between Thunder Academy and Shrek Academy is naturally the most popular match today, so the organizers naturally arranged the match on the main fighting spirit stage. However, standing on one side of the fighting spirit stage, Tang San was a little surprised to find that Thunder Academy had not arrived yet. Could it be that something delayed them? However, because there were still 3 or 4 minutes before the deadline for the participating teams to go on stage, although there were some guesses in his mind, Tang San did not immediately make a conclusion. In fact, not only Tang San, but also Meng Yuran, Zhu Zuqing, Tai Long and others were very confused, not to mention the audience at the competition field. When they found that Thunder Academy had not appeared for a long time, the audience in the surrounding audience seats could not help but talk about it. On the rostrum, Emperor Shuiyat, Ning Fengzi and Saras were also a little strange. The match between Shrek Academy and Thunder Academy was the highlight of the day, but Shrek Academy was on the court, but Thunder Academy had not yet arrived. Did Thunder Academy give up? Just when there was about 1 minute left before the deadline for all participating teams to play, a middle-aged man in a silver-blue team uniform suddenly came to the main fighting spirit stage. After whispering to the referee a few times, the middle-aged man turned and left the fighting spirit stage. Looking at the back of the middle-aged man leaving, the referee turned to look at the Shrek team and slowly picked up the loudspeaker soul guide in his hand. In this competition, the Thunder team gave up, so the winner is Shrek Academy. Chapter 291 7-in-1 Fusion Skills, the complete body of Huo Wu Ye Yang. 9/20. After hearing the referee's words, the Shrek team had some guesses in their minds, but they were still a little surprised, and the audience around them began to discuss it. Most of the audience were very concerned about the match between Shrek Academy and Thunder Academy, but they didn't expect that Thunder Academy would. Thunder Academy actually admitted defeat. The admission of Thunder Academy made the audience who supported Shrek Academy feel very happy, but some of the audience who supported Thunder Academy felt very upset. However, if we look at it rationally, Thunder Academy's initiative to admit defeat is not a bad move, because the influence of Bai Ji has made Shrek Academy much stronger than in the original book. Not only did the soul power of each of the original Shrek 7 devils increase by 2 to 3 levels on average, but there was also a soul king like Bai Ji, as well as Meng Yuran, who was a 44th level soul master with good strength, and Ye Lingling, an auxiliary soul master with a strength of 42nd level. Because the Shrek team has a soul king and 9 soul masters, even if 2 soul masters like Tai Long and Zhang Zhu are allowed to play every time, the Shrek team must play at least 5 soul masters in each game. But the other academies, even the strongest 5-element academy, each team has at most 2 soul masters. There is a gap of 3 soul masters, and almost all of them are soul masters with strength exceeding level 43, which is similar to the strength of the captain of the 5 elements team. This is difficult to make up. In addition, Bai Ji is a control-type soul king. Before, the Blazing Fire team was ready to defeat the Shrek team with attribute restraint. But the facts have proved that attribute restraint does not work for the absolute gap in strength. Using personal strength to suppress and forcibly divide the battlefield, in the last game, Blazing Fire Academy lost very easily. Now Shrek Academy has defeated Xiangjia Academy and Blazing Fire Academy, and it is a complete victory. Although the Thunder team of Thunder Academy has strong attack power, it does not restrain the Shrek team in terms of attributes, and the average individual strength is far inferior. Instead of playing with the Shrek team and losing in the end, it is better to simply admit defeat decisively and retain strength to fight against the other teams of the 5 Elements Academy. Now, Shrek Academy, which has absolute strength, is almost certain to pass the preliminaries, and with the first place, but there are only 5 qualifying places in Tiandu Imperial City, one of which is occupied by Shrek Academy, so there are only 4 remaining qualifying places. These 4 qualifying places are fought over by the 5 element academies at the same time, and one academy is sure to be eliminated. Although Thunder Academy is confident in itself, for the sake of insurance, the top management of Thunder Academy decided to let the Thunder team voluntarily admit defeat and retain its strength after discussion. Anyway, Shrek Academy has defeated Xiangjia Academy and Blazing Academy, and it is a complete victory, which has proved the strength of Shrek Academy, so even if they, Thunder Academy, voluntarily admit defeat, it is not shameful. Because Thunder Academy admitted defeat, Tang San could only leave with the players who were ready to play, and on the other side, in the circular corridor of the audience seats. Knowing that Thunder Academy had voluntarily admitted defeat, Flanders couldn't help but laugh heartily. Haha, I didn't expect that even Thunder Academy would admit defeat. It seems that our Shrek Academy will become famous this time. That's for sure. The strength of these little monsters is far beyond the average level of the contestants. I remember that the strongest players of the 5 Elements Academy are only level 43. But among our combat team members, except Hong Jun, the strength is at least level 43, which is the captain level player in the teams of the 5 Elements Academy. It is normal for Thunder Academy to admit defeat due to the absolute strength gap. Zhao Wuji laughed. Don't be careless. Our goal has never been to win the preliminaries. Don't be careless because of the benefits in the preliminaries. You must know that our opponent is the legendary Wuhan Hall team. Hearing what Flanders and Zhao Wuji said, the master couldn't help but say in a deep voice. You too, although you are invincible in the preliminaries, the basic strength of the Spirit Hall team is that all members are above level 40 in each session, and there are at least 2 Soul King level contestants. Compared with the Spirit Hall team, you are not superior, and you are even at a disadvantage. The reason why I didn't let you play at full strength in the preliminaries is to train each of you to have combat capabilities, otherwise Bai Ji, Xiao San and Mu Bai will be enough to sweep the entire preliminaries. The master warned, sweeping his eyes over the Shrek team members. We know. Bai Ji and the others naturally nodded to indicate that they understood the master's warning. Hey! Look, there! Suddenly, Mei, who was watching the game, exclaimed. As the game progressed, because Shrek Academy already had many supporters, it no longer needed 10 mates to cheer for them. So now all 10 mates did not come to every game. Instead, only one came each time to serve tea and water to Bai Ji, while the other 9 were in charge of the affairs in Dan Pavilion. This time, it was the long-legged maid Mi-ai. What? Hearing Mi-ai's words, everyone turned their heads and looked in the direction Mi-ai pointed. They saw that among the 5 fighting spirit arenas, one fighting spirit arena was actually covered by a gorgeous 7-color light column. What is this? Ning Rongrong was very surprised. It seems that Kanghui Academy and Shiwo Academy are competing on this fighting spirit arena. Looking at the colorful light column, the master frowned at the shrouded fighting arena. I just saw them raise their martial souls together, and then the 7 of them activated their soul skills together, and then it became like this. On the side, Mi-ai explained. The martial souls of Kanghui Academy seem to be gem martial souls. This can't be a 7-in-1 martial soul fusion skill, right? As if thinking of something, Flanders couldn't help but look a little surprised. This shouldn't be a 7-in-1 martial soul fusion skill. A martial soul fusion skill will produce the sublimation of the essence of the martial soul, but although this 7-colored light column looks dazzling, it doesn't convey the kind of sublimation of the essence of the martial soul. This should only be a 7-in-1 fusion skill. On the side, the knowledgeable Meng Shu spoke. Yes, this is indeed a 7-in-1 fusion skill. The 7-in-1 fusion skill is not as demanding as the 7-in-1 martial soul fusion skill, but its power is far beyond the general, enough to rival the soul skills of the previous realm. The master also nodded. The entire fighting arena was covered by the 7-color light column, and it was impossible to see what was happening inside. Just when all the audience was extremely nervous, a cry suddenly came from the 7-color light column: fire, dance, shining, sun. With the cry, a circle of dark red light suddenly spread from the 7-color light column, and then a huge incandescent fireball suddenly exploded in the 7-color light column. In an instant, the shining fire and blazing flames swept the entire fighting arena, and at the same time as the blazing flames broke out, with a scream, the grand 7-color light column that covered the entire fighting arena could not help but shattered in an instant. The blazing incandescent flames gradually extinguished, and with the shattering of the 7-color light column, the fighting arena that was previously covered by the 7-color light column appeared in front of everyone again. On the fighting stage, everyone in the blazing fire team, including Huo Wu, was pale, bent over, and gasping for breath. Not far away, the members of the 7-colored Kanghui team were already charred and lying on the ground motionless. Chapter 292, the 21st round of the preliminaries, a new opponent, Kamikaze Academy. 10/20. Hurry up and find someone to treat them. Before the referee announced the winner, an old man in white had already flown from the circular corridor of the audience to the fighting stage. Looking at the referee, the old man in white said anxiously. Isn't this guy Kanmen Shinian? I didn't expect that he actually teaches at Kanghui Academy. Seeing the old man in white, Flanders was a little surprised. Sir, please don't worry. The organizing committee should have sent someone to treat your students. Please wait for a moment and don't interfere with the competition. On the Fighting Soul stage, although the people from Kanghui Academy were also seen to be seriously injured, this was not a reason for Shinian to interfere with the competition. As the referee of the competition, even though he knew that Shinian might be a powerful soul master, the referee still said it neither servile nor arrogant. Please leave immediately. We will treat your students right now. If you continue to pester us, the organizing committee will disqualify your school from the competition. Just as the referee was negotiating with Shinian, 2 figures that Bai Ji was very familiar with also came to the Fighting Soul stage from the VIP seats behind the rostrum. They were Yes Hylan and Su Motion. Hearing Su Motion's words, Shinian also calmed down. His gloomy eyes swept over the people from Shiwo Academy, but thinking of the background of Shiwo Academy, Shinian still suppressed his anger and walked down the Fighting Soul stage without saying a word. Hylan, let's start. Seeing that Shinian had left, Su Motion couldn't help but look at his wife beside him and said. Hearing Su Motion's words, Yeshailan nodded, and then summoned her martial soul 9-heart begonia. As a pink begonia flower appeared from her hands, 7 soul rings slowly rose from under Yeshailan's feet. Looking at the people from Kanghui Academy who were all charred, the first 5 soul rings of the rhythmic soul rings around Yeshailan bloomed with dazzling brilliance at the same time. As the holy white light was swaying from the 9-heart begonia, the injuries of the 7 students from Kanghui Academy on the fighting soul stage began to heal quickly, and bathed in the healing light emitted by the 9-heart begonia, the faces of the people from Shuo Academy also looked much better. As a soul saint, Yeshailan's 9-heart begonia healing ability is unparalleled in the world. Under the healing of Yeshailan's 9-heart begonia, in less than a minute, the 7 people from Kanghui Academy recovered. The charred dead skin on their bodies almost fell off, revealing brand new skin. However, the clothes on their bodies that were almost burned by Huo Wu Yao Yang were still stuck to their skin, making the 7 people look very embarrassed. However, because Huo Wu Yao Yang forcibly broke the 7-in-1 fusion skill, under the backlash of the soul skill, although the physical injuries were healed by Yeshailan's 9-heart begonia, the mental trauma still made the 7 students of Kanghui Academy look depressed. In this competition, Kanghui Academy vs Shuo Academy, the winner is Shuo Academy. After healing the 7 people from Kanghui Academy, Yeshailan and Su Motion returned to the VIP seats, and seeing Yeshailan and Su Motion after leaving, the referee also announced the winner of the game loudly. Damn it! Hearing the referee's words, Shi Nian couldn't help but hit the railing with his fist in anger in a circular corridor. Before the match with Shuo Academy, Kanghui Academy had already lost to Xiangjia Academy and Shenfeng Academy. Because there was almost no hope of qualifying if they lost another game, Shi Nian decided to let Kanghui team use the last trump card to defeat Shuo Academy, but unexpectedly they still lost. Now Kanghui team not only lost the match to Shuo team, but also suffered a severe blow to the spirit of all members because of the breaking of the 7-in-1 fusion technique, which made future matches difficult. But because Shuo Academy was backed by the Fire Leopard sect, this was not something he or Kanghui Academy could afford to provoke, so Shi Nian could only swallow his anger. 7-in-1 fusion technique. In the circular corridor outside the exclusive lounge of Shrek Academy, looking at the Kanghui team on the Fighting Spirit stage, the master was a little thoughtful. After the match with Thunder Academy, in the following weeks, the opponents that Shrek Academy encountered basically surrendered on their own initiative. Now the strength of the Shrek team is obvious to all, and those academies that originally came to the preliminaries for formalities will basically not humiliate themselves. And the only Kanghui Academy that could barely compete with Shrek Academy may have chosen to surrender in the match with Shrek Academy because of the follow-up impact of the match with Blazing Academy. In this way, Shrek Academy has continued to win. Until now, in the 20 rounds of competition that have been held, Shrek Academy ranks first in the preliminaries with a record of 20 wins and no losses. The same record as Shrek Academy is also the Divine Wind Academy, followed by the Thunder Academy, 18 wins and 2 losses, Blazing Academy 18 wins and 2 losses, Tian Shui Academy 17 wins and 3 losses, and Xiangjia Academy 16 wins and 4 losses. In the 21st round of the preliminaries, half an hour before the start of the game, all the participating teams have rushed to their own exclusive lounges, which are the lounges for non-combatants and the tactical analysis rooms for combatants. This time, your opponent is the Kamikaze Academy. The master took out a book of information as usual and threw it on the conference table. Great, we can finally have a game. It's been more than a week, and every time the opponent always admits defeat, it's really boring. Hearing the master's words, Ma Hongzhen's eyes lit up and said excitedly. Among all people, who wants to play the most, it must be him. In the preliminaries, every victory can get a lot of gold soul coins, because other people are basically not short of money, and Oscar, the only one who is short of money like him, doesn't spend much, so naturally he doesn't care, but he is different. He has to help so many lost young ladies every day. Although he has no shortage of young ladies because he has become famous recently, he still has to pay for it. Master, this time we are playing against the Kamikaze team. I remember that the Kamikaze team can all fly. This time it's my turn to play, right? Rubbing his fat hands, Ma Hongzhen chuckled. Yes, it's your turn to play this time. Are you satisfied? Seeing Ma Hongzhen's flattering face, Tang San couldn't help but shook his head with some amusement and said. Satisfied, satisfied. Hearing Tang San's words, Ma Hongzhen nodded repeatedly, and his eyes, which were not big to begin with, had narrowed into green bean eyes. What are you going to do this time? Looking at Bai Ji and Tang San, the master asked. Because the members of the kamikaze team all have the ability to fly, this time I want to implement a new tactic, with Tang San and I playing at the same time to restrict the kamikaze team's flying ability, and Oscar will provide mushroom sausages, Tai Long and Zhang Zhu will still play as usual, and the remaining two will be Ma Hongjun and Xiao Wu. After thinking for a while, Bai Ji said. Chapter 293 Double Net Blocking Tactics, Against the Kamikaze Academy. 11/20. Facing an opponent like the kamikaze team that is extremely flexible and has strong attack power, it is indeed more appropriate to choose Xiao Wu and Yi Ran, but what new tactics are you going to adopt? The master asked curiously. After hearing the master's words, the others also looked over. Facing the eyes of everyone, Bai Ji smiled. Teacher, since you already know that the kamikaze team is extremely flexible, then what we have to do is naturally to find a way to make them no longer flexible, that is, to limit the advantages of the kamikaze team. The specific way to do it is also very simple, that is, to block the space they move in and confine them to a narrow space, so that no matter how flexible they are, they can only be slaughtered by us. What are you going to do? The master continued to ask. You should all know that my Moyun vine has a very special characteristic, that is, the body size can be infinitely enlarged with the injection of soul power, and my Moyun vine can also maintain its own existence by absorbing free energy from the outside world, which can greatly reduce my soul power consumption. And what I want to do is to summon a large number of Moyun vines that are large enough to form a prison to encircle the kamikaze team, because my Moyun vines are extremely tough. Unless it is a powerful soul saint with 2 realms higher than me, it is impossible to break through my Moyun prison. Then I will find an opportunity to split the kamikaze team's formation, trap the captain of the kamikaze team, and divide the prison into 2 spaces, one space is the captain of the kamikaze team, and the other space is the kamikaze team members. Although everyone in the kamikaze team has the ability to fly, without the strongest and core kamikaze captain Feng Xiaotian leading the team, I can quickly deal with the kamikaze team members with Tang San's dual control, plus Ma Hongjun, Xiao Wu and Tai Long. In this way, only Feng Xiaotian will be left in the end. No matter how difficult he is, he will lose if he is left alone. I call this tactic the double net encirclement tactic. Bai Ji said slowly. The double net encirclement tactic, one inside and one outside, first block the space, trap the enemy, and then solve the enemy in the blocked space. This tactic is indeed very restraining to the kamikaze team. Hearing Bai Ji's words, the master nodded. However, if you use this tactic and you don't take action, you only have Tai Long, Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun on your side, and you will lose to the kamikaze team in terms of hard power. So you still need to discuss how to successfully separate Feng Xiaotian, the captain of the kamikaze team. Otherwise, with Feng Xiaotian, Tai Long, Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun alone, even with the control of the 2 of you, may not be able to defeat the kamikaze team. After thinking about it, the master added a sentence. We know this. Bai Ji nodded. After deciding on the tactics, the remaining time was naturally used to analyze how to successfully separate Feng Xiaotian from the kamikaze team after the game. This requires a series of targeted attacks to disconnect Feng Xiaotian from the kamikaze team. Only in this way can Bai Ji successfully complete the above plan. Half an hour passed quickly. After nearly half an hour of discussion, no less than 3 response plans have been listed in response to Feng Xiaoshan's reaction. No matter what Feng Xiaotian does, he is destined to be calculated. Please enter the first round of the competition. At the competition venue, the host's loud voice came. Hearing the voice, Bai Ji, who was sitting on the sofa to adjust his state, stood up immediately. Let's go. After leaving the lounge, they came to the competition venue through the player channel. Amid the cheers of the surrounding audience, the Shrek team came to the side of the main fighting arena in the center. Both teams have arrived, please come on stage. On the fighting arena, the referee immediately announced that the Shrek team and the kamikaze team had already arrived. After hearing the referee's words, the 2 teams also slowly boarded the fighting arena and came to their respective sides. Please salute the players of both teams. The referee slowly stepped down from the fighting arena, and then said. Hearing the referee's words, the Shrek team and the kamikaze team slowly walked from both sides of the fighting arena to the middle, and then saluted each other. The kamikaze team also has 7 members, but they are all male, wearing cyan uniforms with silver storm patterns embroidered on them, and the word kamikaze under the pattern. Although the uniforms do not look particularly gorgeous, they are extremely capable, and with the slender figures of the kamikaze team members, they look free and resolute. Shrek team, it's our first meeting, please take care of me. After bowing, Feng Xiaotian suddenly spoke. Since we are already opponents, there is no need to say more about taking care of each other, and each of us will win or lose based on our own abilities. Tang San frowned at Feng Xiaoshan's words. No, what I said just now only represents me personally. Your Shrek team is indeed the well-deserved first in the preliminaries in terms of comprehensive strength, but sometimes the game is not just about strength. Tactics and martial spirits are sometimes also crucial. I respect such a strong opponent like you, but it's a pity that you defeated the Blazing Fire team. For Huo Wu, I must avenge the Blazing Fire team. Feng Xiaotian shook his head and said. So what? Bai Ji said slowly. So I want to defeat you. Feng Xiaotian said very seriously. Does Huo Wu know what you said? Listening to Feng Xiaoshan's words, Bai Ji touched his chin. She doesn't know, but she can understand through my behavior. As long as I keep giving, I believe she will be able to feel my heart one day. Feng Xiaotian shook his head and said. Okay, I hope you can succeed. Looking at Feng Xiaotian, Bai Ji felt a little emotional. Now that he has intervened, Huo Wu has joined Dan Pavilion, and because of the existence of Dan Pavilion, Huo Wu can no longer hate Shrek Academy like in the original book, so whether Feng Xiaotian can still move Huo Wu like in the original book, Bai Ji doesn't know, but it should be unlikely, right? Please pay attention to both teams. From now on, you will have 1 minute to summon your martial spirit. 1 minute later, when I announce the start, you can start attacking until one side admits defeat, one side falls down and loses the ability to fight, or all fall off the fighting spirit stage. Seeing the Shrek team and the Kamikaze team separated, the referee announced the process of the game again. Get ready, brothers. Hearing the referee's voice, Feng Xiaotian took a deep breath and took the lead in launching the martial spirit possession. Gas Two-Headed Wolf, Possession. Chapter 294 Fighting the God of Wind, Attack Feng Xiaotian first. 12/20. The Gale Two-Headed Wolf, also known as the Two-Headed Gale Demon Wolf, is a mutated martial spirit, mutated from the Gale Demon Wolf, and it is a benign mutation. Although the quality of the Gale Demon Wolf itself is limited, the Gale Two-Headed Wolf, even if it is a benign mutant martial spirit, is still inferior to the top beast martial spirits such as the Evil-Eyed White Tiger and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex in quality. However, as an existence that is already very close to the top martial spirit, the Gale Two-Headed Wolf's own combat power cannot be underestimated. In addition, the special wind attribute allows the Gale Two-Headed Wolf to have the ability to fly, which makes Feng Xiaoshan's combat power not inferior to any top beast martial spirit soul master of the same level. Even because of Feng Xiaoshan's own talent, even if the opponent is a soul master of the top beast martial spirit, Feng Xiaotian can still win the battle at the same level. After launching the martial spirit possession, a slender blue two-headed wolf suddenly emerged from Feng Xiaoshan's body, and then instantly sank into Feng Xiaoshan's body. With the possession of the Gale Two-Headed Wolf, a strong green light suddenly burst out from Feng Xiaoshan's body. As the green light surged, Feng Xiaoshan's body quickly rose, and light green hair grew from Feng Xiaoshan's body. At the same time, sharp fangs and claws slowly emerged from Feng Xiaoshan's teeth and fingers, making Feng Xiaotian seem like a werewolf. What was even more terrifying was that the rich green light actually condensed a green wolf head on Feng Xiaoshan's shoulder. The wolf head had a grim look, as if it were a living thing, which made people shudder. This wolf head was the special ability given to Feng Xiaotian by Feng Xiaoshan's Swiftwind Two-Headed Wolf martial spirit. Relying on this wolf head, Feng Xiaotian not only had an almost 360-degree angle-free perspective, but also could enhance the power of Feng Xiaoshan's wind attribute soul skills, and assist Feng Xiaotian in attacking the opponent when close. Although it did look a bit scary, it was an extremely practical and powerful talent. Wind Eagle, possess. Sky-Splitting Falcon, possess. Wind Charm, possess. After Feng Xiaotian, the other members of the Kamikaze Squadron also launched their martial soul possession, and one by one entered the martial soul possession state. As a wind-attributed extreme school, the Xinfeng Academy naturally recruits students with wind attributes. As long as the spirit has wind attributes, as long as the spirit master wants, he can basically get a flying skill, which is the unique advantage of wind-attributed spirits. Like Feng Xiaotian, although Feng Xiaoshan's spirit, the Gale Two-Headed Wolf, does not have the ability to fly like most bird spirits. By hunting specific spirit beasts, Feng Xiaotian still got a flying skill, the gale wings. On the other side, while the entire Xinfeng team entered the spirit possession state, Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun, and Tai Long in the Shrek team also entered the spirit possession state, and Bai Ji, Tang San, Oscar, and Jiangju also summoned their own spirits. The game begins. With the referee's shout, the two teams launched their own spirit skills. Wind wings. Led by Feng Xiaotian, all the members of the kamikaze team spread their wings and flew into the sky one by one. Ma Hongjun of the Shrek team also took the lead and activated the third soul skill Phoenix Wing Sky Flying, spread his red wings and flew into the sky. As for Oscar, he was quickly making flying mushroom sausages. Because there were only Tai Long and Xiao Wu, Oscar soon made enough flying mushroom sausages. Of course, in these 10 seconds, in order to prevent the surprise attack of the kamikaze team, Bai Ji and Tang San also summoned their martial spirits. For a while, a large number of thick moyun vines and slightly inferior blue-silver grasses continued to grow from the fighting spirit stage, coiling around the Shrek team like venomous snakes, and spreading to dozens of meters in the air. 2 control-type soul masters. In the air, looking at Bai Ji and Tang San, Feng Xiaotian smiled coldly. Although the attributes of their kamikaze team are not as restraining as those of the blazing team, the wind blades formed by the wind attribute soul masters can also easily cut through plants. It is a good idea to limit their speed through 2 control-type soul masters, but unfortunately, in addition to speed, their kamikaze team is not lacking in attack power. Brothers, let them see the power of wind. Looking at the Shrek team surrounded by a large number of venomous cloud vines and blue-silver grass, Feng Xiaotian sneered and said loudly, "Wind Blade Array." After saying that, Feng Xiaotian shouted and directly activated the first soul skill, Wind Blade Array. As the first soul ring of his body pulsated with dazzling brilliance, Feng Xiaotian flew directly towards the position of the Shrek team. During Feng Xiaoshan's flight, the wind-like wings behind him suddenly burst into a strong green light, and then as Feng Xiaotian flapped his wings, countless wind blades flew towards the Shrek team like rain. After Feng Xiaotian, the rest of the members of the kamikaze team also launched a covering wind attribute soul skill attack on the Shrek team. This is the fixed tactic of the kamikaze team. Relying on the flying ability, they first launch a wave of covering attacks on the opponent to see if the opponent reveals any flaws. As long as the opponent's formation has a flaw and the auxiliary soul master is exposed, they will use the advantage of air control to launch continuous attacks on the auxiliary soul master. Because of the flying ability and speed advantage, as long as there is a flaw, almost no team can resist it. Blue-silver spider web. Heavenly net. However, Bai Ji and his team had studied the tactics of the kamikaze squad. Seeing the kamikaze squad members flying with countless wind blades, Tang San directly used the 4th soul skill, the blue-silver spider web, while Bai Ji activated the heavenly net. With the activation of the 2 binding soul skills, countless blue-silver grasses and moyun vines quickly intertwined in the air to form 2 large nets that covered the 7 kamikaze squad soul masters in the air. Under the wind blades, the blue-silver spider web was instantly cut into broken vines, but the remaining wind blades only left shallow cuts on the heavenly net when they fell on the heavenly net. However, before the kamikaze squad members could be surprised, 2 figures suddenly rose from the broken vines and rushed towards Feng Xiaotian. They were Tai Long and Xiao Wu. After eating the flying mushroom sausage made by Oscar, 6 transparent wings have grown on their backs. Because the flying mushroom sausage can give the soul master the flying speed of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, the 2 of them are very fast and came to Feng Xiaotian in the blink of an eye. Charm. In the sky full of broken vines, Xiao Wu directly launched a charm on Feng Xiaotian. Because of the cover of the broken vines, Feng Xiaotian, who was not prepared, was not unexpectedly hit and fell into a state of unconsciousness. Teleport, waist bow. After the charm, Xiao Wu launched teleportation and waist bow again, and instantly came behind Feng Xiaotian, tightly wrapped her hands around Feng Xiaoshan's neck, and then swung her legs back high. Her slender waist was like a taut bow, and her feet were like a war hammer, using Feng Xiaoshan's waist and back as a pedal and suddenly kicked down. Chapter 295 Moyun Cage, Blocking Space. 13/20. Xiao Wu's first soul skill, waist bow, is powerful in itself. Combined with the flexibility of the waist that Xiao Wu has cultivated through soft skills, this kick is incredibly powerful. Although Feng Xiaotian is a strong attack soul master and a quick attack soul master, his body is much stronger than that of an average quick attack soul master, but he was still seriously injured by Xiao Wu's kick. And because he was in the air, and there was no place to gain leverage, Feng Xiaotian was kicked down in the air by Xiao Wu's kick. Captain! Seeing Feng Xiaotian being attacked, the rest of the kamikaze team screamed. But because Xiao Wu launched the attack very quickly, the 3 soul skills of charm, teleportation and waist bow were completed in one go. In less than 2 seconds, not only Feng Xiaotian was caught off guard, but the rest of the kamikaze team members were also caught off guard. Because of the obstruction of Ma Hongzhen and Tai Long, and the attack of Tang San's blue-silver grass, the rest of the kamikaze team members could not get close to help Feng Xiaotian for a while. Damn it! Breaking free from the charm, Feng Xiaotian had no time to feel the severe pain from his waist. He gritted his teeth and frantically shook the swift wind wings behind him. As a gust of green wind suddenly poured out from the swift wind wings, Feng Xiaoshan's original rapid fall was slowed down a lot. Double wolf possession. While vibrating the swift wind wings behind him to slow down the fall, in order to prevent being attacked again later, Feng Xiaotian quickly activated the second soul skill double wolf possession again. As the light and shadow of the swift wind two-headed wolf emerged again and overlapped with Feng Xiaoshan's body, Feng Xiaoshan's momentum suddenly increased. As a 100-year soul ring skill, the twin wolf possession can only increase Feng Xiaoshan's power, defense and agility by 50%, but these 3 increases are undoubtedly very practical, and the twin wolf possession and the wind wings are also the prerequisites for Feng Xiaotian to launch his own soul skill, the wind wolf 36 consecutive slashes. However, Shrek's targeting of Feng Xiaotian is far from over. As Feng Xiaotian fell, Ma Hongzhen, who had already spit out a phoenix fire line to block the approach of the rest of the kamikaze team, suddenly turned around and swooped down to the place where Feng Xiaotian fell. Want to attack me? Feng Xiaotian sneered in his heart at Ma Hongzhen's behavior. Although he couldn't stop the momentum of falling now, if Ma Hongzhen got close, he could still easily attack, so in his opinion, Ma Hongzhen's behavior was simply courting death. A soul master without close-range ability actually if you dare to approach him, you will die. However, just when Feng Xiaotian was secretly preparing to attack Ma Hongzhen, who was swooping down, when he was still 5 meters away from Feng Xiaotian, the 4th soul ring that was vibrating around Ma Hongzhen suddenly burst into dazzling light. Phoenix Roaring Sky Strike. With Ma Hongzhen's low shout, the 4th soul skill Phoenix Roaring Sky Strike was instantly activated. Suddenly, a violent red soul power fluctuation suddenly spread out from Ma Hongzhen to the surroundings. This soul skill from the Soul Beast Earth King will force the enemies within a 5-meter range to be dizzy, and then the violent fire attribute soul power will form a magma attack under the enemy's body, gushing out and burning the enemy. Because Ma Hongzhen is 2 levels lower than Feng Xiaotian, the original 3-second dizziness time can only last for 2 seconds, but this is enough for Bai Ji. Strangle the Moyun prison with thorns. Seeing Feng Xiaotian in midair being knocked into a dizzy state by Ma Hongzhen's Phoenix Roaring Sky, Bai Ji instantly consumed a large amount of soul power and launched an enhanced version of his first soul skill, the thorns strangling the Moyun prison, on the surroundings and Feng Xiaoshan's position. As Bai Ji's enhanced version of the first soul skill, the thorns strangling the Moyun prison, was launched, countless Moyun vines as thick as buckets suddenly grew out from all around. Almost in the blink of an eye, the densely packed Moyun vines formed a cage that blocked all the people of the kamikaze team, forming a huge vine cage. At Feng Xiaoshan's position, countless Moyun vines formed a vine wall that trapped Feng Xiaotian alone in a corner of the Moyun prison. During this process, the rest of the kamikaze team naturally wanted to escape from the prison while the Moyun vines summoned by Bai Ji had not closed, but because of Tang San's presence, Tang San only cooperated with Xiao Wu and Tai Long to block it slightly, and the kamikaze team's intention was ruined. The 2 seconds passed quickly, but during this time, Ma Hongzhen's Phoenix Roaring Sky Attack's second attack, the magma eruption, had already been successfully read and erupted instantly. The magma column formed by the rich fire attribute soul power was extremely hot. If Feng Xiaotian had not had the increased defense of the 2 wolves possessed, plus the triple defense brought by the martial soul possessed and the wind wings, not to mention the clothes, even the hair would probably be burned. However, even with the above triple defense protection, Feng Xiaoshan's clothes and hair still suffered varying degrees of damage under the hot magma column, but fortunately, the clothes were not completely destroyed, and the hair was fine, so he was not unbearable. So your goal is to trap us in this prison, but are you taking it for granted? Although you can indeed eliminate our flexibility and speed and limit our flying ability by doing this, we are not fish on the chopping board that you can slaughter at will. Do you think this prison made of plants can trap us? Feng Xiaotian said calmly, flapping his wings behind him in a somewhat embarrassed manner and floating in the sky, looking in the direction of Shrek. Do you want to break this prison? You can try. Hearing Feng Xiaoshan's words, Ma Hongjun, who had returned to the formation, laughed. Try? No need to try, I'll tear this prison apart now. Feng Xiaotian frowned. Windblade Array. Looking at the vine wall in front of him, Feng Xiaotian shouted and activated his first soul skill, Windblade Array, again. Because of the attack amplification of the two wolves, the power of the Windblade Array this time was even more terrifying. As the wind wings behind Feng Xiaotian fluttered, the blue wind blades in the sky suddenly burst out from the wind wings that were as illusory as light and shadow, and shot towards the vine wall that trapped Feng Xiaotian like rain. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh swoosh, swoosh. As the sound of breaking through the air sounded, countless wind blades fell on the Moyun vine wall one after another, but what surprised everyone was that the wind blades sent by Feng Xiaotian only left some small scratches on the thick Moyun vines, without breaking the skin. How is it possible? Seeing what happened in front of them, all the members of the kamikaze squadron on the opposite side of the Moyun vine wall were stunned, and Feng Xiaotian was also confused. As expected of a Soul King level control type Soul Master, the toughness of his martial soul is far superior to that of a Soul Sect Master. He can even resist my Windblade Array. I can only use my ultimate move. Looking at Bai Ji, Feng Xiaoshan's face gradually became solemn. Chapter 296, The Wind Wolf's 36 consecutive kills, defeats the Divine Wind. 14/20. Captain, are you going to use that? Yes, this vine wall will definitely not be able to resist the captain's move. Captain, let them know how powerful you are. Hearing Feng Xiaotian say that he was going to use his ultimate move, the members of the Divine Wind team immediately started cheering for Feng Xiaotian as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Boss Bai Ji, it seems a little bad. Should we get rid of these guys first? Seeing the momentum of the Divine Wind team rising, OS, who was shrinking in the back was a little scared. Don't be afraid. With the current toughness of my Moyun Teng, unless it is a targeted attack at the Soul Saint level, it will be useless. He is just a Soul Sect. Even if he uses his ultimate move, he can only use the Soul King level soul skills at most. He is still 2 realms away from the Soul Saint. Bai Ji shook his head and said. Okay then. Hearing Bai Ji's confidence, Oscar had no choice but to believe Bai Ji and continued to devote himself to the great cause of making recovery sausages, flying mushroom sausages and excited pink sausages. On the other side, seeing that the members of the kamikaze team were not moving in the air because the flying mushroom sausages were used up, Xiao Wu and Tai Long flew back to the formation again and took supplies from Oscar, part of the recovery sausage and part of the flying mushroom sausage. After eating the flying mushroom sausage and the recovery sausage again, while recovering the soul power, Xiao Wu and Tai Long flew into the air again as 6 transparent wings grew out from their backs again. On the other side of the vine wall, with a long howl, Feng Xiaotian suddenly jumped up from the low sky and came to a higher sky. At the same time, a deep green light suddenly burst out from Feng Xiaoshan's body. In the deep green light, Feng Xiaotian suddenly opened his arms, which had turned into wolf claws and arms, and the light-like wings behind him quietly merged into one, and then Feng Xiaotian suddenly dived towards the vine wall. When he came to the vine wall, Feng Xiaotian immediately raised the wind wings that had merged with his arms high, and his hands seemed to turn into phantoms and slashed the wings, emitting green cold light like a sharp blade. Wind Demon Wolf, 36 consecutive cuts. Waving the green blade wings quickly, Feng Xiaotian aimed at a piece of Moyun vine and launched a crazy attack. In an instant, only bursts of shrill breaking sounds were heard, and a series of green lights continuously collided with the Moyun vine. However, the wind blade wings, which were strong enough to cut through a meter-thick granite, could only barely cut through a thin layer of the Moyun vine's skin, and then there was a tooth-grinding friction sound. From then on, the wind blade wings could no longer do anything to the Moyun vine. 1 knife, 2 knives, 3 knives, 36 knives. Feng Xiaoshan's arm was almost dislocated as he swung the wind blade wings at high speed continuously and slashed out 36 times in a row. However, the Moyun vine in front of him had not been cut by 1/10, and it was still only a layer of skin that was cut, revealing the golden fibers inside. How is this possible? After slashing out 36 times in a row, Feng Xiaoshan's soul power and body could no longer support such a high-intensity explosion. He retreated several steps in a somewhat embarrassed manner, and staggered and almost fell to the ground. Looking at the Moyun vine that was still almost intact, Feng Xiaotian was extremely shocked. He didn't understand why there were plants with such high toughness. In theory, sharp weapons are the real nemesis of plants to some extent. There may be plants in this world that can withstand fire, such as the red flame thorns, and there are also plants that can withstand freezing, but no plant can ignore the cutting of sharp weapons. Although his wind blade wings are not sharp weapons, they are not inferior to any sword-type weapon spirits of the same level in terms of sharpness. His wind blade wings have cut through a meter-thick granite. In theory, no plant should be able to withstand such sharp cutting, but the Moyun vine in front of him can actually do it. This is really unbelievable. His strongest attack can't cut through the vine wall in front of him. Now it seems that he has been completely trapped and has no chance of escape. He can only watch his teammates on the other side of the vine wall fight. But the Shrek team itself is stronger than their kamikaze team. Now he is also targeted. Will the remaining members still be the opponent of the Shrek team? Feng Xiaotian felt a little desperate. Hey, I was scared to death. I thought this guy could break through Bai Ji's vine wall, but it turns out he can't. On the other side, Oscar couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw Feng Xiaotian fail. Okay, the show is over, let's end this game as planned. Seeing Feng Xiaotian trapped in the space separated by the Moyun prison as planned, Bai Ji said. Okay. Oscar and Tang San nodded. Xiao Wu, Tai Long, Fatty, let's start. Looking at Xiao Wu, Tai Long and Ma Hongjun who were still confronting the rest of the kamikaze team, Oscar shouted. Got it. Hearing Oscar's words, Ma Hongjun chuckled. Phoenix Fire Line. Looking at the kamikaze team members in the air, Ma Hongjun took a deep breath, and as the first soul ring bloomed with dazzling brilliance, a surging purple-red fire column was immediately spewed out by Ma Hongjun, aiming directly at the kamikaze team members trapped in the Moyun prison. Danger! Because the captain Feng Xiaotian was trapped, and he himself was also imprisoned in the narrow Moyun prison, the members of the kamikaze squadron did not dare to act rashly. At this moment, seeing the Phoenix Fire Line spewed by Ma Hongjun, the kamikaze squadron members immediately separated. Because the target dodged, the purple-red Phoenix Fire Line shot into the air and shot directly at the Moyun prison. However, because of the fire immunity of the Moyun vine, the Phoenix Fire Line did not cause any damage to the Moyun prison, which once again shocked Feng Xiaotian, who was watching the battle on the side. Day, and the audience in the surrounding audience seats couldn't help but scream. However, Bai Ji and his team naturally didn't care about these. After Ma Hongjun's Phoenix Fire Line dispersed the kamikaze team, Xiao Wu and Tai Long immediately spread their transparent wings behind them and flew towards a target. Bai Ji and Tang San also attacked a kamikaze team member in the Moyun prison. Bai Ji directly launched a thorn strangle with the Moyun prison. In an instant, countless Moyun vines suddenly grew violently and strangled a kamikaze team member in an instant, while Tang San once again launched the fourth soul skill blue-silver spider web, instantly netting and binding a kamikaze team member who couldn't dodge in time. In the closed space of the Moyun prison, the kamikaze team's flexibility, speed, and flying advantages could not be brought into play at all. On the contrary, in this space, the hit rate of control skills reached the highest. At the same time, facing the control of blue-silver grass and Moyun vine, plus Ma Hongjun's Phoenix Fire Line division formation, Xiao Wu and Tai Long's attack, without Feng Xiaotian, the kamikaze team could not withstand it. Seeing his team members being knocked down one by one, and only the last two were left in a blink of an eye, Feng Xiaotian hugged his head in pain. Stop! We admit defeat. Chapter 297 Final Round, Opponent, Tian Shui College. 15/20. Hearing Feng Xiaoshan's surrender, Xiao Wu and Tai Long, who were chasing the remaining two kamikaze team members, stopped immediately, and Ma Hongjun also released the phoenix wing sky flying and fell from the air. Haha, we won again. Ma Hongjun pinched his waist and laughed triumphantly. Bai Ji and Tang San stepped forward to remove the poison from the kamikaze team members who were poisoned. On the other side, after Feng Xiaotian admitted defeat, the referee under the fighting spirit stage also raised the loudspeaker soul guide in his hand. In this competition, Shrek Academy vs Shinfeng Academy, the winner is Shrek Academy. The referee said loudly. Following the referee's voice, the audience around him suddenly burst into enthusiastic cheers, but Saras's face on the chairman's side was a little ugly. As the Shrek team showed its strength, Saras had no doubt that the biggest competitor of their Spirit Hall in this all-continent Spirit Master Academy Elite Exchange competition was Shrek Academy. However, although he wanted to make Shrek Academy withdraw, Shrek Academy had no handle at all. Even if he was a member of the Spirit Hall, with the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect and the Tiendu Empire, there was no reason for him to expel Shrek Academy from the all-continent Spirit Master Academy Elite Exchange competition. While Saras was depressed, Bai Ji had already brought the Shrek team back to the lounge. Your plan went smoothly this time, and you successfully defeated the Divine Wind Academy. Now you only have one last opponent left, the Tian Shui Academy. In the lounge, the master took out the last volume of information, and on the cover page of the information were written 4 large characters in a flamboyant style, Tian Shui Academy. The progress of the preliminaries in the Tiendu Imperial City Preliminary Division of the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange competition has unknowingly passed the halfway point. After the 21st round against the Divine Wind Academy, the opponents in the following rounds basically chose to admit defeat, and those who did not choose to admit defeat, without Bai Ji's appearance, Tang San and others could easily resolve the battle. Finally, the preliminaries entered the 27th round, which is also the last round of the preliminaries. There are a total of 28 high-level Soul Master Academies participating in the Tiendu Imperial City Preliminary Division of the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange competition. Because the competition system is a points system, each academy must compete with the remaining 27 academies except itself in turn. The order of the battle is purely a matter of luck, but no matter what, each academy must compete with all other academies, and no one can escape this. So far, as of the 26 rounds of qualifying matches that have been held, Shrek Academy ranks first with 26 wins, while the second place is Shenfeng Academy, with 24 wins and 2 losses. One of them was naturally lost to Shrek Academy, but the other loss was a bit tricky, losing to Shuo Academy. There is no need to guess, it must be Feng Xiaotian letting it go. The third place is Leiting Academy, which also has 24 wins and 2 losses, but because Leiting Academy lost to Shenfeng Academy, according to the rules, Leiting Academy must be after Shenfeng Academy, so Leiting Academy is third. As for the fourth place, Shuo Academy, 23 wins and 3 losses, the fifth place is Tian Shui Academy, also 23 wins and 3 losses, and the sixth place is Xiangjia Academy, 21 wins and 5 losses. Xiangjia Academy lost to Shrek Academy and the other 5 Element Academies. From the current point of view, the qualification quota has basically been determined, that is, Shrek Academy, Shenfeng Academy, Leiting Academy, Shuo Academy and Tian Shui Academy. However, except for Shrek Academy, the specific rankings of the other academies after the preliminaries will still depend on the results of the final round. Hey, Bai Ji, our opponent in the final round is Tian Shui Academy, right? After the 26th round of the game, on the way back to Dan Pavilion from the Tiendu Great Fighting Soul Arena, Ning Rongrong asked thoughtfully. Of course, we have already played against all the participating colleges. Now only Tian Shui College is left. We will definitely play against Tian Shui College in the last game. Meng Yuan replied speechlessly. Although there was no draw, according to the rules, the opponent in the last round must be Tian Shui College. Tian Shui College seems to be the 5th place now. We seem to have confirmed the 1st place now. How about giving them a chance? Ning Rongrong said tentatively. It doesn't matter if we decide. Everyone needs to vote to decide. Bai Ji shook his head. But I don't think it's necessary. Although Shui Binger is a friend of ours, I think it's precisely because we are friends that she should not want to see us deliberately admit defeat. I think Bai Ji is right. Let's play a game with them. Meng Yuan also nodded in admiration. I think so too. Zhu Zuqing also nodded on the side. Actually, what Bai Ji said is right. Although Shui Binger is very gentle, she is actually very strong-willed like Huo Wu. If we deliberately admit defeat, Shui Binger will feel humiliated. Ye Lingling also spoke up. Well, I just think that since we are definitely the 1st place anyway, we should not waste the opportunity to admit defeat. But since this is not good, let's forget it. Ning Rongrong shook her head and sighed. Hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Bai Ji also shook his head. In fact, he didn't care about this. Now Shrek Academy has won all 26 games. Even if it lost the last game to Tian Shui Academy, it is 26 wins and 1 loss, the same record as Shenfeng Academy and Leiting Academy. But because Shrek Academy defeated both Shenfeng Academy and Leiting Academy, even if the record is the same, the first place will definitely be Shrek Academy, and Bai Ge will definitely get the task reward of the preliminaries, so it doesn't matter whether he admits defeat to Tian Shui Academy or not. They returned to Dan Pavilion, entered the back mountain of Dan Pavilion, passed through the woods, crossed the flower garden and the small lake, and finally returned to the castle. But as soon as Bai Ge entered the door, Ling Mao suddenly came to greet him. Master, Senior Douluo has returned and is waiting in reception room No. 3. Looking at Bai Ge, Ling Mao said respectfully. Finally back. Hearing Ling Mao's words, Bai Ge finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Douluo didn't come back, the preliminaries would be over. At that time, Bai Ge probably had to let Meng Shu intercept Kanghui College, but compared with Douluo, Meng Shu's action would still make too much noise, not as good as Douluo. Douluo could directly poison the people of Kanghui College to death, and then destroy the bodies. As long as he handled it well, no one would associate it with Douluo. After all, Douluo and Kanghui College have no grudges at all. Chapter 298 Planning and Change, Kanghui College's Withdrawal. 16/20. After leaving the castle, Bai Ge went all the way to the reception building, which was also located in the back mountain of Dan Pavilion. In the third reception room, Bai Ge met Douluo, whom he had not seen for a long time. Senior Douluo, how do you feel about meeting your old friend this time? Pushing open the door of the reception room, Bai Ge smiled and sat opposite Douluo while looking at Douluo. Very good, the old chrysanthemum always relied on strength to suppress me before, but since taking the sun's Shengling pill, my strength has reached the same level as his, and the condensation of the poison pill has greatly improved my poison skills, and my control of poison has become more flexible and changeable. Now the old chrysanthemum is no longer my opponent. If it weren't for the ghost Douluo, I would definitely make him look good. Douluo sneered. Senior Douluo can now defeat Ju Douluo? Congratulations, Senior. Hearing Douluo's words, Bai Ge smiled. Nothing to congratulate, I just rely on your help. Douluo waved his hand. But you are so anxious to find me, what's the matter? Douluo was a little curious. Yes, I do. Do you know Soul Bones? Bai Ge nodded and said. Soul Bones, do you have any news about Soul Bones? Hearing Bai Ge's words, Douluo couldn't help but stand up excitedly. Yes, but this soul bone is not an ownerless soul bone, so I still need the help of Senior Douluo. Bai Ge nodded. Who is so lucky to get the soul bone? Tell me, let me see if we can afford to offend him. Douluo frowned and said. The owner of the soul bone is called Shinian, nicknamed Kenmen in the Soul Master world. He is a soul saint of level 72, has no background, is just a teacher at Kanghui College, and is not a person of great power. We can definitely afford to provoke him. As long as Senior Douluo acts in a concealed manner, no one should be able to discover him. Bai Ge said slowly. Shinian? I haven't heard of it, but I have heard of Kanghui Academy. It is a relatively good Soul Master Academy, but it's a pity that it doesn't have much background. In this case, when are we going to take action? Douluo continued. It's not urgent to take action. Now there are all kinds of people in Tiandu Imperial City. It's not the time to take action. Tomorrow is the last game of the preliminaries. After the end, Kanghui Academy should return to Soto City. At that time, the senior will take action and ambush on the way. It will be safer, and Kanghui Academy will definitely not escape. Bai Ge shook his head and said. Okay. After hearing Bai Ge's words, Douluo nodded after thinking about it. But just when Bai Ge was about to talk to Douluo about Kanghui Academy in detail, there was a sudden and urgent knock on the door of the reception room. Master, something bad has happened. Lingmu's anxious voice came from outside the door. Come in, what's wrong? Looking at Lingmu who was very anxious, Beg frowned. Master, Kanghui College has withdrawn from the competition. Lingmu said anxiously. What? Hearing Lingmu's words, Beg and Douluo couldn't help but stand up at the same time. What's going on? Beg asked. It's like this, Master, didn't you ask me to find someone to monitor Kanghui College? Just today, our people saw that all the people from Kanghui College suddenly left the hotel where they were staying and went out of Tiandu Imperial City. It seemed that they were going to leave, so I hurried to inform the master. Lingmu was still a little anxious. I know, you go first, we will deal with this matter. Listening to Lingmu's words, although he was a little anxious in his heart, Beg still said calmly. After letting Lingmu leave, Beg looked at Douluo again. Senior Douluo, plans cannot keep up with changes. Kanghui Academy probably felt that the last game was meaningless, so they chose to withdraw. Now they should have left Tiandu Imperial City. I'll trouble you, Senior Douluo. Looking at Douluo, Bai Ge said. Well, I know, I'll go now. Douluo nodded. But sir, do you know what kind of soul bone that Shinian had? Douluo asked. As far as I know, it's a skull, and it's a spiritual soul bone of the head, called the illusionary wisdom soul bone. After thinking for a while, Bai Ge said. Okay, I know. After getting the news he wanted to know, Douluo immediately pushed open the door of reception room number 3. His figure flashed quickly like a phantom, and he left the reception building in almost the blink of an eye, and then disappeared in the distance soon. Hey, illusionary wisdom soul bone, I hope to see you tomorrow. Looking at Douluo's back as he left, Bai Ge said in his heart. On the other side, when Douluo set off, the people from Kanghui Academy had already left Tiandu Imperial City. Although Kanghui Academy had a pretty good record in the preliminaries, with 20 wins and 6 losses in 26 games, and the 6 losses were to Shrek Academy and 5 Elements Academy, this was not shameful. In fact, it might still be considered an honor in the eyes of most Soul Master Academies. After all, the 5 Elements Academies were the ones who qualified for the preliminaries in the Tiandu Imperial City Division in the past. Although there was one more Shrek Academy this time, it was only this time. And Kanghui Academy only lost to the 6 strongest teams this time, and won all the other games, ranking 7th. In the eyes of most academies, this is already a rare honor. After this competition, it can be predicted that Kanghui Academy's reputation will definitely increase greatly. However, this time Kanghui Academy took great pains to train 7 students with gem martial spirits, and also trained one of them to the Soul Sect realm, and created the 7-in-1 fusion technique. This time, the goal of Kanghui Academy is not only to get a good ranking, but also to qualify. Only the 7th place is not satisfactory for Kanghui Academy, especially for Shinian, who is leading the team. So after seeing that Tianshui Academy and Xiangjia Academy did not make any mistakes, Shinian did not want to waste any more time because he foresaw that Kanghui Academy was doomed to have no hope. After the 26th game, Shinian took the students of Kanghui Academy directly to leave Tiandu Imperial City and prepare to return to Soto City. Because they are all soul masters above the Soul Venerable Realm, they are running their soul power at full strength, and their footwork is much faster than a carriage, and there is no bump, so Shinian did not hire a carriage to take everyone back to Kanghui Academy, but prepared to walk back with a group of Kanghui Academy students. After leaving Tiandu Imperial City, they passed several towns near Tiandu Imperial City along the official road. Finally, everyone from Kanghui Academy entered a forest with few people. At this time, the sky had reached noon, the sun was scorching, and the sun was hanging high. In the forest, because there are large areas of shade, even though the sun is scorching, it is not too hot. If we continue to walk out of the forest, it's hard to say. Teacher Shinian, why don't we rest here for a while? A student asked tentatively. Well, the weather is indeed a bit hot, so let's rest here for a while, replenish our energy and water, and set off again in an hour. Looking at the sky, the sun is indeed hot. After thinking for a while, Shinian nodded with a gloomy face. The group rested in the forest. Chapter 299 Douluo took action and won the Illusion Wisdom Soul Bone, 17/20. After the 26th round of preliminaries in the morning, because Tianshui College and Xiangjia College did not lose, Kanghui College was doomed to have no hope of qualifying with its record. Shinian simply didn't want to continue leading the Kanghui team to the last game. After completing the withdrawal procedures and receiving the rewards from the previous game, Shinian took the people from Kanghui Academy back to the hotel where they were staying. After packing up their luggage, they left Tiandu Imperial City. It took almost 2 hours from the time they left to now. Shinian was fine because of his profound cultivation, but the students from Kanghui Academy were a little overwhelmed. During the break, the students from Kanghui Academy took out the dry food and water they brought with them and started eating and drinking, killing time and replenishing their physical strength and water. But suddenly, Shinian seemed to notice something, stood up, looked around at the lush woods, and frowned. Teacher Shinian, what's wrong? Is there a soul beast? A student who was eating pancakes asked in confusion. No, I feel a little uneasy. Shi Nian shook his head and said in a hoarse voice. As the owner of the illusionary martial soul, Shi Nian is a rare spiritual soul master. His special martial soul makes Shi Nian's perception far more acute than that of soul masters of the same level. Although he failed to discover Douluo's arrival, Shi Nian already felt uneasy. Be careful. The uneasiness in his heart became stronger and stronger, and Shi Nian could not help but remind the students around him. But the students looked around but did not see anything wrong. They couldn't help but wonder if teacher Shi Nian felt wrong. But before the students could relax, a strong soul power fluctuation suddenly broke out from the woods not far away. In an instant, a huge green snake suddenly appeared in the forest not far away, and then suddenly opened its bloody mouth and sprayed a dark green poisonous mist. The dark green poisonous mist was highly condensed in a ball under the constraint of soul power, and flew like a meteor towards the people of Kanghui Academy. Almost in an instant, the poisonous mist ball hit the people of Kanghui Academy. Boom! With a loud noise, the dark green poisonous fog exploded and swept around. In the poisonous fog, many students of Kanghui College could not help but pinch their necks in pain. Amid screams, green lines continued to emerge along the blood vessels of the students of Kanghui College. In less than 2 seconds, all the students of Kanghui College turned into a pool of green thick water. But the spread of the poisonous fog still takes time. At the critical moment, there is still a figure that escapes the range of the poisonous fog. It is Shi Nian. Who is it? After escaping from the poisonous fog by chance, Shi Nian stood on a big tree, half holding a thick branch with one hand, his body covered with cold sweat, his face pale, his eyes that were once gloomy and cruel were now full of fear. Looking around, Shi Nian shouted in fear. Hee, is it a remnant dream? A faint voice came from all directions in the woods, but when Shi Nian tried to find the source of the voice, he could not find where the voice came from, which made Shi Nian's heart sink. Senior, do you know my name? Shi Nian said in a deep voice. Of course I know, otherwise what do you think I am here for? A disdainful voice came. I don't understand, Shi Nian, am just a soul saint, I don't know what can attract the senior. Although he had a vague guess in his heart, Shi Nian still pretended not to know and asked. You don't know? The voice was even more sarcastic. Don't pretend, I came here for your soul bone. Although I don't know where you got the luck to get a treasure like soul bone, but soul bone is not something you can enjoy, you should hand it over. How did he know I had soul bone? Shi Nian was very shocked. He had never told anyone about the soul bone he got. How did this mysterious man know that he had soul bone? Senior, you are joking. How could I, Shi Nian, possess such a treasure as the soul bone? You must have been deceived. But rest assured, as long as you leave now, I promise not to mention what happened today and I will never betray you. Shi Nian was still making his last effort, looking at Shi Nian's old face with a flattering smile. If people who are familiar with Shi Nian see it, they will be shocked. Nonsense. Since you don't want to hand it over, I'll take it myself. The mysterious voice came again, but the tone was full of cruelty, which made Shi Nian's heart sink suddenly. Junior remembered it wrongly. I seem to have a soul bone. I will hand it over to honor you. Shi Nian forced a smile and slowly put his hand on his left shoulder with his palm like a knife. Puchi! Accompanied by a sound of entering the flesh, after a muffled groan, the bright red blood gushed out. In the gushing blood, a bloody left arm slowly fell down and was caught by Shi Nian. Senior, the soul bone is in my left arm. Shi Nian said loudly while holding back the severe pain from his left arm, and threw his left arm out suddenly. At the same time, at the moment of throwing his left arm, Shi Nian quickly retreated. Shi Nian did have a soul bone, but it was a head soul bone. The soul bones of other parts of the body, such as the limbs, could be handed over, but how could the head soul bone be handed over? He chopped off his head? In order to survive, a gecko can break its tail to escape, and Shi Nian can also break his arm to survive. However, no one took the left arm that Shi Nian threw out, and there was only a sneer in the air. Little guy, do you think I don't know that your soul bone is a head soul bone? The previous words were just teasing you. Boy, the game is over. As Shi Nian retreated, a voice suddenly came from behind Shi Nian. Before Shi Nian could react, a green shadow suddenly flashed in front of him, instantly pinched Shi Nian's neck, and lifted Shi Nian up. You are Douluo. Looking at Douluo, Shi Nian seemed to recognize Douluo's identity and tried to say Douluo's name with difficulty. But before Shi Nian could say Douluo's name, the poison in Douluo's hand had already entered Shi Nian's blood through Shi Nian's neck, and finally flowed through Shi Nian's body. As the poison entered his body, Shi Nian's blood vessels and skin quickly turned grey-green, and finally, with a difficult breath, Shi Nian completely lost his voice. Throwing Shi Nian's body to the ground, the white clothes that Shi Nian was wearing had already been stained red with blood, and his skin had turned grey-green, and his body began to gradually dissolve. As the poison began to take effect, Shi Nian's clothes and body quickly dissolved into a pool of thick water. In the thick water, a small and strange skull emerged as if it had emerged from the mud without being stained, and a faint seven-color light bloomed in the disgusting grey-green thick water. This skull was nothing else, it was Bai Ji's target, the Illusion Wisdom Soul Bone. Chapter 300, Difficulties encountered in studying the Illusionary Wisdom Soul Bone, 18/20. You dare to lie to me, kid? Do you really think I'm stupid? Looking at the pool of grey-green pus that Shi Nian had turned into, Douluo sneered and leaned over to pick up the Illusionary Wisdom Soul Bone from it. If it weren't for the good thing that Douluo got from Douluo Yuegwen this time, Douluo would not have played with Shi Nian in such a bad way. With his personality, he should have gotten rid of Shi Nian directly. Holding the Illusionary Wisdom Soul Bone in his hand, Douluo felt a strange feeling as soon as the soul bone was in his hand, as if the soul bone would be directly integrated into his body as soon as the soul power was injected. But at the same time, a strong sense of rejection came from his body. It was the Medusa soul bone that Douluo himself possessed that was rejecting the Illusionary Wisdom Soul Bone, which was also a head soul bone. Although he thought that his granddaughter Dougayan also needed soul bones, Douluo still knew the importance of it. To be honest, even if Beg gave it to him, Douluo would not give his granddaughter Dougayan the Illusionary Wisdom Soul Bone. The reason was simple, because the head soul bone was fused with the skull. If the green phosphorus poison in the body was injected into the head soul bone, if something went wrong and caused the green phosphorus poison to enter the brain directly, then even God could not save it. Putting the environmental wisdom soul bone, which was carved out of white jade and glowed with a faint seven-color brilliance, into the storage soul guide he carried with him, Douluo turned around and prepared to leave. From here to Tiandu Imperial City, the distance is nearly 100 kilometers. With his foot strength, it takes more than an hour to arrive. It is afternoon now, and it should be evening in more than an hour, which means that he should be able to rush back to Tiandu Imperial City in the evening. More than an hour passed quickly. In the evening, at dusk, the sun sets in the west, and the sunset glows all over the sky. In the luxurious castle on the back mountain of Dan Pavilion, Bai Ji was practicing in the quiet room. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door outside the quiet room. Master, Senior Douluo is here to see you. Outside the quiet room, the maid Lingmu's crisp voice came. Well, I know. In the quiet room, Bai Ji slowly opened his eyes. After informing Bai Ji of the news that Douluo had returned, Lingmu left, and Bai Ji left the quiet room and went to the reception room number 3 in the reception building. Douluo was still waiting inside. Senior Douluo, how is it, did you succeed? Bai Ji couldn't help asking Douluo when he came to reception room number 3 and saw him. I lived up to your expectations, and succeeded. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Douluo's evil face showed a faint smile, and he slowly stretched out his right hand. With a flash of seven-color light, a delicate skull like a white jade appeared in Douluo's hand. Is this the soul bone? Looking at the illusionary wisdom soul bone in Douluo's hand, Bai Ji carefully stretched out his hand and gently touched the illusionary wisdom soul bone. The environmental wisdom soul bone feels very smooth and delicate, just like touching jade, and there is a faint warmth coming. And when Bai Ji touched the illusionary wisdom soul bone, the soul bone suddenly gave a very strange feeling, as if the soul power could be injected into the soul bone and the body. However, thinking that if he wanted to peel off the soul bone after fusing it, he had to cut off the body part that had been fused with the soul bone before he could peel it off, Bai Ji forcibly suppressed the urge to inject soul power. Soul bones are indeed rare treasures on Douluo continent. Once a soul bone is fused, the soul master can have an extra life-saving or powerful enemy-killing skill, but Bai Ji is not short of soul skills. On the contrary, although he knew that this piece of illusionary wisdom soul bone was actually very suitable for him, Bai Ji's goal was to study the soul bone to see if he could enhance the illusionary space ability of the illusionary wisdom soul bone and turn the spiritual connection of the illusionary space into a spiritual internet. In this way, the transmission of knowledge will become particularly easy. The reason why knowledge is valuable is because it is difficult to transmit. If the spiritual internet can upload the knowledge of each networked person, make it into a compressed package, and let others download it, then wouldn't everyone be an almighty scholar? With the increase of his own strength and power, Bai Ji's current goal is no longer to live in a corner. What Bai Ji wants to do now is to pass on civilization to the entire Douluo continent and develop the Soul Guide civilization in advance. After all, this can greatly facilitate his life. Of course, while developing Soul Guide civilization, Bai Ji will also reproduce some technological products that can be used in Douluo continent that he remembered by taking NTZ perfect version. Bai Ji had seen a lot of historical farming in his previous life, so Bai Ji now knows a lot of practical technologies, such as soap making, cement making, glass making. If these things can be reproduced in Douluo continent, then Bai Ji will undoubtedly change the lives of humans on the entire Douluo continent. At the same time, Bai Ji also plans to develop some entertainment industries, such as singing and dancing, and to set up a bank, but even if Bai Ji has established Dan Pavilion, it will be difficult to achieve these things, because Bai Ji currently does not have enough manpower and talents to do these things. Although Bai Ji currently has a plan for idol shaping and dance, that is, to shape Tang Shouchuan into the first idol singing and dancing group on Douluo continent, but at present Bai Ji has the strength, but no power, and no territory to do these things. However, after this preliminaries, Emperor Shuiye should grant the title of Viscount to the captains and vice-captains of the 5 teams that passed the preliminaries. The fiefs will be uniformly distributed after graduation. Bai Ji will definitely be assigned a fief, and then he can do what he wants with confidence. After giving the illusionary wisdom soul bone to Bai Ji, Douluo left, and Bai Ji began to study the illusionary wisdom soul bone. However, before he started studying, Bai Ji encountered difficulties, that is, if the illusionary wisdom soul bone is not fused, the ability of the soul bone cannot be used, which makes Bai Ji a little worried. Fusion is not impossible, but Bai Ji's positioning of the illusionary wisdom soul bone is something similar to a signal base station, just like a router that transmits Wi-Fi signals, responsible for spreading the spiritual internet. If the illusionary wisdom soul bone is successfully developed in the future, then the illusionary wisdom skull should be fixed in one place, so that people can connect to the spiritual internet of the illusionary wisdom soul bone. If he merges, then won't he have to stay in one place? Bai Ji can't accept this. But suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to his mind, and Bai Ji thought of a perfect solution. Doesn't he have the 5th soul skill, the 2-life flower shadow? Since the soul bone must be fused before it can be used, then he can differentiate a clone to fuse the soul bone, so that he can use the illusion wisdom soul bone, and when the clone's time is over, the soul bone will naturally be peeled off. I am really a sucker. Finally found a solution to the problem, Bai Ji couldn't help but stand up excitedly.